The story begins in Shanghai City. Inside a quiet room, a woman with blue-green hair, Jiang Wangxin, is gently breastfeeding her newborn son. Smiling softly, she tells her baby, Chin Chin, that he is lucky to only eat and sleep, while she herself loses sleep taking care of him. Still, she says it's worth it if he grows up healthy. What Jiang Wangxin doesn't know is that her child is no ordinary infant. Chin Chin, though only a newborn, carries the consciousness of his former life. As he feeds, he observes that his brain is not fully developed, yet his awareness remains intact. Suddenly, a blue, game-like status screen appears before him. It identifies him as Lin Zikin, 33 days old, with a biological level of ordinary Tier 1. Realizing he possesses a unique cheat ability, he knows his second life will be far from ordinary. At 3 months old, Lin Zikin lies in his crib while his parents, Zhang Wanin and Lin Yin, watch over him. His father comments on how physically gifted the baby already seems, suggesting that one day he could grow into a mighty gene fuser, or at the very least, a cyborg. While they talk, the baby continues kicking. At that exact moment, a system notification appears. He has kicked 10,000 times, earning him a skill biological attribute use and advance. This ability allows any part of his body he trains to grow infinitely stronger within carbon-based limits. Feeling his strength grow, he wonders what his father meant by gene fusers and cyborgs, imagining superheroes from his past life. By 4 months old, Lin Zikin has learned to sit up and crawl. To avoid alarming his parents with his unusually fast progress, he trains only at night. Each movement earns him rewards from the system. A month later, at 5 months, he has already mastered walking. By 6 months, he can crawl and sit naturally in front of his parents without drawing suspicion. One evening, while the family watches television, a news report plays showing aberrant beasts wreaking havoc. Gene fusers and cyborgs are seen joining forces to fight them. For the first time, Lin Zikin realizes this new world is nothing like the one he once knew. Earth has mutated, giving rise to terrifying creatures known as aberrant beasts. To combat them, humanity developed 2 paths: mechanical ascension, where humans enhance themselves with technology to become cyborgs, and gene modification, where humans fuse their genes with those of aberrant beasts to gain power. Aware of these dangers, Lin Zikin resolves to grow stronger through his system while staying low-key, determined to survive in this perilous world. Not long after, the doorbell rings. Jiang Wangxin answers to find a woman in a blue dress, Xu Ming, standing with her family. Xu Ming introduces her husband, Shun Zany, and their young daughter, Shinqing Han, who clutches a doll tightly. Lin Zikin notices the little girl's purple hair and, sensing something unique about her, acknowledges her as his first friend in this new world. Deep down, he feels that their destinies will be closely connected. Time moves forward, and Lin Zikin dedicates himself to training. At 7 months old, thanks to his ability, he has already mastered running, jumping, and even basic language, which he practices by talking to himself. Each new skill earns him more stat points. By 8 months, he is secretly doing sit-ups and push-ups in his crib, careful to train only when his parents are not watching. One day, however, his mother steps onto the balcony and is stunned to see her 8-month-old son doing sit-ups. She rubs her eyes, thinking she must be hallucinating from overwork, and dismisses it. Lin Zikin quickly pretends to be asleep, relieved his secret isn't discovered. A few days later, during bath time, Jiang Wangxin notices something shocking. Her baby has defined abs. Alarmed, she calls for her husband. When Lin Yin sees this, he is stunned, but quickly concludes that their son must be a rare prodigy with great potential to become a gene fuser or cyborg. Hearing their interpretation, Lin Zikin feels reassured that his secret remains safe. As he reflects, he realizes how fortunate he is to have 2 web novel authors for parents, people who would naturally see the unusual as inspiration rather than a threat. Still, he understands he is not the only genius in this world. News reports highlight a 2-year-old from a martial arts family who can lift a 20-kilogram dumbbell with ease. Watching this with her son, Jiang Wangxin proudly pulls him close, declaring that her Chun-Shin is just as amazing. Touched by her confidence, Lin Zikin wonders if he too will be able to lift 20 kilos by the time he turns 2. By his second birthday, his training has paid off. While keeping his progress hidden, he has grown strong enough to casually lift a 20-kilogram weight with one hand in the storage room. In the middle of practice, his mother calls out that Han Han, Shin Han's nickname, has come to play. Startled, he sets the weight down and heads for the door. Opening it, he finds Shin Han, now also 2 years old, smiling as she offers him a tart. Lin Zikin often reflects on how a different playtime feels compared to other children. Because of their mental age gap, he and Shin Han never play in the conventional sense. While she behaves like a typical toddler, he uses every moment together as an opportunity for training. Since Han Han insists on sticking close to him, he cleverly treats her as a customized weighted vest during his exercises. There is, however, one constant problem. Each time he feels sudden warmth spreading against him, he realizes she has once again peed on him, leaving him no choice but to call out in frustration. Time passes, and by the age of 3, Zikin's strength has grown remarkably. He can now lift a 40-kilogram weight with one hand. One day while watching television, he sees a report about a 4-year-old prodigy lifting 30 kilograms. Quietly satisfied, he acknowledges that he is already stronger. Yet, despite his rapid progress, his system still lists him as ordinary Tier 1. He can't help but wonder what is required to reach Tier 2. With these questions in mind, he steps outside his home for the very first time. The sight before him is extraordinary, a futuristic cityscape alive with towering buildings, beastmen, and cyborgs. He assumes these must be the gene fusers and cyborgs he has heard so much about. Together with his mother and their neighbors, Shu Ming and Shin Han, he makes his way to the library. Since his parents don't allow him to use electronic devices, books remain his most reliable source of knowledge. Once inside, his mother directs him toward the children's section, but instead he heads straight to the shelves of advanced encyclopedias, with Han Han trailing nervously after him. Their mothers watch in confusion. Shu Ming wonders aloud why he prefers such books, while Jiang Wangshin speculates that it must be his genius genes. As Han Han offers him cookies, Zikin remains absorbed in his reading. Through these books, he discovers how all life is classified into 6 biological levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each level is further divided into 9 tiers. He quickly realizes that humans like his parents are at the very bottom, ordinary Tier 1, as insignificant as ants compared to higher-level beings. This knowledge ignites a strong determination within him. He must train harder while maintaining his cover. It is then that his system presents a new quest. Read 100 million characters to obtain the celestial root of wisdom. Excited at the chance to strengthen both mind and body, he immediately accepts. For the next year, Zikin divides his time between rigorous physical training and relentless reading. At age 4, he and Shin Han begin kindergarten, walking hand in hand with their teacher, Miss Jiangmi. His persistence pays off. Not long after starting school, he finally breaks through to ordinary Tier 2. His physical strength is now astounding. He can lift an 80-kilogram weight with one hand, jump 1.2 meters high, and sprint 100 meters in under 11 seconds. Feats that would impress even an adult, let alone a kindergartner. One day, he comes across a group of children surrounding Han Han, taunting her and calling her a bedwetter. Seeing her in tears, he knows he must step in. Leaping boldly into the circle, he glares at the bullies and issues a threat. If they ever trouble her again, he will pee on their beds every single day. The warning, childish yet terrifying in its own way, is enough to break them. The bullies cry in fear and vow never to return to kindergarten. Shin Han looks up at him with admiration, grateful for her protector. The system immediately rewards him with a new achievement, Kindergarten Kid King, along with a fresh series of quests. Delighted, he realizes he can now work on multiple challenges at once. 6 months later, he completes his massive reading quest. Having consumed 100 million characters, he receives the celestial root of wisdom, which grants him perfect eidetic memory and peak human learning ability. Time continues to pass, and As Zikin and Han Han approach the age of 7, they pose together for their kindergarten graduation photo. Even during the vacation that follows, Zikin refuses to rest. His training pushes new limits. He is now strong enough to lift a massive 200-kilogram barbell. His abilities soar higher than ever. He can leap over 2 meters in a single bound and has broken the 8-second barrier in the 100-meter dash, clocking in at 7.98 seconds. With his new attribute boosting his mind, Lin Zikin's intellect grew sharper than ever. By this point, he had already completed most of the elementary school curriculum on his own. His new chapter of life began at Sunshine Elementary School. Since he was already self-studying advanced subjects, academic competitions posed no challenge to him. He breezed through them, even taking first place at the National Elementary School academic competition. For him, this was less about recognition and more about unlocking the system's titles as quickly as possible. Outside of his own studies, Zikin often devoted his free time to tutoring Shinxing Han. Although she wasn't exceptionally gifted, her diligence made up for it. With his guidance, her grades improved rapidly, and by the end of the first semester, she was ranked second in their class, right behind Zikin, who held first place. To accelerate his system quests, he didn't stop at academics. He also participated in school sports meets, where he broke record after record with ease. Life at school seemed destined to follow this predictable rhythm, until the day a special transfer student arrived. Their teacher introduced her to the class, a girl with long silvery blue hair named Bai Shuer. The moment Zikin saw her, he felt she was different. Standing in the doorway, she radiated a faint, strange aura, something that did not belong to a normal human. As she walked to find a seat, the rest of the class watched her with curiosity. Shinxing Han leaned toward Zikin, whispering how beautiful Bai Shuer's hair looked, comparing it to delicate snowflakes in winter. Zikin, however, paid no attention to appearances. His mind was focused solely on the unusual aura. Sitting nearby, Bai Shuer only deepened his suspicion. He wondered if she might be a gene fuser, or perhaps the descendant of one. Over the following days, Bai Shuer remained a mystery. She didn't speak to anyone. As soon as class ended, she would lay her head on her desk and stay motionless, barely even getting up to use the restroom. At first, her quiet behavior drew attention. Curious classmates even took photos with her while she slept. But as the days passed and her habits never changed, their interest faded and the classroom returned to its routine. This peace was shattered a month later. A strange and unsettling phenomenon began. Bai Shuer started secreting a viscous white liquid. It carried a foul smell, dripping down her clothes and legs. The other students recoiled in disgust, voicing complaints about the odor. A mean-spirited boy made a crude remark about it before cruelly dumping his water bottle over her head, mocking her by saying he was washing her out. Humiliated and drenched, Bai Shuer's body trembled as she clenched her fist on the desk. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and silent sobs shook her shoulders. The bullies only laughed louder, feeding off her pain. From her desk, Shinxing Han turned anxiously to Zikin, asking if they could help Bai Shuer. Zikin hesitated. He had always sensed danger from the girl, which left him puzzled. Why would someone dangerous cry so helplessly? Still, he understood that in this moment, she wasn't a threat. She was just a weak girl being humiliated. That alone was reason enough to act. Rising from his seat, Zikin walked straight toward the group of bullies. He stopped in front of their ringleader, a boy named Guan Chun, and seized him by the collar. Smiling coldly, he ordered him to wipe the spilled water from Bai Shuer's desk. Guan Chun is terrified and quickly stammers that he'll wipe it up right away. The other bullies also realize they are in trouble. Lin Zikin already had a reputation at school. Not only was he at the top academically, but he was also known for his fighting skills. Even the sixth graders stayed out of his way. The bullies know it's better to comply than risk angering him, so they immediately grab tissues and start cleaning the mess. Once the desk is spotless, Lin Zikin's gaze sweeps across the group. He tells them to apologize to Bai Shuer. Terrified and sweating, they bow their heads, offering rushed apologies and promising never to bully her again. With the bullies gone, Bai Shuer finally looks up, her eyes still wet with tears. She quietly thanks both Lin Zikin and Shun Qing Han. Shun Qing Han gently places a comforting hand on Bai Shuer's shoulder and explains that classmates are supposed to help each other. From that day on, she makes it her personal mission to befriend the quiet white-haired girl, always pulling Lin Zikin into their time together. Slowly, the three of them begin spending more and more of their free time as a group. Shun Qing Han, especially, is warm and generous, always sharing her best snacks with Bai Shuer first. During one of these moments, when Shun Qing Han offers her a treat, Bai Shuer hesitates. She lowers her head and admits that she is worried they might actually find her disgusting, since her body gives off an unpleasant smell. She apologizes for being guarded, explaining that ever since she was little, she had always been shunned by others. Having someone treat her kindly feels so unreal that she thinks she must be dreaming. Shun Qing Han answers firmly that this isn't a dream. With a gentle smile, she explains that she understands what it feels like and would never be disgusted by her. She promises that, as long as Bai Shuer is willing, they will always be friends, then drags a reluctant Lin Zikin into the promise as well. Overcome with emotion, Bai Shuer hugs Shun Qing Han tightly, tears of gratitude streaming down her face as she thanks them for their kindness. After calming down, she says she wants to give them a gift in return. She takes out a necklace made of 2 beast fangs, explaining that it had been a birthday present from her mother. She offers it to them as a symbol of their friendship. Shun Qing Han accepts it enthusiastically, and the three of them stand together in the schoolyard as the sun sets, declaring joyfully that they will be friends forever. But just as their friendship feels secure, the unexpected happens. One day, Shun Qing Han is shocked to learn that Bai Shuer has transferred out of school. Lin Zikin confirms it, recalling that he had actually seen her earlier filling out withdrawal papers. In his memory, he had stood in the principal's office doorway and witnessed the scene. Bai Shuer had been inside with the principal and a large, intimidating man with cybernetic arms. The principal assured the man that Bai Shuer's paperwork was complete and that her personal information would remain confidential. That moment confirmed Lin Zikin's suspicion that Bai Shuer's identity was far from ordinary. From that day on, he never saw her again, though he continued to wonder about her. Still, he notes that what came after was what truly drew his focus. Sometime later, at home, Lin Zikin is giving his mother, Jiang Wangxin, a shoulder massage. She sighs with relief, saying it feels perfect after a long day of typing. Lin Zikin reflects internally that he had learned professional massage techniques, thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, and is surprised by how useful the ability is in daily life. Their quiet evening is soon interrupted by a breaking news report. The broadcast announces another achievement by Kyoto's young prodigy. At just 10 years old, the boy had successfully fused with aberrant beast genes and demonstrated his strength by lifting a 500-kilogram boulder with one hand. Lin Zikin recognizes the boy on the news and realizes with a shock that his rival has already undergone gene fusion. His father, Lin Yin, grumbles about the constant coverage of the Kyoto prodigy, sarcastically asking if the media is trying to turn him into some kind of influencer. The conversation shifts as Lin Yin explains that the boy comes from a 1,000-year-old martial arts family, which likely gives him access to advanced gene fusion technology. Jiang Wangxin, however, disapproves, saying it's wrong to use a child as an experiment. Lin Yin dismisses her concern, countering that in a family like that, the interests of the clan will always come before the individual. His wife fires back with sarcasm, telling him he always acts like he knows everything. While his parents bicker, Lin Zikin sinks into thought. He recalls that before fusion, the Kyoto prodigy could lift 100 kilograms. Now, after fusion, he can lift 500, an impressive 5-fold increase. But by comparison, Lin Zikin, only 8 years old, can already lift 300 kilograms with one hand, without undergoing any gene fusion at all. With that realization, he clenches his fist in confidence, convinced that his potential is far greater. His confidence is short-lived. The next news report leaves him shaken. Breaking news shows a city in a neighboring country reduced to ruins after a massive explosion. The broadcast reveals it was the work of giant aberrant rats. Horrific images flash across the screen. Monstrous rats swarming through the wreckage, one of them seizing a screaming woman in its jaws and devouring her alive. The report confirms that heretics were behind the attack, orchestrating the aberrant beast from the shadows. At a press conference, an official from the devastated Sakura country pleads for international aid, describing the heretics as a cult that manipulates beasts and betrays humanity for their own ends. Watching all of this, Lin Zikin feels relieved that he was born in a strong and stable country, where he has the safety to grow stronger without immediately being caught up in chaos. But his thoughts are cut short by the sound of sonic booms outside. Pulling back the curtain, he sees a squadron of heavily armed cyborgs flying across the night sky. The sheer number of them makes him uneasy, and he wonders what could have prompted such a deployment. The next morning, everything seems back to normal. On his way to school, he waits for Shun Qing Han, who rushes up apologizing for being late. As she arrives, his attention is drawn to the beast Fong necklace around her neck, the one by Shu'er had given them. To his surprise, it suddenly glows a bright blue. He immediately realizes the Fong must have come from an aberrant beast, and that it was the source of the strange aura he had once sensed. The glow fades quickly, and since nothing else happens, the two don't think much more of it. Still, between the appearance of the cyborgs and the necklace's reaction, Lin Zikin can't shake the feeling that something bad is on the horizon. As they continue walking, a striking woman with long red hair and a black dress leans casually against a lamppost, watching them. She steps in front of their path, commenting on how adorable they look together, and asks if they're brother and sister. Shun Qing Han proudly corrects her, explaining that they are childhood best friends. The woman smiles wistfully, saying she wishes she had a childhood friend too. But then her expression shifts. Her eyes glint as she leans closer, asking why they're going to school alone and where their parents are. Just as Shun Qing Han begins to answer, Lin Zikin quickly takes her hand and cuts her off, saying they're going to be late. He pulls her along, leaving the mysterious woman behind. Once they're at a safe distance, he gently reminds Shun Qing Han not to talk to strangers. She nods, a bit embarrassed. Later that day, after school, Lin Zikin leads them through a deserted alley. The narrow, empty street makes Shun Qing Han uneasy, and she whispers that the place feels creepy. Lin Zikin explains to Shun Qing Han that the alley feels deserted because the area is scheduled for demolition and most of the residents have already moved away. Their walk is cut short when a familiar voice calls out. The red-haired woman from earlier that morning steps into view, remarking that the children are finally out of school. This time she isn't alone. A large, muscular man named Shang stands beside her. She points them out to him, saying she's found the kids. Zikin immediately grows wary. He had chosen this route specifically to avoid being followed, yet somehow she had managed to track them down. The woman tries to draw them closer, speaking in a sweet, coaxing voice as though offering treats. Her partner, however, grows impatient. Shang tells her to stop wasting time and just knock the children out so they can finish the job. Without hesitation, he lunges toward them, shouting that he's in a hurry to sell them for cash. A cloth is clenched in his fist, clearly meant to knock them unconscious. As Shang closes in, Zikin reacts instantly. He shoves Shun Qing Han aside to keep her safe and plants his feet firmly, squaring up to face the much larger man. Channeling all his strength, he clenches his fist and launches a punch. His blow lands squarely on Shang's face, the force powerful enough to stop the man in his tracks and send him flying backward down the alley with a cry of pain. The red-haired woman stares in shock, unable to believe an elementary schooler could overpower a grown man so easily. On the ground, Shang coughs up blood, dazed and broken. Zikin wastes no time. He turns on the woman and, before she can recover, drives a punch in her midsection, followed by a sharp uppercut that knocks her unconscious. Standing over the fallen kidnappers, Zikin's expression hardens. He picks up a nearby brick, reasoning grimly that since there are no cameras in the abandoned alley, this is his chance to eliminate them. If they live, his secret strength could be exposed, ruining his plan to remain hidden and grow stronger in peace. Just as he steels himself to deliver the final blow, the ground begins to tremble violently. The earthquake shakes the entire alley. Suddenly, a massive clawed hand smashes through the wall of a nearby building. From the dust and rubble emerges a monstrous aberrant rat, towering above them. The beast ignores the children and focuses on the unconscious woman. Without hesitation, it swings its claws, decapitating her in one swift motion. The rat lifts her severed head in its jaws as Shen Qinghan screams in horror. Recognizing the immediate danger, Zikin scoops her into his arms and tells her what they're facing, a giant, aberrant rat. He urges her to hold on as he sprints away from the collapsing alley. As they flee, a streak of red and gold blazes through the sky. A female cyborg descends at incredible speed, her helmet fitted with rabbit ear attachments. Qinghan, looking over Zikin's shoulder, gasps at her speed. The cyborg lands gracefully behind the rat and prepares to strike. Her gauntlet glows as she announces her weapon, anesthetic smoke. She fires, and the projectiles explode across the beast's body, rocking the alley with blasts that force Zikin to shield Qinghan with his body. The rat roars in pain, staggering under the effects of the gas. Seizing the opportunity, the cyborg surges forward in a blur and unleashes a flurry of strikes, finishing off the dazed monster. Later that night, Zikin watches the news report about the incident from home. He carefully analyzes the cyborg's performance. In his estimation, her power level isn't especially high. She had to rely on weakening the rat first with anesthetic, and even then, it took her 7 minutes to bring it down. He reflects on how dangerous aberrant rats truly are, knowing they can grow over 10 meters long and reach the strength of an ordinary fifth-tier being. He feels fortunate they survived, but also recognizes the urgency of training harder to protect himself and those around him. He throws himself back into training, loading heavy weights onto a barbell and performing squats as his system rewards him with points. Despite the looming threat of aberrant beasts, daily life continues. Before long, he and Shen Qinghan celebrate their 9th birthday together, surrounded by both families and a large cake. After making their wishes, they exchange gifts. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, Zikin had managed to teach himself wood carving in a single night. He crafted an intricate wooden hairpin as a gift. Shen Qinghan is thrilled, immediately placing it in her hair and exclaiming how much she loves it. Time passes quickly. The two graduate from elementary school and step into middle school. As they leave their old campus behind, Zikin's system notifies him that he has completed the Dominate 9 years of compulsory education achievement, unlocking the Kindergarten Kid King and elementary school top dog titles. Energized by the rewards, he grows excited about unlocking the middle school Overlord title next, which promises the powerful survival of the fittest attribute. He spends the break locked in a strict high-intensity regimen, training harder than ever. Weighted push-ups with a massive boulder on his back, long-distance runs, and relentless drills push his limits. His dedication pays off. Just before the new school year begins, after finishing a grueling 10 kilometers run, his system announces a breakthrough. His biological level has reached ordinary tier 3. His stats soar. He can now lift 700 kilograms with one hand, leap 4 meters into the air, and sprint 100 meters in just 6 seconds. As he marvels at his progress, his thoughts inevitably turn to his old rival, the Kyoto Prodigy. By coincidence, the night before school starts, a new news report airs. It reveals that the now 14-year-old prodigy has fused with giant ant genes and can lift a 2,000-kilogram alloy block with one hand. Zikin calculates that giant ant genes typically multiply strength by 4 to 8 times. This means that without the genetic enhancement, the prodigy's natural strength is closer to 500 kilograms. The comparison reassures him. Despite the prodigy's reputation, Zikin knows his own raw power is still greater. He smiled to himself, imagining just how powerful he would become once he underwent gene fusion in the future. The next day, middle school officially began. Since he was the city's top student, every prestigious school had tried to recruit him. In the end, he chose Shanghai Middle School on the condition that Qinghan could be placed in the same class. During registration, both the principal and the homeroom teacher warmly welcomed him, expressing how much they were counting on him. After exchanging a few polite words, he excused himself and left with Qinghan. His real reason for choosing Shanghai Middle School was not the academics, but the athletic facilities. Before classes started, the two of them headed straight to the badminton courts to play. Han was eager and started the match with her signature serve, calling it her fairy's curveball. Lin Zikin effortlessly caught the shuttlecock in midair, but before their game could continue, they were interrupted. A group of older students approached. Their leader, wearing a backward cap, snatched the shuttlecock and announced that the court was reserved for them. His friend sneered and suggested Han should stay behind to spar with them. Han refused, reminding them of the rules and that she and Lin had been there first. When the group got too close to her, Lin Zikin stepped forward with a cold expression. He told them to back off and repeated that the court should be first come, first served. The leader scoffed, dismissing him, and arrogantly declared that he was taking the court regardless. He tossed the shuttlecock into the air, but before he could even serve, Lin Zikin moved. With speed and strength far beyond their expectations, Lin leapt and smashed the shuttlecock. The shot blasted across the court like a white streak. The force shattered the leader's racket and sent his cap flying. The older students were stunned, left sweating and trembling, unsure if he was even human. Some whispered nervously if he might already be a gene fuser. One of them admitted in fear that if the shot had been slightly off, their leader's head could have been destroyed. Overwhelmed, the group quickly bowed in apology. They acknowledged the rules, promised to leave, and hurried away. After that day, no one dared to bully Lin Zikin or Han again. Aside from the school's size and facilities, life at Shanghai Middle felt familiar. Academically, Lin was still far ahead, having already mastered the middle school curriculum. During class, he passed the time by reading books that interested him. At night, after finishing his training, he used his celestial root of wisdom to study new skills online. He quickly picked up cooking, photography, driving, swimming, and various sports. To unlock the middle school overlord title, he aimed not only to rank first in every subject, but also to represent his school in national competitions. His achievements stacked up, trophies piling high, but to avoid attracting too much attention, he deliberately avoided sweeping first place in every event. Even after a semester, the title still had not unlocked. His consistent victories, however, made him extremely popular. Many girls admired him, leaving stacks of love letters on his desk, though he ignored them all. Outside of tutoring Han, his main focus became the upcoming school sports festival. He was confident that by completely dominating the event, he would finally unlock the title. For the festival, he chose only 3 events: shot put, high jump, and sprinting, each representing strength, agility, and speed. In the shot put, his throw reached a staggering 201.1 meters. Though he held back enough not to appear inhuman, he still easily took first place in all 3 categories. As he sat with Han afterward, admiring his gold medal, a sudden surge of power coursed through his body. A system notification appeared, announcing that his achievements had far surpassed every other student. He had officially unlocked the middle school overlord title. With that, all 3 school-age titles were complete, and the dominant 9 years of compulsory education achievement was unlocked. As a reward, he gained a new biological attribute: survival of the fittest. The new ability granted a predator's power, the capacity to devour the life essence of other creatures to evolve. As the energy flowed through him, he wondered to himself what exactly this life essence truly was. Lost in thought, Lin Zikin didn't notice Han calling for him until she told him to wait. Snapping back to reality, he suddenly had an idea and asked if he could borrow her beast fong necklace. She agreed and handed it to him. The instant his fingers touched the fong, a system notification appeared, informing him that he had devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence. A new guidebook unlocked, though with only 1% progress. A spectral image of a massive dark butterfly, with eyes covering its wings, flickered into view around him. Stunned, he realized the fong was actually a butterfly's tooth. That night, curious to learn more, he searched online for information about the abyssal giant butterfly. To his surprise, nothing came up. Accepting that he would have to study this exotic beast himself, he remembered that Bai Shuer had originally given them a pair of fangs. Rummaging through his bag, he found a second tooth and absorbed its power as well. The system notified him again, showing a second trace of life essence devoured, but the progress only rose to 2%. Disappointed, he concluded that the fangs contained very little essence and that he would need another method to unlock the butterfly's full power. The following day after school, to boost his training and also ensure a quick escape route if they encountered aberrant beasts, he began biking Shining Han to and from school every day. As they were leaving campus, a man in a tracksuit called out to him. Introducing himself as Coach Guo from the martial arts team, he praised Lin Zikin's record-breaking performance at the sports festival, calling it the best in the school's history. With infectious enthusiasm, the coach formally invited him to join the martial arts team, insisting that his athletic ability was even greater than his academic strength. He encouraged Lin to think it over, speaking so quickly and passionately that Lin didn't have a chance to decline. Before leaving, Coach Guo told him the team practiced in room C of the gym and that he'd be waiting if Lin wanted to visit. That evening, back in his room, Lin was ready to test his new ability. He clapped his hands together, killing a cockroach and a mosquito. Opening his palms, he examined the insects but felt no surge of power. From this, he concluded that ordinary creatures were too weak and only powerful or exotic beasts carried enough life essence for his evolution. To test this theory further, he decided to visit a supermarket known for selling beast meat. With Shining Han riding on the back, he biked them into the city until they reached a large multi-story store. Walking through the aisles, he quickly noticed that all the beast meat available was pre-packaged, which wouldn't allow him to test his ability. Just as he was feeling frustrated, he heard a butcher advertising fresh-cut beast meat. At a counter labeled fresh beast meat, not pre-packaged, safe to eat, large sides of meat were being cut. Leaving Shining Han waiting, he rushed to the counter and placed his hand on a freshly cut piece. The moment he touched it, a surge of purple energy flowed into him. His eyes lit up. Just as he suspected, beast meat still carried life essence. Grinning, he clenched his fist in excitement. Shining Han watched him, bewildered at why touching meat made him so happy. When she asked how it felt, he played it off casually, saying it just seemed fresher than normal, then asked if she wanted to touch it too. Embarrassed, she quickly refused. Now certain of his theory, Lin decided to buy some beast meat to test at home, which shocked Shining Han. Beast meat was notoriously expensive, and even the cheapest option, Ghost Shadow Squid, cost nearly 1,000 yen per gene. Despite her protests, he picked up 3 packages. Shining Han panicked at the price and urged him to ask his mother first, but he reassured her with a smile and claimed that his mother had already told him to buy plenty for both families. A memory of his mother happily agreeing to cook flashed through his mind. While sharing was indeed part of his plan, his main reason was to see if absorbing the life essence would spoil the meat, since he still intended to eat it. At the checkout, he paid nearly 30,000 yen for the squid. The cashier thanked him, and as they left, he couldn't help but think about how costly the meat was, wondering when they'd be able to afford it again. By the time shopping was done, it was past 9 p.m., and with the city still unstable, they headed straight home. On the way back, Lin couldn't resist testing his purchase. Discreetly placing his hand on the package in the basket, he immediately felt the familiar surge of purple energy. The system confirmed he had devoured a trace of the Ghost Shadow Squid's life essence, unlocking a new guidebook. His progress, however, was only 0.1%. A spectral image of the multi-eyed squid appeared in his mind. Running the numbers, he realized that devouring such a small portion of meat barely registered. To reach 100% completion, he would need 100 gene of squid meat, costing nearly 100,000 yen. Considering the squid's special ability to dissolve into water and disappear, he decided the power was worth the effort. His path forward was clear. He needed to find a way to earn a huge amount of money without relying on his family. At the same time, he still needed to confirm his other concern, whether absorbing life essence would cause the meat itself to spoil. He glanced at the package in the basket, ready for the next part of his experiment. The meat had remained fresh for a while, much to Lin Zikin's delight. Absorbing the essence didn't ruin it, at least not immediately. As he continued, the guidebook progress for the Ghost Shadow Squid climbed to 3%. His concentration was broken, however, when Shining Han shouted a warning. Slamming on the brakes, he screeched to a halt just inches away from a couple in the bike lane, apologizing as he caught his balance. Scolding himself for not paying closer attention, he noticed the lane was unusually crowded. Shining Han pointed ahead, and he saw why. A tense standoff was unfolding. A muscular, red-haired man held a woman hostage at knife point. Shining Han gasped in terror, recognizing the hostage as their teacher, Xia. The man shouted threats at the gathering crowd, while police officers surrounded the area, trying to de-escalate the situation through megaphones. The police captain held back an officer named Abing, warning him not to shoot recklessly. He explained that the target was too close to the hostage, and any clean shot was impossible. Another officer suggested using sleeping gas, but the captain rejected the idea, fearing it might provoke the suspect prematurely. Seeing the hesitation, Lin Zikin decided to act. He discreetly picked up a small rock from the pavement and flicked it with incredible speed and precision. The rock struck the hostage-taker's hand, making him cry out and drop his knife. Teacher Xia was immediately freed. The police captain shouted for his team to move in, and the officers swiftly arrested the disarmed suspect, while a female officer comforted the shaken but unharmed teacher. Lin Zikin quietly got back on his bike. Shining Han, wide-eyed, asked if he had thrown the rock. He quickly shushed her, telling her they would talk later, and they pedaled away. Just as they were about to escape, a voice called out. It was the police captain, asking if Lin Zikin had thrown the rock. Panicking at being caught, he nervously denied it, smiling awkwardly. The captain watched them leave, finding it strange that someone would deny a good deed, and muttered aloud about a reward for bravery. The word, reward, immediately caught Lin Zikin's attention. Needing money, he slammed on the brakes and skidded back to the captain, sheepishly retracting his denial. He admitted he had thrown the rock and explained that the money was very important to him. The captain told him to come to the station to make a report and promised to help him apply for the reward. After notifying their families, Lin Zikin and Shining Han prepared to head to the police station, assuming everything would go smoothly. But as the police led the suspect away in handcuffs, horror struck. The man's face began to twist grotesquely, mutating before their eyes into a giant, aberrant rat. The monster broke free from its cuffs and swiped at the officers with massive claws. The police captain ordered all forces to open fire while protecting the civilians, but the bullets had no effect. A frantic report identified the heretic as having fused with Rat King genes and called for immediate backup. Realizing the danger, Lin Zikin grabbed Shining Han and teacher Xia, urging them to run. Fortunately, the mutant didn't chase them, but he knew they had to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the creature. As they fled, a new figure streaked down from the sky, enveloped in a purple aura. It was a female cyborg in sleek, futuristic armor. She landed a powerful blow on the giant rat, staggering it backward. Hovering, the cyborg, with short, dark purple hair, charged a laser cannon in her chest. With a command, she unleashed a massive purple energy beam that engulfed the mutant rat. The creature roared in agony before being completely disintegrated, leaving only scorched remains. Lin Zikin watched, stunned by the cyborg's overwhelming power. With the threat gone, teacher Xia and Shining Han breathed sighs of relief. Lin Zikin, however, was more concerned about his bike, noting with relief that the blast hadn't damaged it, a huge financial loss averted. Just then, he noticed something else. The expensive ghost shadow squid in the bike basket had spoiled, giving off a foul stench. He now understood his initial theory was correct. Absorbing life essence caused the meat to spoil, but with a delay. Holding up a limp tentacle, Lin Zikin realized he needed an excuse. Thinking quickly, he blamed the fight and the now-deceased heretic. Putting on a dramatic show, he threw the spoiled tentacle down with a loud clatter, exclaiming that the heretic and the cyborg's attack had roasted the meat. Teacher Kaowei comforted him gently, saying, "What matters is that they're all safe." Although the captain had requested they head home, Lin Zikin and Shining Han ended up riding with the security team to the station. To their surprise, the van carried the remains of the heretic. After the laser blast, all that remained was a pile of scorched flesh on a gurney, the smell overpowering. Sitting amidst the stench, Lin Zikin had another thought. He remembered that the Beast Fang's Bayou had given them still contained life essence long after the creature's death. A new possibility dawned on him. Could there be life essence left in the corpse as well? And if so, could he devour the heretic's Rat King gene for himself? Curiosity won. Sitting in the police van, Lin Zikin discreetly reached toward the remains. The moment his fingers touched the scorched flesh, a powerful surge of red energy flowed into him. His system confirmed that he had devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence, unlocking its guidebook with an impressive 5% progress. Shocked by how much he absorbed, he realized that the freshness of the source directly influenced the amount of life essence he could obtain. The escorting officer, Abing, noticed his movement and told him to sit still. Lin Zikin quickly claimed he just needed a stretch. Later, at the public security office, he knew the captain was much sharper than Abing. The captain informed him that the bravery reward had been applied for, but then asked a serious question. How had a middle schooler, in poor lighting and at such a distance, precisely hit the heretic's knife hand with a rock? Lin Zikin gave a vague response, claiming it was because he often trained his right hand. The captain was left speechless. Their conversation was interrupted when Shining Han called out that her Annie had arrived. Lin Zikin was startled to see his parents rushing into the station. His mother ran toward him in panic, calling his name with a terrified expression. She threw her arms around him tightly, asking if he was all right and saying he'd scared her half to death. He reassured her, telling her he was fine and had even earned a bravery reward. Holding him close, his mother made him promise that next time there was danger, he would hide somewhere safe first. Tears glistened in her eyes as she said all she wanted was to see him grow up safe. Lin Zikin was visibly moved by her heartfelt concern. As they left, he reassured her he would always protect himself first. The police captain watched them go, still pondering the boy's unusual abilities. On the way out, Lin Zikin passed two female officers discussing the case. One complained that perverts were getting more brazen, while the other revealed that the heretic had been a liberal arts student at Guangyuan University, brainwashed by the rat god cult. The first officer cursed the cult, but the second remarked that the root cause needed to be eliminated, the self-proclaimed Rat King. The name instantly grabbed Lin Zikin's attention. In the car on the way home, he immediately started researching the rat god cult on his phone. He was surprised to find a wealth of information. He learned the cult's main base was in Shanghai, and most members were societal outcasts. He uncovered a shocking detail. The Rat King sought to evolve into a higher life form, forcing followers to gather evolution materials. This led to a chilling question. Had the Rat King, an aberrant beast, already developed sentience? His thoughts were interrupted when he glanced out the window and saw a giant rat nearly the size of Cat scurrying along the sidewalk. For a moment, he wondered if it was connected to the Rat King, but quickly dismissed the thought, noting that cat-sized rats weren't uncommon in the South. Shaking off the distraction, he noticed Shining Han had been unusually quiet, squirming uncomfortably with her knees pressed tightly together. He immediately understood. Ever since she was a child, whenever she got nervous or startled, she couldn't control her bladder. While embarrassing, Lin Zikin had always suspected this peculiar reaction might be tied to some hidden potential within her. Once home, his mother, Jiang Wangxin, was shocked to see that nearly 3,000 yen worth of beast meat was gone. Lin Zikin quickly came up with an excuse, sheepishly claiming that during the emergency, he must have dropped it while running away. His mother immediately prioritized his safety over the meat, telling him it didn't matter as long as he was unharmed. Lin Zikin breathed a silent sigh of relief, glad he had fooled her. His father, Lin Yin, however, was more stubborn. Announcing that he was going back to look for the expensive meat, he boasted that even a fated wage slave like him was tough enough to handle it. Lin Zikin tried to stop his father, arguing that it was too dangerous and the meat was already spoiled. His father, suspicious, asked how he could possibly know it had gone bad. Sweating nervously, Lin Zikin quickly claimed it was an obvious guess. Meanwhile, back at the now-empty public security office, the captain lingered, still pondering the night's strange events. Smoking a cigarette, he couldn't shake the question. How could an ordinary middle schooler throw a rock with such incredible power and precision? Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the corner. His eyes widened in shock as he saw a massive rat, far larger than any normal rodent, perched atop the filing cabinets. Before he could react, the giant rat leapt down. The captain instinctively drew his pistol and opened fire, but the confrontation ended in a bloody blur. The next day in class, Lin Zicken sighed at his desk. Reflecting on the previous night, he realized he was still too weak compared to the powerful heretic and the female cyborg. He needed money fast to buy more beast meat, like the ghost shadow squid, to fill his guidebook's progress bar. He considered becoming an influencer or selling study materials, but dismissed the ideas. They were too flashy and conflicted with his goal of keeping a low profile. Suddenly, an idea struck him. In this world, martial arts and gene fusion were far more important than academics. He decided it was time to act. Later, he headed to the gym in Building C, where the martial arts team practiced. Coach Guo was drinking from a thermos and looked up, surprised to see him. "Are you here to join, or just learn more about the team?" he asked. Lin Zicken leaned in discreetly and asked if joining the team offered a chance to compete in city tournaments, and whether the prize money was substantial. The coach smiled. "Yes, you'd have a chance, and prizes are worth tens of thousands." Satisfied, Lin Zicken shook the coach's hand. "I'm joining the martial arts team today." Coach Guo's face lit up. He gathered the team to announce their new member, introducing Lin Zicken and reminding everyone of his sports meet achievements. The other team members, Zhang Kai, Heng Tianing, Ashing, Lu Tong, and Han Yigua, introduced themselves. Finally, Lin Zicken introduced himself. Having no formal martial arts training, he watched as Coach Guo demonstrated basic fist and leg techniques. The coach explained that while the moves looked simple, they were difficult to master. Lai Shutong, the team's fastest learner, had taken a week to perfect them. He then encouraged Lin Zicken to try. Assuming a ready stance, Lin Zicken relied on his celestial root of wisdom, which granted him heaven-sent martial insight. He had already memorized and understood every detail of the demonstration just by watching. As he practiced the fist techniques, a system notification awarded him points in vitality, strength, dexterity, and proficiency. He executed every hand and fist movement with flawless precision and speed. Transitioning seamlessly into the leg techniques, he performed powerful, fluid kicks. Another system notification granted points for leg muscles, dexterity, and proficiency. Coach Guo and the team watched in stunned silence. The coach's jaw dropped, and he almost fumbled his thermos, unable to believe someone could learn such complex forms perfectly after one look. A single thought formed in his mind. This must be a once-in-a-million martial arts prodigy. That evening in Shanghai, Lin Zicken's mother, Jiang Wangxin, called him for dinner. He rushed out eagerly, spoon in hand, asking what she had made. She proudly presented a large platter of the ghost shadow squid he had wanted. The aroma was incredible. "Wow, it smells amazing," he exclaimed. She urged him to eat while it was hot. Taking a bite, he praised her cooking as the best in the world. Pleased, she told him to eat a lot, explaining she had bought 3 full gins for him. As Lin Zicken eats, a system notification appears. He has devoured a trace of the ghost shadow squid's life essence through consumption, raising his guidebook progress to 3.01%. He frowns in frustration, realizing that simply eating the meat works just as well as touching it. If only he had known, he wouldn't have spoiled the first batch by handling it directly. While they eat, a news report catches their attention. It features a 14-year-old genius girl, hailed as the youngest cyborg in history. After fusing with an energy core, her system grants her superhuman abilities, lifting a 5,000 kilograms SUV with one hand, sprinting 100 meters in 3 seconds, and leaping 8 meters vertically. Watching, Lin Zicken ponders a familiar debate in his world between the Kyoto prodigy's gene fusion and the girl's cybernetic enhancements. Which path produces greater power? His thoughts are interrupted by another breaking news story. It announces that the security captain they had met, Hun Shan, was killed in his office. Surveillance footage shows him being attacked and devoured by a giant mutant rat that infiltrated the station. Medics wheel his body into an ambulance. Lin Zikin is horrified. He recalls the enormous rat he had seen the night before and wonders if it was connected. He imagines a giant rat rampaging through the city. The captain's death is a grim reminder of how the danger in the city is escalating. Staring intently, Lin Zikin resolves to intensify his training immediately. After grueling practice, his speed and strength skyrocket. He can now sprint 100 meters in 4.61 seconds, leap 5.3 meters vertically, and lift an astounding 1,200 kilograms with one hand. Alongside personal training, he continues martial arts practice with the school team, aiming to boost his strength quickly for the upcoming tournament. The next morning, he heads to the gym, with a curious Shun Qinghan following him. On the way, a girl with pink hair warmly greets Lin Zikin and offers him a bottle of fresh milk. He politely declines, thanking her, and walks past with Shun Qinghan, leaving her disappointed. Watching from a distance is his teammate, Jiang Kai. Clenching his fists in frustration, he resents that the person who beat him at the sports meet is rejecting the gift from the girl he admires. Unable to contain his anger, Jiang Kai rushes forward and blocks their path. He confronts Lin Zikin, scolding him for poor manners and for hurting the girl's feelings. Lin Zikin calmly explains that he is allergic to milk, but Jiang Kai refuses to believe him, calling him a liar. Enraged, Jiang Kai points at Lin Zikin and challenges him to a spar. He sets the terms. If he loses, he will never bother Lin Zikin again. If Lin Zikin loses, he must drink the entire bottle of milk. Just as the challenge is issued, a new system notification appears. A new achievement mission has been triggered. Defeat 1,000 different opponents in formal competition to advance the survival of the fittest biological trait. A sly grin spreads across Lin Zikin's face. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. Surrounded by a menacing purple aura, he accepts the challenge, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Word of the duel spreads quickly through the school. Two students decide to watch the fight between the popular junior Lin Zikin and the senior. By the time they arrive, the gym is packed, with a large circle forming around the sparring area. The crowd is clearly on Lin Zikin's side. Many of his female fans cheer him on, including the pink-haired girl from earlier, who readies her phone to record. Jiang Kai scoffs, annoyed that everyone assumes he will lose. Internally, he admits that Lin Zikin's talent has grown incredibly over the past month. He sees this duel as his last chance to put the rising genius in his place and showcase his own strength. In contrast, Lin Zikin appears unfazed. He casually states that he needs to go home for dinner and asks if they can make the fight quick. Taking this as an insult, Jiang Kai smirks and agrees to grant his wish. Coach Gui steps between them to officiate, preparing the arena for the duel. Lin Zikin raises his hand, reminding everyone of the rules. Before the fight officially begins, Jiang Kai shouts for a pause. With a condescending grin, he offers Lin Zikin a handicap, pointing out that he has trained for nearly 2 years while Lin Zikin is only a novice of 1 month. To be fair, he declares, Lin Zikin can take the first 3 moves. Lin Zikin casually agrees. The moment he does, Lin Zikin explodes into motion. Closing the distance in a blur, he catches Jiang Kai completely off guard. Before his opponent can raise his guard, Lin Zikin unleashes a single devastating punch. The blow connects with brutal precision, sending blood flying from Jiang Kai's nose. He collapses unconscious on the gym floor. The entire gym falls into stunned silence. Coach Gui's jaw drops in disbelief, shouting that the fight was over in a single punch. The martial arts team and the surrounding crowd are equally shocked, calling the outcome ridiculous. They cannot process that the duel lasted less than a second. The silence breaks with a roar of celebration. Shun Qinghan throws her fist in the air, ecstatically cheering for Lin Zikin. The other girls, including the pink-haired admirer, join in, shouting in awe of his skill. Standing over his defeated opponent, Lin Zikin receives a system notification. It informs him that by defeating a rival and winning the admiration of the opposite sex, he has obtained priority mating rights. More importantly, his new mission progress is now 1,000. He reflects that he still has a long way to go to unlock the natural selection attribute. To accelerate his progress, he turns to the remaining, terrified members of the martial arts team. With a friendly yet unsettling smile, he suggests they should all spar as well. The team members stare back, faces pale with horror. Immediately, they start making pathetic excuses. One claims he is crammed for school, another says his mother is waiting for dinner, and others pretend to feel sick. Meanwhile, Jang Kai struggles to his knees. Refusing to accept his loss, he furiously accuses Lin Zikin of a sneak attack and vows to crush him in a rematch. Coach Gua steps in, telling Jang Kai to accept defeat like a man. Curious, the coach wonders aloud if the punch was merely lucky and decides to test the theory on another team member, Xiaozi. Hearing his name, the spiky-haired Xiaozi freezes in terror. Though he assumes a fighting stance, his fear is palpable as he begs Lin Zikin for mercy, asking him not to hit his face. 10 minutes later, the results are clear. Several martial arts team members lie unconscious on the gym floor. Lin Zikin stands over them, noting that he deliberately held back, exchanging only a few controlled blows. However, checking his system reveals a disappointment. Aside from the initial victory, none of the other spars counted toward his achievement. The rival count remains at 1,000. Friendly sparring isn't enough. He must defeat rivals in official competition. As he contemplates this, Coach Gua claps him on the shoulder, grinning wildly. He declares Lin Zikin a true genius, amazed that the newcomer became the team's ace in just over a month. Filled with confidence, the coach proclaims that with Lin Zikin leading, their school will crush all others and claim first place at this year's regional martial arts tournament. Lin Zikin has a moment of clarity. The coach is right. The upcoming tournament is the perfect opportunity to face many official opponents at once. Determined, he understands that defeating them in official competition will finally count toward his survival of the fittest progress. His thoughts are interrupted by the defeated Jang Kai. Having regained consciousness, Jang Kai rises, points at Lin Zikin, and formally accepts his loss with a bizarre and overly graphic declaration of submission. His strange words leave everyone, including Shin Han, Coach Gua, and Lin Zikin, completely shocked and disturbed. With the duel over, spectators and the coach quickly leave, leaving Jang Kai alone, grumbling that he hadn't finished his speech. In this world, high schoolers must choose between martial arts and academics, with martial arts considered superior due to the constant dangers. Determined not to be left behind, Shin Han decides to join the martial arts class. She begins rigorous daily training alongside Lin Zikin. Their routine is intense: a 30,000-meter run, an hour of hand-to-hand combat practice, followed by sit-ups and push-ups to build strength. Each session concludes with Lin Zikin giving Shin Han a massage to relieve muscle tension, ensuring she can endure the relentless training. Lin Zikin doesn't slack on his own training. He pushes himself to the limit every day, driven by the goal of winning the tournament and unlocking the natural selection attribute as quickly as possible. 1 month later, all their hard work is about to be tested. The day of the regional martial arts tournament has arrived. The massive city gymnasium is packed, the crowd encircling a central fighting ring. In the waiting area, tension is thick. Coach Gua nervously reviews the roster, complaining that Shanghai High has drawn a match against the strongest team, Shanghai No. 1 High. Another team member adds to the anxiety, pointing out that their opponents have a fighter capable of running 100 meters in under 9 seconds, leaving the team feeling outmatched. Sensing their low morale, Lin Zikin calmly raises his hand and volunteers to fight first. Though still worried, Coach Gua agrees, letting his ace take the stage. As Lin Zikin enters the arena, Shin Han cheers him on from the sidelines while Coach Gua shouts encouragement through a megaphone. Lin Zikin readies himself. His opponent, a much larger and more muscular student from Shanghai No. 1 High, steps forward. Acknowledging Lin Zikin's accomplishment in reaching the tournament as a first year, the opponent quickly shifts to mockery. Sneering, he says the stage isn't meant for a shorty who hasn't even hit 1.7 meters. Flexing his bicep, he promises to show Lin Zikin what a real gap in size and power feels like. The referee signals the duel to begin. The large opponent rushes forward, unleashing a powerful punch. To his shock, Lin Zikin doesn't retreat. He sidesteps effortlessly and counters with a single, devastating punch to the opponent's chest. The impact is brutal, sending the massive student flying across the arena and knocking him out cold. The announcer stares in stunned silence, finally stammering out a declaration of victory for Lin Zikin. On the sidelines, Shin Han jumps to her feet, cheering wildly. The rest of the Shanghai High team erupts in celebration, mobbing Coach Gua and shouting that Lin Zikin is insane, dismissing the strength of his opponent as mere dead muscle. Across the arena, the coach of Shanghai No. 1 High fumes. He berates his defeated student for charging him blindly, ignoring footwork. Back in the ring, Lin Zikin receives a system notification confirming he has defeated another tournament rival. His ranking improves, and his elimination count climbs to 2,100. He clenches his fist in satisfaction, knowing these official matches are exactly what he needs. Determined to stop him, the opposing coach calls forward his next fighter, a boy named Chun Fong. He orders him to crush the first-year prodigy quickly. Chun Fong calmly agrees, stepping onto the stage with composure. The announcer signals the duel. Chun Fong immediately showcases his superior technique, moving with incredible speed and launching a flurry of attacks. Lin Zikin meets the assault calmly, blocking a powerful kick with one hand. The force sends Chun Fong spinning through the air, crashing hard onto the arena floor, unconscious. Medics rush in, carrying him away on a stretcher and stating he needs a head scan. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, questioning what just happened. Some spectators angrily demand a refund, insisting the tournament must be rigged. The coach of Shanghai No. 1 High, however, realizes the truth with dawning horror. This first year from Shanghai High isn't lucky. He is the real deal. In the waiting area, the opposing coach devises a new strategy. He calls forward his next fighter, a spiky-haired boy named Jie Fei, and orders him to focus entirely on defense, warning that losing is unacceptable. Jie Fei, brimming with confidence, assures his coach he will win. Walking to the ring, he internally dismisses Lin Zikin's victories, believing them to be lucky tricks. With his superior speed, running 100 meters in under 9 seconds, and greater experience, he is certain he cannot lose. The crowd buzzes with anticipation, spectators discussing Jie Fei's reputation and marveling at his speed. Some note that his father is a gene fusion user, explaining his enhanced abilities. Most agree that Lin Zikin's impressive run is about to end, though they acknowledge his incredible potential. The announcer signals the duel to begin. Ignoring his coach's instructions, Jie Fei immediately goes on the offensive, lunging at Lin Zikin with a powerful kick, followed by a rapid flurry of strikes using his special technique, the flowing water shattering rock fist. His coach shouts in fury at his disobedience, but Jie Fei scoffs at defense, convinced a genius like him doesn't need it. Meanwhile, Lin Zikin observes the technique with interest and decides to learn it on the spot, analyzing each movement as he effortlessly evades the attacks. Jie Fei grows increasingly frustrated as he fails to land a single hit. Out of breath, he demands to know how Lin Zikin is dodging his attacks. Unfazed, Lin Zikin calmly asks if he has any other moves, taunting him. Enraged, Jie Fei unleashes another desperate barrage of punches. Lin Zikin studies the same predictable pattern for a moment, then decides observation is over. He thinks, all right then, let's end this. Effortlessly, he dodges the final punch and counters with a single, devastating kick to Jie Fei's midsection, instantly ending the match. The crowd is stunned into silence. Moments later, thunderous cheers erupt from the Shanghai High supporters. Coach Gua and Shin Han shout in exhilaration, celebrating Lin Zikin's third consecutive victory and praising him as a beast. The remainder of the tournament proceeds just as easily. The next few opponents prove even weaker, and Lin Zikin dispatches them with minimal effort. Soon, he has single-handedly defeated all 5 fighters from the opposing team. Over the next 2 days, the pattern continues. He takes down 2 more schools with ease, ultimately leading Shanghai High to claim the championship. He and his team proudly pose with medals and the trophy. Checking his system, however, Lin Zicken notices his rival count is only 161,000. He feels disappointed. At this rate, it will take years to unlock the natural selection attribute. Despite this slow progress, there's a silver lining. Coach Gu generously awards him the bulk of the tournament prize money, a full 20,000 yuan. Combining this with his academic competition winnings, he now has roughly 30,000 yuan. He immediately spends it all at the supermarket on a massive supply of ghost shadow squid meat. Over the following weeks, he devours the expensive meat at every meal. After consuming 30 jin, his codex progress for the ghost shadow squid reaches 33%. The combination of intensive training and steady consumption of beast meat pays off. By his second year of middle school, Lin Zicken breaks through to the next tier, advancing from ordinary tier 3 to tier 4. His physical abilities skyrocket. He can now effortlessly lift 1,890 kilograms with one hand, jump 5.65 meters vertically, and sprint 100 meters in just 49 seconds. Time flies, and soon Lin Zicken and Shinxin Han graduate from Shanghai's middle school division. But when the high school entrance exam results are released, their paths seem destined to diverge. Heartbroken, Shinxin Han sits in her room, crying. She asks Lin Zicken why, wondering how their hard work couldn't keep them in the same high school. He explains that while he ranked first in both liberal arts and martial arts, and her academic scores were excellent, her martial arts score wasn't high enough for the elite class at Shanghai High. Shinxin Han tearfully asks what will happen now. Lin Zicken reassures her that the principal of Shanghai High is coming to his house, likely to recruit him, and asks if she will come with him. Feeling hopeless, she responds that it has nothing to do with her, as the principal is obviously only coming for him. Taking her hand, Lin Zicken pulls her up and leads her out of the room, telling her not to worry. He has a plan. He reveals his one condition for staying at Shanghai High. Shinxin Han must be his desk mate. As promised, the principal visits Lin Zicken's home. She, his mother, and Shinxin Han discuss his future for several hours. The principal emphasizes how much she wants him to stay at her school. As the meeting concludes, the principal stands to leave and offers one final concession. If Lin Zicken agrees to stay, he can make any request. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zicken states his condition. Shinxin Han must be allowed to remain in the same class with him. The principal glances at the nervous Shinxin Han, confirms her name, and without hesitation agrees. She smiles and tells them both to report to Shanghai High together for the new school year. Overjoyed, Lin Zicken and Shinxin Han thank her. With their high school future secured, Lin Zicken participates in his final junior high martial arts tournament. As expected, his overwhelming power carries his team to another decisive championship victory. Lin Zicken decides to use his prize money to finally unlock the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex. He was only 20% away, and the new winnings were more than enough to max out the progress bar. Unsure of what might happen, he travels to a secluded forest outside Shanghai for safety. Wasting no time, he begins devouring the remaining squid meat, drawing in its life essence. A powerful blue energy envelopes him, and a system notification confirms that he is absorbing a large amount of essence. His eyes widen as a final surge of power courses through him, and the Codex progress bar hits 100%. Another notification appears. Ghost Shadow Squid Codex unlocked. New biological attribute acquired. Blessing of Liquid Affinity. The ability enhances his connection with water, allowing him to move freely in aquatic environments and even vanish underwater. Yet, standing in the quiet forest clutching the limp squid tentacles, he can't help feeling the new power is somewhat underwhelming. Still, he decides to test his ability in a nearby pond. He quickly notices benefits. He can remain submerged for long periods without his skin wrinkling, and swimming feels smoother, with significantly reduced water resistance. Beyond that, nothing extraordinary happens. He rationalizes that, since the Ghost Shadow Squid is a low-tier beast, it's fair that its associated attribute isn't overwhelmingly powerful. Resolving to obtain stronger abilities, Lin Zicken decides he will either save up for higher-grade beast meat or grow strong enough to hunt powerful wild mutants himself. Memories of the terrifying giant mutant rats strengthen his resolve, and he clenches his fist, determined to grow stronger. With less than a week before school begins, Lin Zikin's mother and Shin Han's family plan a trip to help him better study his new liquid affinity. Lin Zikin suggests the beach. As they stand in the ocean, Shin Han shivers and complains about the cold water. Lindekin, in contrast, feels perfectly at home. Ease into it, he tells her, then dives into the water, swimming with incredible speed. Each stroke and dive earns him system stat points for swimming and diving. From the shore, a nervous Shin Han calls out, asking him to teach her how to swim. Lin Zikin suddenly remembers that his childhood friend never learned. He begins patiently guiding her through the basics. Given her average athleticism, he assumes she'll struggle, yet she surprises him. Excitedly, she exclaims that swimming feels surprisingly easy, diving effortlessly. She moves gracefully, surfacing with a shocked expression. To Lin Zikin's astonishment, a strange blue aura of water seems to emanate from her as she swims. It's amazing, she says. Normally, opening your eyes underwater stings, but not this time. It feels cool and pleasant. Her words leave Lin Zikin deep in thought. Watching her swim, he senses something unusual. Even accounting for natural talent, there's no way she could have mastered everything so quickly. Her rapid learning is far from normal. Suddenly, realization hits him. He recalls her lifelong bedwetting problem, her inability to control herself when nervous. Could this weakness actually be a sign of a powerful, innate water affinity she was born with? Excitement surges through him. He becomes convinced she might possess a special cultivation body, akin to the powerful figures from his parents' novels. To test his theory, they continue diving. Shin Han's performance shocks him further as they explore the underwater world. They have been holding their breath for over 10 minutes, and Lin Zikin watches, increasingly certain that her potential is extraordinary. An incredible feat for a beginner like Shin Han. As they swim, her expression suddenly shifts. A strange, swirling sound vibrates through the water around her. Both of them look up, trying to locate the source. They surface abruptly, and Shin Han cries out as the glowing blue water seems to twist and churn around her. Later that night, walking along the beach, Lin Zikin asks what happened. Shivering, she explains that underwater, she kept hearing strange, eerie sounds right by her ear. He comforts her and asks for details. She explains that she couldn't understand the language. It was a female voice, echoing continuously until she surfaced. To help calm her, Lin Zikin takes her back to their hotel room. Later, he searches online for any information about the mysterious voice, but finds nothing. Unsettled and restless, he channels his energy into training. Performing 1,000 weighted sit-ups, he suddenly feels a surge of power. A system notification appears. Hard work has paid off. Lin Zikin has advanced to ordinary tier 5. Surprised but pleased, he considers his new strength. At tier 5, he is now powerful enough to rival a fully grown giant mutant rat. A determined glint lights his eyes as he clenches his fist, confident that tearing such beasts apart with his bare hands is no longer impossible. Eager to test his limits, he heads to the empty beach at night. The stat boosts are immense. His 100-meter dash time drops to a blistering 3.64 seconds, and his vertical jump soars to an incredible 6.98 meters. To test his raw power, he finds a nearby car and discovers he can now lift the 1,600 kilograms vehicle with one hand. With this new progress, his life continues moving forward. The vacation ends, and he and Shin Han begin high school at Shanghai High. On the first day, they arrive early for class duty. Two female classmates immediately recognize him, whispering excitedly about how handsome he is and how lucky they are to be on duty with him. Lin Zikin is surprised that word of his feats has already spread. Even more unexpectedly, simply performing class duty triggers a new system quest. The achievement requires completing 1,000 cooperative tasks for a new biological attribute, social animal. As he cleans the classroom with Shin Han, he wonders what this new attribute might do. Since the school year has just begun, he takes the opportunity to visit the mammoth supermarket after class. Now that he has unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex, he knows it's time to select a new target. As he browses the expensive beast meat section, his eyes lock onto a new prize. In a refrigerated case sits the packaged head of a savage giant eagle, priced at 1,998 yuan per gene. An eager grin spreads across his face. This will be his next target. The savage giant eagle is a higher-tier aberrant beast than the Ghost Shadow Squid, with extraordinarily sharp vision, 30 times stronger than in normal humans, making it a deadly hunter capable of capturing even the fastest prey. Back in his room, Lin Zikin examines the eagle meat. Unlocking its guidebook promises a massive combat advantage, thanks to its enhanced vision. He notes the price is relatively affordable and places his hand on the meat. Blue energy surrounds him as a system notification confirms he has devoured a trace of the savage giant eagle's life essence, unlocking 1% of its guidebook. After calculating, he realizes that since one gene of meat provides only 1% progress, he would need to spend over 200,000 yuan to fully unlock the guidebook. Understanding that high school tournament prize money is much higher than in middle school, he resolves to work harder in competitions to earn the funds and unlock the Savage Giant Eagle Codex before his second year. With the end of summer vacation, Lin Zikin's high school life at Shanghai High begins. On the first day, the teachers introduce themselves: the martial arts and homeroom teacher, the mechanical modification instructor, the gene fusion teacher, and the wilderness survival instructor. After the introductions, students are asked to present themselves. Several go first. A girl with long purple hair, Chu Yutong, shares that her specialty is in the arts. She is followed by the energetic pink-haired girl, Zhang Yi, who loves anime, cosplay, and sports. Next, a boy named Peng Hua Guang talks about his passion for video games at home. Soon, it is Shun Qing Han's turn. Being the center of attention makes Shun Qing Han extremely nervous. With a blushing face, she manages to introduce herself, saying her name is Shun Qing Han, that she enjoys drawing, and politely asking everyone for their guidance. Finally, it is Lin Zikin's turn. His introduction is short and direct. He simply states his name and asks for everyone's support. Time passes quickly after introductions. A new female classmate with brown hair approaches Shun Qing Han, catching her by surprise. The girl asks about her entrance exam score. Shun Qing Han nervously replies that she scored 709 points, then politely asks Chu Rue for her score. Chu Rue, impressed, exclaims that Shun Qing Han's score is over 10 points higher than her own, 698. Curious, Chu Rue asks about the physical fitness portion. Admitting she only scored 95 out of 100, Chu Rue's question makes Shun Qing Han extremely uncomfortable. She stammers, internally panicking, because her own score of 79 was nearly low enough to prevent her entry into the elite class. Embarrassed, she struggles to respond. Not picking up the hints, the persistent Chu Rue continues to guess, asking if Shun Qing Han scored 94 or 93. Shun Qing Han, looking down in shame, quietly admits it was even lower. Chu Rue continues guessing scores in the low 90s, leaving Shun Qing Han even more flustered. Suddenly, a hand slams down on the desk between them, startling Chu Rue. It is Lin Zikin. He leans in smoothly and asks the flustered girl if he can add her on WeChat. Surprised and thrilled that such a handsome boy is paying attention to her, she eagerly agrees. From her seat, Shun Qing Han breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that Lin Zikin saved her from the awkward conversation. Lin Zikin then turns to another male classmate, Hiyu, and asks to exchange contact information as well. After adding them, he creates a 4-person group chat. A system notification immediately confirms the creation of the group, completing another cooperative task. His progress toward the social animal achievement is now 2 out of 1,000. He reflects that this quest seems surprisingly easy. After creating the group, the 4 new friends begin getting to know each other. Lin Zikin reveals he is from neighboring Nuan City and comes from a prestigious martial arts family that runs a dojo. He proudly mentions placing 8th in the Nuan City Youth Martial Arts Competition. Chu Rue shares that her family owns a chain of clothing stores, giving her wealth. As Lin Zikin and Shun Qing Han share their backgrounds, The group quickly becomes close-knit. As they grow comfortable, Hyu asks the others to guess who the strongest student in the class is. Chu Rue immediately points to Lin Zikin, guessing it must be him since he topped the entrance exam for the entire district. This shocks Hyu, who had no idea his new friend was so accomplished. Lin Zikin humbly suggests that being the top scorer doesn't necessarily make someone the strongest. He reveals that the principal spent a significant sum to recruit two exceptionally powerful students from Wuhan City for their class. He points them out. The first is Wang Shuyer, a blonde boy ranked 3rd in Wuhan City, who can sprint 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. The second is Lu Gang, a large, muscular boy with immense natural strength, able to lift a 300 kilograms barbell with one hand. Shinxing Han and Hyu are visibly impressed and intimidated. Lin Zikin, however, remains calm, internally scoffing at their feats, knowing he surpassed those numbers back in elementary school. Soon, the bell rings and the next class begins, textbook distribution. The semester features 4 main subjects: martial arts, gene fusion, mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Since Lin Zikin had already self-studied all the material, he decides to use the free time to find a secluded spot to train. As he trains, his thoughts turn to the larger threats outside school. He recalls that the dangerous rat god cult is still active. The police have captured only lower-level heretics, while the powerful Rat King remains at large. This grim reality fuels his determination. Clenching his fist, he resolves to increase his power as quickly as possible, aiming to reach at least Tier 6, a level he believes is strong enough to confront even the Rat King. The first practical class is Wilderness Survival. Teacher Shi Changbi gathers the students in a wooded area and asks if anyone knows how to make a fire by drilling wood. Hyu mutters, "It's a useless skill." To everyone's surprise, both Wang Shuo and Lu Gang step forward and successfully start fires using the primitive method. The teacher is impressed and asks how they learned. Lu Gang explains he learned at summer camp, while Wang Shuo claims he taught himself by watching videos online. After observing, Lin Zikin easily teaches the same technique to his small group. They quickly master it under his guidance. Later, in martial arts class, teacher Yao Yuanfang announces that he will teach a special breathing and cultivation technique. Once again, Wang Shuyer and Lu Gang loudly declare that they have already mastered the technique, showing off for the class. Though their demonstration is slightly clumsy, they manage to perform it successfully. Lin Zikin, who already knows the skills perfectly, decides to keep a low profile and not show off. A month passes uneventfully. One day, in mechanical modification class, teacher Kayufi announces a progress test and, to motivate the students, reveals cash prizes for the top 3. 888 yuan for first, 666 for second, and 333 for third. Lin Zikin's eyes light up at the mention of the prize money. Realizing that the first-place reward is almost enough to buy half a gene of the expensive savage giant eagle meat, he grows even more determined. With everyone motivated, the class begins the exam. Coincidentally, the gene fusion teacher, Lu Durin, also surprises the students with a test featuring the same prize structure. After enduring both difficult exams, the students are completely drained. Hyu collapses onto his desk, groaning, while others complain about the difficulty. One girl laments that she had hoped for a 90, but would be lucky to pass with 60. Meanwhile, Wang Shuyer and Lu Gang casually brag about their performance. Hyu asks Wang Shuyer how he did. Confidently, Wang replies that he expects a 95, having struggled only on the last part of the final question. Lu Gang nonchalantly agrees, also expecting a 95. Hyu, listening to their arrogance, clenches his fists in fury, thinking about how badly he wants to punch them. Teacher Fury announces the mechanical modification test results. Guan Ling scored 52 points, while Shinxing Han passed with 61. Excited, she tells Lin Zikin she passed, and he congratulates her on her hard work. The teacher continues. Hyu scored an impressive 88 points. His friends praise him, and he humbly replies that he was just lucky, promising to treat them to a meal with his 333 yuan third-place prize. Next, The teacher confirms that Lu Gang and Wang Shuyer both scored 95, as they predicted. He compliments them for being just one question away from a perfect score. Wang Shuyer confidently claims that with 10 more minutes, he could have solved the final problem, and Lu Gang agrees. Hiyu, frustrated by their bragging, comforts himself with the thought that third place is still his. Then comes the shocking announcement. Despite the difficulty of the exam, one student achieved a perfect score. Lin Zikin with 100 points. Wang Shuyer and Lu Gang are stunned, shouting, "The result is absurd." The rest of the class erupts in cheers. Even a defeated Hiyu joins in, recognizing that Lin Zikin is on a completely different level. Shinxing Han and Chu Rui celebrate his victory as the glory of Shanghai. Ignoring the praise, Lin Zikin focuses on the prize. He raises his hand and asks Teacher Fei when the 888 yuan first-place reward will be distributed. The teacher promises it will be sent later, inwardly finding Lin Zikin's intense focus on money strange. An hour later, the results of the Gene Fusion exam are announced. This time, the Nuan City duo underperforms. Lu Gang scores 81, and Wang Shuyer 83, still good, but clearly disappointing. Shinxing Han achieves an excellent 78, placing her in the top 5 and celebrating with Chu Rui. To the shock of his classmates, Lin Zikin once again secures a perfect score, effortlessly winning another prize. This second crushing victory deals a huge blow to the confidence of Hiyu, Wang Shuyer, and Lu Gang, leaving them demoralized. Unable to accept defeat, Wang Shuyer and Lu Gang question how anyone could achieve full marks on such a difficult test, suggesting that Lin Zikin must have known the answers in advance. Teacher Kai Yuan Fieri immediately shuts down their accusation, stating firmly that it is impossible. He explains that he personally designed every question and that the answers are not available online, making cheating impossible. Wang Shuyer and Lu Gang are left speechless. Their classmates are not so kind. Hiyu and Chu Rui laugh, mocking Wang Shuyer and Lu Gang for being sore losers. Hiyu calls them a disgrace to Nuan City, and Chu Rui adds that uncultured, ugly people always cause the most trouble. After lunch, the practical exam for wilderness survival begins. Teacher Shi Bei explains the rewards, the same cash prizes for the top 3. The exam consists of 3 parts: climbing, swimming, and making fire by friction. Having been soundly defeated in the academic tests, Wang Shuyer turned to Lu Gang, glaring fiercely. "We have to redeem ourselves in the practical exams." Lu Gang nodded, equally determined. "Yes, this time we'll crush Lin Zikin and wipe away our shame." The first event began, climbing, where speed determined the winner. As expected, Lin Zikin's superior physical abilities allowed him to dominate effortlessly. He scaled the rock wall with astonishing speed, leaving the Nuan City duo far behind to claim first place. The tree climbing event ended the same way. Lin Zikin once again took first, while a frustrated Wang Shuyer complained that he couldn't even see his shadow. Though Lin Zikin excelled, his attention remained on Shinxing Han. As he had anticipated, she struggled with climbing, finishing last. Still, he was confident. Her true talent lay in water, and he knew she would regain her confidence during the swimming segment. Next was the fire-starting segment. Eyes on the prize money, Lin Zikin concentrated intensely. His hands moved with lightning speed, and he successfully created a fire in just 58 seconds. Wang Shuyer and Lu Gang watched in disbelief, astounded by his insane efficiency and dexterity. Finally, the swimming portion began. This was Shinxing Han's moment to shine. Tapping into her natural affinity for water, she moved with explosive speed, easily surpassing the Nuan City duo. Wang Shuyer stared in disbelief, convinced he must be hallucinating at the sight of her sudden power. Shinxing Han's victory delivered another crushing blow to their confidence. After the exam, a stunned Wang Shuyer and Lu Gang remained silent for a long time. However, their silence lasted only until lunch. In the afternoon, the final exam for martial arts began. Teacher Yao Yuanfang announced that sparring competitions would determine the top 3 prize winners. For Wang Shuyer and Lu Gang, hope surged. Martial arts, after all, emphasize combat technique and physical prowess. They convinced themselves that if Lin Zikin lacked martial arts skill, his prior victories were meaningless. Before sparring, the teacher had everyone perform a physical test as a warm-up, a 100-meter sprint, a one-hand barbell lift, and a vertical jump. Lin Zikin, holding back slightly to avoid being flashy, still delivered an astonishing performance. He ran 100 meters in 7.78 seconds, lifted a 330 kilograms barbell with one hand, and leapt 18 meters vertically, securing first place in all three events, just slightly ahead of the Manhwa City duo. They were left in complete shock. Wang Shuyer struggled to comprehend Lin Zikin's speed, while Lu Gang was baffled by his strength despite not appearing muscular. Trying to rally, Wang Shuyer reminded Lu Gang that real combat also required technique, and failing the physical test didn't guarantee defeat. The two clung to the hope that their superior technique could still turn the tide. After the warm-up, the class moved to the dueling area for the sparring matches. Lin Zikin, eager to complete his survival of the fittest achievement, stepped into the ring first. But after his overwhelming display, no one dared to challenge him, not even Wang Shuyer or Lu Gang. Seeing the stalemate, teacher Yao intervened, calling a student named Louis to spar with Lin Zikin. The match was over almost before it began. To save time, Lin Zikin ended it instantly with a single devastating punch that sent Louis flying. He then moved through the rest of the opponents with the same brutal efficiency, quickly defeating every student in the class. Wang Shuyer and Lu Gang watched in utter despair. Wang Shuyer realized, with horror, that Lin Zikin was far stronger than they had imagined, and probably hadn't even gone all out during the physical test. He wondered how anyone could possibly compete with such a monster. Just as their spirits hit rock bottom, Hiyu suddenly leaped into the ring, shouting Lu Gang's name. Hiyu points at Lu Gang, declaring he's warmed up and at his peak, and challenges him to a fight, eager to vent his frustration. Lu Gang readily accepts, reasoning that while he might not stand a chance against Lin Zikin, defeating Hiyu would be easy. He vows to flatten Hiyu in 30 seconds. With a battle cry, Hiyu rushes forward, and the two clash in a flurry of strikes. Yet the fight is quickly decided by the clear gap in their power. Lu Gang easily catches Hiyu's kick, uses his superior strength to swing him around, and hurls him out of the ring. Hiyu crashes hard, defeated and vomiting. Standing victorious, Lu Gang looks down at his fallen classmate, offering a backhanded compliment. "Your technique is the best in the class," he says smugly, "but I'm still better." No sooner has he celebrated than Lin Zikin approaches, calmly issuing a challenge to spar. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity to advance his survival of the fittest achievement, Lin Zikin's focus is unwavering. Fresh off his win, Lu Gang smirks confidently and accepts, declaring he is unafraid. Lu Gang launches a powerful punch immediately, but the gap between them is glaringly obvious. Lin Zikin moves with blinding speed, effortlessly dodging the attack and leaving afterimages behind. Before Lu Gang can even react, Lin Zikin counters with a swift kick that connects squarely with his back, sending him flying out of the ring in defeat with a single blow. With both members of the Manhwa City duo utterly defeated, the remaining students begin to taunt the last one standing. They shout at Wang Shuyer, asking if he'll avenge his fallen friends and telling him that the pride of Manhwa City now rests entirely on his shoulders. They jeer, daring him not to chicken out. Annoyed, Wang Shuyer snaps at the crowd to shut up, claiming he was already planning to fight. He rushes into the ring to face Lin Zikin. Standing before his overwhelmingly powerful opponent, he steels his resolve, telling himself that what is meant to come will come, and he must find a way to win. Determined, Wang Shuyer shouts that he's going all out and launches a furious attack. Yet his effort is futile. Lin Zikin effortlessly blocks the punch with one hand, then counters with a single devastating blow that sends Wang Shuyer flying upside down. He crashes hard onto the gym floor, knocked out and foaming at the mouth, defeated as easily as everyone else. With the Manhwa City duo taken care of, Lin Zikin systematically defeats the rest of the boys in the class one by one, maintaining the same effortless efficiency. After finishing, he checks his system, According to the rules of the survival of the fittest achievement, defeating the same person multiple times counts only once. This means his only remaining opponents are the girls, and to his surprise, they're more than willing. A crowd of female classmates gathers, blushing and eagerly making heart gestures, all hoping for a chance to fight him. The first to volunteer is Chu Yu Tong, who excitedly raises her hand. She leaps into the ring and attacks with impressive speed and agility. Yet Lin Zikin, holding back significantly, easily dodges her strike. She lands gracefully, commenting on his incredible speed, but disappointed that she came so close without touching him. After Chu Yu Tong's defeat, the other girls volunteer one by one. Lin Zikin maintains a controlled approach, his main goal being to win officially without hurting anyone. Soon, he finishes sparring with all the girls in the class. While he has defeated every student, he is still far from completing his achievement task. A hint of disappointment crosses his mind, but it quickly fades when teacher Yao Yuanfang announces exciting news. Praising the class, he explains that as elite students, they must learn to challenge those above them. In 1 month, their class will spar against the strongest regular class in the second year, and he expects them to be ready. For Lin Zikin, who had been frustrated at the lack of opponents to speed up his achievement, this is perfect timing, a true blessing. After class, a newly humbled Liu Gang approaches him. He admits he had underestimated the school and declares that from now on, he will consider Lin Zikin his rival for the next 3 years. Wang Shuier also confronts him, vowing to wash away the humiliation of his defeat before graduation. Lin Zikin, however, remains focused on the practical benefits. More matches mean more progress toward completing his survival of the fittest achievement within a year. He calculates that he has earned over 3,000 yuan from the exam prizes alone. The thought excites him. Now he has enough to buy more beast meat. He clenches his fist, completely ignoring the Nuan City duo, who were left fuming at his arrogant dismissal. That night, back in his room, Lin Zikin considers his financial situation. Although the prize money is helpful, it's still far from enough to purchase all the beast meat he needs. Determined to earn more, he decides to follow in his parents' footsteps and register as a web novel author, embarking on his writing journey. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, his writing is exceptional. The next morning, he finds a contract invitation from the UN platform waiting in his messages. After signing, a news report catches his attention, a terrifying incident that had occurred just 2 hours prior. A giant mutant rat had attacked a frozen meat cold storage facility on the outskirts of the city. The report describes the monstrous creature, over 5 meters long, biting a responding cyborg in half. In a desperate act, the cyborg activated a hidden backup energy core to self-destruct, obliterating the rat in a massive explosion. Lin Zikin stares at the horrifying image of the giant mutant rat, a chill running down his spine. He wonders how many more such beasts could be lurking in Shanghai and where they might be hiding. The day of the sparring session against the strongest regular class of the second year arrives, and the students gather at the Shanghai High Gymnasium. Before the matches begin, teacher Yao Yuanfang holds a strategy meeting with the top fighters. He warns them that while their elite class has strong top fighters, the opposing class is stronger overall and will likely use defensive tactics to wear them down. He orders that the fights be finished as quickly as possible. As soon as the meeting ends, Lin Zikin rushes toward the ring, eager to defeat as many new opponents as possible to progress his survival of the fittest achievement. He volunteers to go first. A tall girl with long blonde hair from the second-year class steps into the ring. Seeing Lin Zikin, she immediately protests to her teacher, claiming that the elite class had sent their strongest fighter first. She insists she is the weakest student in her class and questions how she is supposed to face him. Teacher Yao Yuanfang storms over to the opposing teacher, an older man he calls Brother Fun. He angrily accuses him of breaking the unspoken rules of class sparring, which dictate that the weakest students should fight first. He demands an explanation for why the strongest student was sent out first. To settle the dispute, teacher Yao orders Lin Zikin down from the stage. He tells him to let the weaker students go first and assures him that he can fight later. Lin Zikin reluctantly agrees and steps down. The teacher then points to Zhang Yijia and instructs her to go first. She is caught off guard and protests that she isn't ready. Seeing the hesitation, Shining Han steps forward. She volunteers to fight, telling teacher Yao that, as the weakest, she should go first. Shining Han nervously enters the ring to face the tall blonde girl, clearly intimidated. From the sidelines, her classmates, including Chu Ruwei and Hai Yu, begin cheering loudly, shouting encouragement. But the sudden pressure only heightens her nervousness. The match begins. The blonde girl immediately attacks with a powerful punch, which Shining Han barely manages to block. Though clearly outmatched, Shining Han is determined. She knows she can't win, but resolves to hold on as long as possible, adopting a purely defensive strategy designed to drain her opponent's stamina. Her plan proves surprisingly effective. 3 minutes later, the blonde girl is already breathing heavily. Surprised by Shining Han's endurance, the blonde senior realizes that if the fight continues, she will run out of stamina. Determined to finish quickly, she rushes forward with a final decisive punch. The blow lands, knocking Shining Han to the ground in defeat. As she gets back on her feet, Shining Han is visibly embarrassed. Teacher Yao Yuanfang steps forward and praises her performance, giving a thumbs up. He commends her defensive strategy, telling her it was very smart. Lin Zikin also comforts her, patting her head gently. He explains that lasting over 3 minutes against a senior with an extra year of training is a huge accomplishment, and she has made significant progress. Reassured, Shining Han looks up at him with a happy smile. Following Shining Han's defeat, another female classmate with brown hair from the elite class steps into the ring. She sees her senior opponent running low on stamina from the previous match and decides to seize the opportunity. She launches a powerful kick, but the senior easily dodges and counters with a swift punch to the face. The brown-haired girl is quickly overpowered, pinned to the ground, crying out in pain, and forced to surrender. Standing over her defeated opponent, the senior mockingly asks if she had underestimated the regular class by charging in so recklessly. She continues to taunt her, pointing out that while the girl may not have her talent, she has had a full year of training longer. She dismisses her, telling her to return after another year of practice. Just then, Chu Ruwei steps forward, determination blazing in her eyes. She declares that she will avenge Shining Han and crush the senior. Proving to be a formidable fighter, Chu Ruwei defeats her opponent with a single, powerful punch. From the sidelines, Shining Han cheers enthusiastically, calling out how amazing Chu Ruwei is. Lin Zikin explains that Chu Ruwei's victory was easier because Shining Han had drained the senior's stamina first, making her accomplishment impressive. Shining Han smiles happily. 2 hours later, the sparring session continues, and the elite class has even the score. Teacher Yao Yuanfang approaches the second-year teacher, Brother Fun, taunting him by pointing out that his class has only 4 fighters left, confident that his class will win. Then, he turns to his students, warning them not to get complacent. He declares that the true strength of the elite class lies with their top 4 fighters, Lin Zikin, Wang Shou, Lu Gang, and Hai Yu. The real showdown is about to begin. Following the teacher's declaration, Hai Yu is ordered to go next. He cracks his knuckles, determination etched on his face, and steps into the ring in a dramatic, ground-pounding pose. He strikes a fighting stance, theatrically asking his senior opponent if he is prepared to face fists thirsty for battle. The senior, a boy with brown hair, smirks and tells Hai Yu not to be so childish and dramatic. Annoyed, Hai Yu immediately attacks with a swift kick, sending the senior crashing to the ground in defeat. Standing over him, Hai Yu mocks his opponent, questioning where he got the confidence to act so tough with such low skill and calling him trash. Just as Hai Yu celebrates, a more formidable senior with purple-tinged hair stomps into the ring. He glares at Hai Yu, calling him arrogant, and lunges forward with a powerful punch, vowing to teach him some real intensity. To the senior's shock, Hai Yu moves with incredible speed, effortlessly dodging the attack, and counters with a powerful kick that knocks the senior out. Seeing Hai Yu's impressive victories, Chu Ruwei and Shining Han erupt in cheers, shouting encouragement. Fueled by the support, Hai Yu goes on a winning streak, defeating several more opponents in quick succession. After taking down 5 consecutive fighters, he stands exhausted, breathing heavily. Despite his fatigue, he defiantly calls out for the next opponent, boasting he can still take on 10 more. However, it's clear he is running out of stamina. His impressive streak ends when he is defeated by his 6th opponent. With Haiyu eliminated, the situation looks dire for the elite class. They are now down to their last 3 fighters, while the second-year class still has 13 members remaining. Wang Xiaoyer is up next. He unleashes his full power, going on an incredible winning streak, single-handedly defeating 10 opponents in a flurry of furious kicks and punches. However, the long series of battles takes its toll. During his 11th match, Wang Shuj finally runs out of stamina and is defeated. Next, Liu Gang steps forward, quickly dispatching 2 more of the opposing team's top fighters in less than 10 minutes. With only 1 opponent left, teacher Yao Yuanfang smugly suggests that the second-year teacher, Brother Fun, should just surrender. Brother Fun, however, remains unfazed. He smirks and calls forth his final student, Wang Jinhe. A new challenger steps into the ring, an enormous, overweight student who towers over Liu Gang. Despite the intimidating size, Liu Gang is unimpressed, dismissing him as just a slightly larger fatty. Confident, he rushes in, landing a powerful punch to Wang Jinhe's massive belly. To his shock, the blow has no effect. It feels as if he just punched solid rubber. He unleashes a rapid barrage of punches, but all his attacks are absorbed harmlessly by Wang Jinhe's thick layer of fat. Panting and exhausted, Liu Gang realizes his attacks are useless. Wang Jinhe, calm and unbothered, looks down at him and asks if he is finished, declaring it is now his turn. Before Liu Gang can react, Wang Jinhe grabs him by the neck with incredible strength and effortlessly throws him out of the ring, securing the victory and leaving the elite class with only 1 fighter remaining. Stunned by such power, teacher Yao Yuanfang exclaims that he doesn't remember the second-year class having such a strong student. Brother Fun smirks, explaining that Wang Jinhe is a new transfer student who just arrived this semester. He smugly reminds Yao Yuanfang about their bet, pointing out that it looks like he will have to buy dinner for the entire opposing class. Realizing he has been outplayed by a secret weapon, Yao Yuanfang clenches his fist in frustration. Worried that not even Lin Zikin can defeat this monster, he puts on a brave face for his last student. He places a hand on Lin Zikin's shoulder and encourages him to do his best, reassuring him that the experience will be valuable regardless of the outcome. Lin Zikin simply smiles and promises to win, leaving the teacher speechless. Stepping into the ring, Lin Zikin faces Wang Jinhe, who looks down at him unimpressed. He dismisses his opponent as looking rather weak to be his class's final ace. From the sidelines, Shining Han, Chu Rui, and the other elite class girls shout insults at Wang Jinhe, calling him an arrogant fatty and cheering for Lin Zikin to teach him a lesson. Annoyed, Wang Jinhe offers a handicap, telling Lin Zikin he will stand still and allow 10 free hits so that his little fans won't complain later. Lin Zikin happily accepts. Wang Jinhe instructs him to come at full power. Without hesitation, Lin Zikin unleashes a single devastating punch to Wang Jinhe's massive stomach. The force is so immense that it sends the enormous student spinning through the air before he crashes to the floor, knocked out cold. Both classes are left in stunned silence, quickly broken by a massive, tearful cheer from the elite class celebrating Lin Zikin's incredible victory. Moments later, Wang Jinhe slowly regains consciousness, groggy and disoriented, muttering that the outcome was completely illogical and unscientific. After the match, the second-year teacher approaches Yao Yuanfang, praising Lin Zikin's power and comparing his one-punch victory over Wang Jinhe to a former prodigy, Wang Cheng. Yao Yuanfang explains that while Lin Zikin is strong, he isn't yet at Wang Cheng's level. He recounts that Wang Cheng, as a first-year, single-handedly defeated the entire third-year elite class, shocking school leaders. He lists Wang Cheng's stats: a 100-meter dash in 6.12 seconds, a 3.96-meter vertical jump, and a 650 kilograms one-handed barbell lift. Curious, Lin Zikin asks his teachers who Wang is. Yao Yuanfang excitedly explains the legend, But Lin Zikin internally thinks that Wyan Cheng's feats were only on par with the strength he himself possessed during 6th grade summer vacation. That night, the class celebrates their victory at a restaurant. Teacher Yao Yuanfang raises a soda for a toast, joyfully announcing that because Lin Zikin secured their win, the second-year teacher must honor the bet and pay for everyone's feast. The entire class cheers for Lin Zikin's performance. During dinner, Lin Zikin is surrounded by classmates, including Haiyu and Chu Rue, all eager to learn his training secrets and add him on WeChat. He finds the sudden attention a bit strange. Amid the chaos, he notices Shining Han hasn't changed, quietly putting food on his plate to ensure he can eat. Suddenly, Shining Han's expression changes to one of shock and fluster. She quickly tells Lin Zikin that she needs to go to the restroom and rushes away. Observing her, Lin Zikin notes that some things never change. Her nervous or excited urge to pee remains the same. In the restroom, two female classmates gossip. One complains about how Shining Han fawns over Lin Zikin like a maid, always pouring his drinks and peeling his shrimp. The other agrees, questioning how someone like Shining Han could have made the elite class without being a sycophant. She adds that their relationship won't last due to the disparity in their abilities. Unseen, Shining Han overhears everything. Instead of hiding, she confronts them, her eyes fierce with determination. She firmly tells the startled girls that she is not a sycophant. She is a childhood friend. Later that evening, as they walk home, Lin Zikin notices Shining Han seems dejected and gently asks if something is wrong. Looking down sadly, Shining Han confides in Lin Zikin. She explains that her mother always said she would grow out of wetting the bed, yet even now she still has to wear diapers every night. Her frustration is palpable as she admits feeling disabled, as if she cannot even control her own bladder. Lin Zikin gazes at her with a firm yet gentle expression. He tells her she is not disabled. Placing his hands lightly on her shoulders, he comforts her, explaining that her inability to control her bladder is not a weakness. It is actually a superpower that is not yet fully developed. Shining Han looks up at him with wide, hopeful eyes, questioning if it could really be a superpower. Lin Zikin confirms it, telling her that her natural talent in water is a manifestation of this latent power. Intrigued, Shining Han asks if Lin Zikin's own remarkable abilities are also the result of superpower. He smiles confidently and replies that yes, just like her, he too possesses a superpower. Excited by the idea, Shining Han wonders aloud what kind of power she might have. Lin Zikin reassures her that whatever it is, it will definitely be an incredibly powerful one. However, their moment of calm is interrupted. Outside, a special team in protective gear coordinates operations off a building, while an officer with a megaphone instructs the public to stay back as they exterminate a horde of giant rats. Shining Han and Lin Zikin's attention is drawn to the chaos inside. A man in an apron frantically swings a broom at the swarm, desperately trying to fend off the exterminators. He screams at the officers, pleading for them to stop, yelling that they are killing his brothers. His face twists with a mixture of agony and rage as he charges at the officers, shouting that he will fight them to the death. Watching the scene, Shining Han asks Lin Zikin if the man has gone crazy. He agrees that he might be mentally unstable, though he finds the situation deeply pitiful. He gently tells her that sometimes people are like that, and that they should just go home. Later that night, back at Lin Zikin's house, he sits with his parents watching a troubling news report. The anchor announces that a young female teacher went missing last week and has still not been found. His mother, Jiang Wang, expresses alarm, noting that this is the fourth young woman to disappear this month. Lin Zikin's father, Lin Yan, corrects her, stating it is the fifth. The report continues, displaying photos of the missing women, all young and attractive, and issuing a public warning for young women to avoid going out alone at night. Worried, Jiang Wang turns to her son and urges him not to let Shining Han go anywhere alone. Lin Zikin smiles reassuringly and promises to watch over her. Meanwhile, at a public security office in Shanghai City, the man from the market has been taken into custody. A doctor in a lab coat speaks with a police officer. The officer asks the doctor whether the man might be mentally ill. The doctor admits uncertainty, explaining that he has tried to communicate with the suspect, but the man has remained completely silent. The officer notes the strangeness, recalling that the man had been screaming nonstop at the market earlier. Suddenly, the officer's eyes widen in terror. Both he and the doctor turn sharply toward the man, now hunched over, enveloped by a dark, menacing aura. Before their horrified eyes, the man begins a grotesque transformation, mutating into a monstrous, giant, aberrant rat. As the creature grows, the terrified officer frantically screams into his radio, urgently requesting backup and a cyborg intervention, shouting that the person in the interrogation room is turning into a giant, aberrant beast. As the creature continues to grow, a terrified officer urgently reports the situation through his radio, requesting immediate backup and a cyborg unit, while stating that the person in the interrogation room is transforming into a massive, aberrant beast. The giant rat begins to rampage through the area. A police squad opens fire, but the bullets have little effect and only slow it slightly. The officers are forced to retreat. Understanding that direct combat is impossible, he orders his team to fall back to their vehicles. The new strategy is to lure the monster away from the city center and into the suburbs to buy time. The female officer starts a police van, while another officer positions himself inside. The vehicle speeds through the city streets as the giant rat pursues them, leaping between buildings with ease. The officers continue driving at maximum speed to delay the creature as long as possible. The van races up a mountain road and enters a tunnel, but the monster relentlessly closes the distance. With its massive jaws open, it crashes into the back of the van, causing the vehicle to lose control, flip through the air, and slam violently into the ground. Inside the overturned van, the female officer is left hanging upside down, injured. Moments later, a cyborg with short purple hair and sleek combat armor appears, hovering in midair. She locks onto the target and fires a concentrated barrage of purple missiles. The projectiles strike the monster, triggering multiple explosions. After the smoke clears, the cyborg lands on the damaged road. She notices a large tunnel nearby and realizes the rat escaped underground, concluding that these beasts are becoming increasingly intelligent. However, shredded flesh and blood are scattered across the ground, indicating the creature is badly injured and could not have gone far. She determines that tracking it down is still possible. The scene transitions to the city skyline at 3 a.m. In his room, Lin Zichen sits at his computer, focused not on training, but on writing. He reflects on his progress as a web novel author. After writing daily for more than half a month, his novel has reached nearly 200,000 words. More importantly, his paid income has already exceeded 10,000 won. Considering that the book is still in its early release phase, he begins to wonder how much he might earn once it officially launches. Unable to sleep due to excitement, Lin Zichen decides to train. He heads to a deserted, unmonitored alley to test his recent improvements. His progress satisfies him. His 100-meter sprint time has dropped to 3.43 seconds, and his vertical jump has increased to 7.22 meters. He believes that if this rate of improvement continues, achieving a saintly body may be possible. His training is interrupted by a disturbing gnawing sound. Turning toward the noise, he spots a hunched figure in a dark corner. The creature is a grotesque, rat-like humanoid, chewing on a severed human arm. Lin Zichen immediately recognizes it as a mouse man. He recalls the news about the giant mutant rat that escaped earlier and begins to suspect that this creature may be the same monster, now transformed into a more humanoid form. Understanding the danger, Lin Zichen prepares to leave and report the situation. However, the mouse man panics and mistakes his movement as an attempt to flee prey. Before Lin Zichen can react, the creature launches itself forward, rebounding off the alley walls at extreme speed. The attack is too fast to evade. With no alternative, Lin Zichen confronts it directly. As the mouse man lunges toward him, he counters with a single powerful kick to its jaw. The force sends the creature flying before it crashes to the ground. It struggles to stand, clutching its bleeding chest, unable to comprehend how someone who appeared to be an ordinary student could possess such strength. Before it can recover, Lin Zichen hurls a rock that strikes its head. He immediately follows up by throwing multiple rocks in rapid succession. The mouse man is completely overwhelmed and unable to defend itself as the barrage continues. When the attack stops, the creature lies motionless. Lin Zichen cautiously approaches and finds that the mouse man has bin reduced to a pile of steaming skeletal remains. When he touches the remains, a surge of blue energy flows into his body, confirming that he has absorbed a trace of the giant mutant rat's life source. His codex progress increases to 7%, though the gain is smaller than before. He concludes that the difference likely depends on how much of the Rat King's gene each corrupted being had consumed. With dawn approaching and the area no longer safe, Lin Zichen leaves. Shortly afterward, the purple-haired cyborg arrives in the empty alley. Standing over the remains, she questions who could have eliminated the Rat Man. The scene shifts to a dark building where a sinister ritual is underway. A hooded cultist carries an unconscious woman into a glowing red summoning circle and places her at its center. From the darkness, a massive presence with multiple red eyes emerges. Dissatisfied with the offering, the entity expresses its displeasure and threatens the cultist. Terrified, the cultist explains that young women have become cautious, rarely traveling alone at night. The entity orders him to target young men instead. The cultist immediately agrees. A large chunk of raw, bloody meat is thrown onto the floor, which the cultist consumes greedily. As the ritual reaches its conclusion, massive red tentacles rise from the circle, lifting the unconscious woman into the air. The rat god devours her entirely. After feeding, it gives one final instruction, stating that ordinary people are no longer suitable offerings and that nobles should be captured instead, believing their flesh to be more desirable. Later, Lin Zichen helps Shun Qinghan improve her martial arts performance by holding special training sessions at her home. During practice, he corrects her posture, stance, and balance, physically adjusting her movements to help her generate more power. After the corrections, he has her attack at full strength and easily intercept her strikes, noting her improvement while identifying remaining flaws. Following the session, Shun Qinghan collapses onto the floor, exhausted but satisfied. Despite her fatigue, she feels her martial arts ability has clearly improved. Motivated, she suggests increasing the training frequency, but Lin Zichen explains that her body would not withstand daily high-intensity training. She accepts this and agrees to maintain their current schedule. Just then, Lin Zichen's phone vibrates. As he checks the screen, Shun Qinghan leans closer, curious about whether it is a special news update. Two major headlines appear. The first reports that the Jishin Corporation will provide free medical treatment for former mechanical prodigy girls who were left disabled due to early mechanical modifications. The second headline is far more shocking. It reveals that a genius from Beijing University has successfully fused with the thousand-threaded spider beast gene, becoming the youngest person on record to complete a dual gene fusion. Lin Zichen immediately realizes who this genius is. It is the same prodigy from the capital he has been competing against for years. Normally, gene fusion is only possible after reaching adulthood, since younger bodies cannot withstand the backlash of beast genes and often suffer severe mutations. Yet this prodigy has completed a second fusion at just 18 years old. Lin Zichen reflects on the prodigy's extraordinary physical talent and begins to seriously question whether gene fusion might truly be the optimal path to power. Back at home, Lin Zichen focuses on his growing career as a web novel author. Thanks to his extreme writing speed, the novel quickly becomes popular. The comment section is filled with shocked readers reacting to his productivity, including one comment comparing him to a tentacle monster for releasing 50,000 words on the first day. Lin Zichen attributes this efficiency to his foresight and celestial root of wisdom attributes. With consistent practice, he can now write around 10,000 words per hour, allowing him to finish daily updates in about an hour and dedicate the rest of his time to training. His father, Lin Yin-sheng, enters and acknowledges his success. Based on the current pace and stable storyline, he estimates that Lin Zichen could earn around 50,000 won in his first month, with the potential to reach 100,000 won per month as the word count continues to grow. This excites Lin Zichen. With that level of income, he will no longer need to worry about funding his progress in unlocking the exotic beast codex. He sets a clear goal to use the earnings from his first 2 months to unlock the savage giant eagle codex. At school, a martial arts class begins with a sparring session meant to evaluate progress. Lin Zichen's strength is immediately apparent. He dominates the field completely, defeating every opponent with clean and decisive strikes. None of the other students manage to land a hit on him. After the session, the teacher, Yao Yuan Feng, hands him his prize money. Lin Zichen notes that he has earned another 888 yuan and gained additional progress toward his survival of the fittest achievement. Shen Qinghan's results are less impressive by ranking standards, as she finishes last once again. However, her improvement is obvious. Compared to her earlier match against Wan Yuntong, where she was defeated in under 3 seconds, she now manages to hold her ground for nearly 3 minutes. During the match, she actively exchanges blows and lands multiple strikes. Yao Yuanfeng takes notice of this progress and acknowledges her improvement. Once the sparring session ends, the teacher announces a new goal. In 1 month, their class will challenge the second-year elite class, with the objective of defeating everyone except the top 3 fighters. The class responds with strong confidence, satisfying the teacher. A month passes quickly. Lin Zichen checks his bank account and sees a balance of 89,000 won. With this money, he visits the supermarket to inquire about purchasing savage giant eagle meat. The staff member informs him of a promotion offering a 5% discount for purchasing 100 jin at once. After considering his finances, Lin Zichen decides to wait another month so he can afford the full amount and maximize the discount. The following day at school, Shen Qinghan mentions that the cafeteria has added a new stir-fry counter and that the food there has been receiving good reviews. After reaching the cafeteria counter, Shen Qinghan looks at the food and comments that it smells very good. Lin Zichen agrees. They collect their meals and sit at a table, while many other students continue lining up behind them. While eating, Shen Qinghan remarks that coming early was a good decision, otherwise they would have been stuck waiting in a long line. Lin Zichen agrees. At the serving line, a boy suddenly attempts to cut in. Hiyu, who is waiting in line, immediately calls him out and tells him to go to the back. The boy responds that he did not cut the line and claims his desk mate was holding the spot for him. Hiyu, clearly confused, argues that having someone hold a place does not justify cutting and tells him again to go stand at the back. The boy dismisses the complaint, saying it is none of Hiyu's business. Hiyu grows irritated and points out that the desk mate is standing directly in front of him, making it no different from cutting his own place. The boy responds loudly, saying he cut the line and challenges Hiyu to do something about it. From their table, Shen Qinghan notices the situation and tells Lin Zichen that Hiyu seems to be arguing with someone. Lin Zichen calmly replies that there is probably no need to get involved, as Hiyu's presence is intimidating and the other student has already been pressured. However, the boy insults Hiyu and then moves toward his companions, whispering something to them. Moments later, several of the boy's companions step forward and block Hiyu in the line. Hiyu angrily questions what they are doing. One of them casually responds that they are cutting the line. Hiyu demands they return to their places and tries to push them back, but suddenly realizes he cannot move them at all. From a distance, Shen Qinghan observes that Hiyu appears to be getting bullied and points this out to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen steps in and calmly asks the boy to return to the back of the line. The boy turns toward him and asks what Lin Zichen could possibly do if he refuses. Lin Zichen replies that he will report him. The boy mocks this response, calling it contemptible. Lin Zichen responds that cutting in line is what is truly contemptible. After this exchange, the boy and his companions leave the cafeteria. The scene shifts to a villa in Shanghai's wealthy district. Inside, the leader of a cult group informs his companions that Sha Chong has died after provoking the security team at a market. One of the members dismisses his death, stating that Sha Chong was reckless and would have caused trouble sooner or later. The leader then introduces a new boy, announcing that he will take Sha Chong's position. He relays a message from the rat god, stating that ordinary people are unsuitable as sacrifices and that future offerings must be influential individuals. Some companions express concern, pointing out the risks involved in targeting powerful figures. The leader responds that wealthy but powerless merchants' children are safer targets. Turning to the newcomer, the leader assigns him a task. Since he is new, he will begin by capturing a handsome, ordinary young man, who will be offered as a sacrifice to one of the divine children under the rat god. The newcomer confidently promises to deliver the most handsome offering in the city. Later, Hiyu tells Lin Zichen that he investigated the students who cut the line and discovered they are second-year students from the strongest elite class they are about to challenge. He expresses disbelief that even elite students can have such poor behavior. Lin Zichen responds that academic ability does not necessarily reflect character. At that moment, Lin Zichen receives a notification on his phone. He learns that another wealthy second-generation individual has gone missing, making it the 5th such case. There has been no ransom demand, leading him to suspect a connection to the rat god cult. The scene shifts to the day when the first-year class challenges second-year class 3, the strongest elite class. The student who previously cut the line repeatedly stares at Hiyu during warm-ups, and Hiyu responds with equal hostility. Once warm-ups end, sparring begins immediately. Shin Xinghan steps onto the martial arts stage first. Her opponent delivers a powerful kick, knocking her down. Shin Xinghan realizes that the senior student's strength is overwhelming and that even a defensive approach is ineffective. Li Chuxin and the others fare no better. It is only when a slightly stocky, short-haired student enters the ring that the senior is finally defeated. However, another senior quickly takes control, defeating 9 opponents consecutively within 10 minutes, including 3 male students. Before long, the first-year side is reduced to Lin Zichen, Lu Gang, Wang Shuajia, and Hiyu. Meanwhile, the second-year class has lost only 5 students, all female, with many members still untested. The first-year mentor silently acknowledges that the strength gap is overwhelming. He then asks Hiyu whether he can defeat the remaining 6 opponents. Hiyu confidently enters the ring and defeats all 6 with minimal difficulty. A male opponent then steps forward and provocatively challenges Hiyu. Hiyu responds dismissively, noting the opponent's poor manners and lack of self-awareness. He recognizes him as the first male from the opposing class to enter the stage and believes this is his chance for revenge. The opponent suddenly attacks with a fast punch, striking Hiyu's chest and forcing him to his knees. The opponent steps on him and insults him, demanding surrender. Hiyu fights back, but is countered with a heavy blow to the stomach and slammed to the ground. While lying in pain, Hiyu realizes he underestimated his opponent, who deliberately stepped forward to retaliate for the earlier cafeteria incident. The opponent then challenges Lin Zichen directly, provoking him to step onto the stage. Lin Zichen enters the ring calmly, thinking that he finally has a chance to fight. Members of Lin Zichen's team shout encouragement, criticizing the opponent's behavior and urging Lin Zichen to avenge Hiyu. The opponent launches a powerful kick, which Lin Zichen blocks effortlessly. Lin Zichen immediately counters, grabbing the opponent and slamming him into the ground, defeating him instantly and throwing him out of the ring. Members of the opposing team are shocked, recognizing that Shiyu, one of the top 5 students in their class, was defeated with ease. The mentor silently acknowledges that Lin Zichen has been hiding far more strength than he previously revealed. Lu Gang and Wang Shujie are left stunned, questioning whether he can even be considered human anymore. Lin Zichen calmly faces the remaining second-year male students. One by one, they are defeated. Within 30 minutes, all 29 opponents are down. Standing over the final student, Lin Zichen reflects on his survival of the fittest progress. A system notification confirms that his elimination count has reached 119 out of 1,000. Instead of satisfaction, he feels frustrated. The pace is far too slow. He realizes that always fighting last during class sparring sessions severely limits his progress. With his strength now far beyond the high school level, he decides there is no longer a reason to follow their rules. If the existing system is too slow, he will create his own. The following Monday, a shocked voice echoes from the principal's office. Inside, the principal of Shanghai High stares at Lin Zichen in disbelief as Lin Zichen formally requests permission to hold a personal challenge match with rewards. He makes it clear that his target is not a single class, but the entire school. In her office, the principal of Shanghai High presses her hand to her forehead, struggling to process what she has just heard. A first-year student is requesting to challenge the entire school. Lin Zichen confirms his seriousness and asks her to come to the gym, stating that he will demonstrate the strength he claims to possess. Later that night, the two arrive at an empty gymnasium. The principal crosses her arms, questioning why he chose such a late hour. Lin Zichen calmly removes his school jacket, revealing a well-developed physique, and prepares to demonstrate his strength. For a brief moment, the principal misunderstands his intention and attempts to stop him. Before she can react further, Lin Zichen walks over to a heavily loaded barbell and lifts the 700-kilogram weight into the air with a single hand, holding it effortlessly. The principal freezes in shock. At that moment, she understands what he meant by proving his strength. She realizes that his physical power has already surpassed that of Wu Tianqing during his first year, a student long regarded as the school's greatest legend. Fully convinced, She gives her approval and agrees to arrange a formal event that will allow Lin Zichen to challenge the entire student body. Lin Zichen then reminds her that proper rewards must be established, explaining that without incentives, few students would be willing to participate. He proposes a system consisting of 2 reward types, a small participation prize for every challenger, and a larger prize pool that increases with each participant. If someone defeats him, that person will claim the entire pool. If no one succeeds within the designated time, all accumulated rewards will belong to him. The principal finds the plan reasonable and agrees. Lin Zichen also requests that his true strength remain confidential for now, believing that excessive fear would discourage participation. She agrees to this condition. Later, back in her office, the principal presents the finalized plan. Lin Zichen reviews it and confirms that everything is arranged properly. As they speak, Yao Yuanfeng and Lu Duran pass by and notice the principal's unusually pleasant demeanor toward Lin Zichen. Both teachers are confused, especially Yao Yuanfeng, who internally reflects on how rare it is to see the usually stern principal smiling so warmly, completely misunderstanding the reason behind it. At 2 in the afternoon, students gather in the gymnasium, surrounding 2 large fighting platforms where Lin Zichen stands beside the principal. She announces the event, introducing Lin Zichen, recounting his recent victories, and explaining the rules and reward structure of his personal challenge against the entire school. The announcement immediately causes an uproar. Many students react with disbelief and ridicule, offended by what they perceive as a first-year's arrogance. Some argue that defeating second-year students means nothing against third years, while others openly mock his confidence. Lin Zichen remains calm. He announces that beginning the next day, he will be present in the gym for 2 hours every afternoon to accept challengers. Internally, he is satisfied with the crowd's anger, recognizing that the hostility will motivate more students to challenge him and accelerate his progress toward completing the survival of the fittest objective. That night, the scene shifts to a busy city street. A blond young man walks alone while drinking from a cup. His path is briefly blocked by 2 women who attempt to invite him out. He dismisses them coldly, and as they leave, they mutter about his lack of charm. Watching them go, he feels irritated and thinks poorly of the city. The blond man is a new member of the rat god cult and is struggling with his first mission. After days of searching, he is yet to find a suitable male sacrifice. Anxiety weighs heavily on him as he worries about disappointing his superiors and being cast aside for failure. He briefly considers kidnapping a male celebrity, but dismisses the idea due to heavy security and his own lack of strength. As the pressure builds, Lin Zichen suddenly runs past him, dressed in a tank top and shorts. The blond man stops and stares. He is immediately struck by Lin Zichen's appearance and realizes he has finally found an ideal target. Relief floods him as he watches Lin Zichen disappear down a deserted industrial alley. Seeing the isolation of the area, the cultist decides it is the perfect opportunity. He releases his power and undergoes a grotesque transformation, his body mutating into a monstrous form with a massive, tooth-filled maw. Before he can attack, a brick flies out of the darkness and strikes his head with brutal force. The transformed cultist staggers, disoriented and bleeding. Lin Zichen steps out from the shadows, holding another brick. He calmly assesses the situation, recognizing the creature as a rat person and viewing the encounter as an unexpected opportunity to increase his guidebook progress. The monster trembles in fear, unable to comprehend his reaction or words. Before it can recover, the creature collapses and dies. Lin Zichen stares at the body in disbelief, surprised that the fight ended with a single thrown brick. He briefly wonders how a follower of the rat god cult could be so weak. Without wasting time, he absorbs the creature's life essence before anyone arrives. A system notification confirms a small increase in guidebook progress, rising to 8%. Dissatisfied with the minimal gain, he concludes that the creature's weakness explains the low essence yield. Concerned about his safety, Lin Zichen decides to stop running at night. He understands that not all cult members are this fragile, as stronger followers possess bodies durable enough to resist firearms. The next morning, Lin Zichen watches a news broadcast reporting that at 3 o'clock that morning, the Municipal Public Security Bureau, working with a chemical tutor from Shanghai University, successfully eliminated the rat god cult. The tutor is identified as a high-level gene fuser who personally defeated the Rat King. Footage shows the massive, multi-eyed beast launching sharp spikes at the winged, red-haired Gene Fuser. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the tutor prevails, ending the battle in just 30 seconds. Lin Zichen watches silently, reflecting on the overwhelming power displayed and acknowledging how formidable true high-level beings are. Elsewhere, in a modern facility, two men in tactical gear speak quietly. One has blue hair, the other spiky orange hair, and is named Tian Chung. They discuss their inability to contact their teacher and note that the entire group sent to suppress unrest at Source Site 36 remains missing. The situation there is described as stable, with only minor remnants requiring cleanup. The blue-haired man reflects on how helpless the Public Security Bureau was against the Rat King and internally acknowledges that compared to a genius like Tian Chung, the creature truly was insignificant. He jokingly suggests that Tian Chung visit their old school to give a lecture, while Tian Chung resists, stating that he has more pressing responsibilities. Deep underground, beneath the full moon's light filtering through cracks, the truth is revealed. The Rat King survived its encounter with Wu Tiancheng. Kneeling in submission, it explains its actions, admitting that it progressed from eating beggars to young people and eventually developed a taste for the elite. Standing before it is a far more terrifying being, a colossal green-skinned monster with glowing red eyes. The creature reprimands the Rat King for causing unnecessary chaos instead of focusing on its assigned task of tunnel excavation. It questions whether the Rat King deserves to live. The Rat King begs for mercy. The green monster grants another chance, but not without punishment. With a brutal strike, blood fills the cavern. The monster tears out one of the Rat King's eyes, commenting on its taste while acknowledging the Rat King's cunning. It reveals that the creature defeated by the authorities was merely a decoy sent to draw attention away. The true threat remains hidden. The monster leaves behind a final warning. If the Rat King fails to dig the tunnels as ordered, death will come regardless. Back at Shanghai High, the day of Lin Zichen's personal challenge arrives. As he walks toward the gym, he becomes the center of attention. Whispers spread among the students, pointing him out as the arrogant first year who dared to challenge the entire school. Many follow along, curious to see how it will end. Lin Zichen pays little attention to the gossip. His focus is on his phone, where he is reading a wanted notice for 9 fugitive members of the Rat God cult, each carrying a reward of 500,000 yuan. He briefly considers them as potential profit, but quickly reminds himself that survival always comes before rewards. When he reaches the gym, he finds it already packed with students surrounding the fighting rings, exactly as he had hoped. He understands that the large turnout is not only because of his challenge, but also because of the final part of his plan, the participation reward. Shen Qinghan stands to the side with a megaphone, explaining that every participant will receive a lottery ticket with a chance to win valuable prizes. The announcement immediately excites the crowd, especially the male students, who begin discussing the prizes enthusiastically. As volunteers rush forward, chaos quickly follows. What begins as eagerness turns into disorder when female students surge into the ring, overwhelming the space and surrounding Lin Zichen. Instead of a proper challenge, the situation turns awkward as his classmates crowd around him, openly admiring him. Caught off guard, Lin Zichen hesitates. He is reluctant to fight girls, but he knows backing down is not an option if he wants to complete his goal. Steeling himself, he calmly gathers his strength and uses controlled force to push them out of the ring one by one. With a final burst of power, he clears the ring entirely, ending the chaos. Once things settle, Lin Zichen checks his system and sees that his survival of the fittest achievement has progressed to 309 out of 1,000. Despite being defeated, some of the girls remain eager to challenge him again, but he firmly upholds the rules and refuses repeat challengers. Their disappointment is short-lived, as new opponents soon step forward. A group, led by a large, muscular student, enters the ring, confident and aggressive. Their confidence quickly proves misplaced. Lin Zichen defeats them effortlessly, ending each fight with a single strike. His system counter steadily rises to 419 out of 1,000 as more challengers fall. Eventually, he stands alone in the ring, surrounded by unconscious opponents, calmly waiting for the next challenger. At that moment, a stronger presence steps forward. The students recognize him immediately as Yin Shaoxian, the top student of the second-year honors class. Murmurs spread as people recall his reputation and past achievements. When the match begins, Lin Zichen wastes no time. Before Yin Shaoxian can fully react, he is defeated in a single strike and sent crashing into the wall. The gym falls silent. Students struggle to process how someone with Yin Shaoxuan's reputation could be defeated so easily. That silence is soon broken by slow clapping as another challenger enters the ring. This time, it is Chun Wuxing, the strongest student in the entire school. Excitement surges through the crowd as they anticipate a true battle. Chun Wuxing confronts Lin Zichen, but once again, the fight ends almost instantly. Their clash produces a powerful shockwave, yet the outcome is clear. Lin Zichen's strength overwhelms Chun Wuxing completely, sending him flying and leaving the entire student body stunned. The school's strongest fighter has been defeated without delay. With no serious challengers left, Lin Zichen turns his attention back to the crowd. One by one, ordinary students are called into the ring. Though nervous, they participate for the sake of the lottery rewards. Each match ends the same way, with Lin Zichen defeating his opponent effortlessly. His system counter increases steadily with every victory. After the final student falls, a system notification announces that Lin Zichen has defeated 1,000 different opponents, successfully completing the achievement. Another message confirms the acquisition of the biological attribute, survival of the fittest, which enhances the damage he deals to other living beings. Lin Zichen reflects briefly, satisfied with its practicality despite the lack of precise numerical details. With his objective complete, Lin Zichen steps down from the ring and ends the challenge. Some students, especially the girls, express disappointment that it ended so quickly. Without lingering, Lin Zichen takes Shun Qinghan by the hand and leaves the gym as the crowd slowly disperses. Later, laughter echoes from the principal's office. The principal congratulates Lin Zichen on officially becoming the school's #1 fighter and hints that he may be hiding his true strength. She compares his performance to Chun Wuxing's recent exam results and estimates Lin Zichen's strength accordingly. Internally, Lin Zichen knows his real capabilities far exceed her guess, but he chooses to play along, giving her a believable number. Satisfied, the principal accepts his answer. With his status firmly established, Lin Zichen finally raises the matter most important to him, the promised 8,810 yuan prize money. Amused by Lin Zichen's fixation on money, the principal teasingly labels him a rascal, but agrees without hesitation and transfers the funds immediately. As she begins to bring up his new responsibilities, Lin Zichen cuts in and asks if there is anything else he can do for her. He then makes a request of his own. Since both he and Shun Qinghan enjoy swimming, he asks for permission to use the school's swimming pool. He specifies that he wants exclusive access, meaning the pool should be closed to everyone else whenever they use it. The principal smiles and readily accepts the request. Slightly surprised by how easily she agrees, Lin Zichen adds another condition. He explains that he dislikes being watched while swimming and plans to cover the security cameras during their sessions. This causes Shun Qinghan to blush intensely. The principal, however, immediately jumps to her own conclusions, imagining a boy and girl alone together in a private pool with the cameras covered. Her thoughts spiral into romantic assumptions. Playing along with her misunderstanding, the principal retrieves a key from her desk and hands it to Lin Zichen, officially designating the swimming pool as their private area. As she gives him the key, she leans in close and offers a teasing warning about being careful not to create a new life during their time there. This leaves Lin Zichen completely confused, unable to understand what she could possibly mean. As they walk down the school hallway, Lin Zichen examines the pool key in his hand. He reflects that having exclusive access will finally allow him to properly investigate the true nature of Shun Qinghan's mysterious abilities. His thoughts are interrupted when Shun Qinghan stops him and hesitantly asks for a favor. She explains that she has signed up for a singing competition. Although she has practiced her solo parts, she still needs help at the duet section. Nervously, she asks if he can practice with her that evening. Lin Zichen agrees without hesitation. Overjoyed, Shun Qinghan raises her fist and happily skips away. Lin Zichen watches her go, thinking about how much the competition means to her. He hopes it will help her gain confidence. That night, at Shun Qinghan's apartment, the two practice in her room. She sings into a microphone while Lin Zichen listens, following the duet portion from his phone. In the living room, her parents observe quietly. Her father expresses concern about them being alone together now that they are older, but her mother quickly shuts him down, reminding him they are childhood friends and telling him not to interfere. He backs off immediately. After overhearing the conversation, Lin Zichen decides it is a good time to wrap things up. He notes that they have practiced for half an hour and suggests focusing on studies instead. As he prepares to leave, he reminds Shun Qinghan about their plan for the next day to use the school's private pool, so she can become more comfortable with her water abilities. He tells her not to forget her swimsuit, and she happily agrees. Once Lin Zichen leaves, Shun Qinghan's thoughts linger on the upcoming pool visit. A deep blush spreads across her face as she opens her closet and considers what to wear. She lays out two options on her bed, a modest blue one-piece and a black bikini. After hesitating, she picks up the bikini, worried it might be too revealing. Her imagination briefly wanders, picturing the two of them playing in the water together. Eventually, she convinces herself that since it will only be him, it should be fine. She decisively packs the bikini into her bag. The next day after school, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan arrive at the empty gym pool. Already changed into swim trunks, Lin Zichen waits by the poolside, his physique clearly visible. He glances at the security camera, recalling his promise to the principal and thinking that he will deal with it later. Just then, Shun Qinghan appears at the entrance, wearing the black bikini. She approaches with a bright smile and a faint blush, apologizing for making him wait. Outwardly, Lin Zichen remains calm, reminding her to move carefully. Internally, however, he is flustered by how cute she looks. Regaining his composure, he signals that it is time to begin their training. The two enter the pool and begin swimming smoothly. Underwater, Lin Zichen takes Shun Qinghan's hand, guiding her forward. Suddenly, she reacts in shock, sensing something unusual. She urgently signals that they need to surface. Lin Zichen immediately pulls her upward, and they emerge from the water together. Concerned, he steadies her as she excitedly explains that the water is passing directly through her body. To demonstrate, she holds her hands beneath the surface, and the water flows straight through her palms before splashing back into the pool. Shun Qinghan stares at her hands in disbelief, confused by what is happening. Lin Zichen observes carefully and realizes he is witnessing the manifestation of her latent ability. He examines her palm and finds nothing physically abnormal aside from the strange effect. To investigate further, he suggests continuing the examination outside the pool. Though visibly embarrassed, Shun Qinghan agrees. Shortly after, she lies on a lounger while Lin Zichen pours water over her to test different areas. After several checks, he concludes that no other abnormalities are present and helps her sit up, explaining that for now, only her hands show this property. Shun Qinghan accepts the explanation. Sitting by the pool, she wonders aloud whether her lifelong bedwetting issue could be related to this ability, suggesting that another part of her body might share the same trait. Lin Zichen considers the possibility and suggests monitoring it carefully in the future. He quickly becomes embarrassed by how the suggestion sounds. Suddenly, Shun Qinghan lights up with excitement. She realizes that this means she is not useless, but someone with a genuine water-based superpower. Filled with determination, she believes that if she develops it fully, she can finally stand beside Lin Zichen as an equal. The scene shifts to a busy city at night, illuminated by massive holographic advertisements for cyborgs. Lin Zichen enters a supermarket and calmly approaches the counter. He presents his payment card and places an unusually large order for savage giant eagle meat. The clerk is visibly stunned but proceeds with the transaction, accepting the payment and delivery address. As Lin Zichen leaves, she watches him go, wondering what kind of wealthy background he must have. Later, in a secluded industrial zone, Lin Zichen receives the delivery. He reviews his finances, noting that his recent web novel earnings have brought his total funds to 210,000 yuan, more than enough to cover the cost. Standing before the box of beast remains, he prepares to activate the codex. The moment he places his hand on the meat, a vortex of white energy erupts around him. A system notification confirms the devouring of the savage giant eagle's life source and announces that codex unlock progress has reached 100%. He receives a vivid vision of the beast soaring through the sky, diving into water and hunting a massive squid-like creature. As the vision fades, Lin Zichen stands bathed in blue light. A final system notification confirms that the savage giant eagle codex has been unlocked and that he has acquired a new biological attribute, Eye of the Sky. The ability significantly enhances his vision and tracking capability. As it activates, his eyes glow gold, his pupils taking on an eagle-like pattern. Testing the ability, his perspective expands dramatically, granting him a wide aerial view of the city. He is able to focus precisely on individuals within crowds and even read text from extreme distances. Experiencing the power firsthand, Lin Zixian gains a new appreciation for the true visual prowess of an eagle. Afterward, Lin Zixian returns home and finds his parents, Lin Yinsheng and Zhang Wangxin, watching a serious news report. The broadcast covers a recent public mutation incident involving a high-level gene fuser, which resulted in hundreds of casualties. On the screen, a horrifying winged creature is shown lifting a truck amid widespread destruction. The report transitions into a televised debate. One speaker criticizes gene fusion, arguing that humans should be able to awaken their own latent potential and evolve naturally. Another speaker immediately refutes this idea, calling it unrealistic and pointing out that without gene fusers, humanity would have no effective way to fight aberrant beasts, since traditional martial artists cannot even withstand firearms. While watching, Lin Zixian's parents discuss the issue. Lin Yinxin comments that gene fusers are like unstable bombs, while Zhang Wangxin dismisses his concern, explaining that government regulation is extremely strict and the likelihood of such incidents is very low. She adds that the more serious drawback is that many gene fusers lose their ability to have children. Lin Yinxin agrees, remarking that it would be wiser to preserve genetic material or have children before undergoing fusion. Midway through the conversation, Zhang Wangxin notices Lin Zixian has returned. Realizing the topic is inappropriate for him to hear, she becomes flustered and greets him awkwardly. Sensing the atmosphere, Lin Zixian suggests having dinner together. During the meal, Lin Zixian mentions that his school will be holding a campus singing competition the next day and that Shen Qinghan has signed up. His parents are immediately delighted. Lin Yinsheng insists the whole family attend to support her, and Zhang Wangxin agrees enthusiastically, remarking that Shen Qinghan feels like a daughter to her. Lin Zixian calmly acknowledges this. That evening, the competition turns out to be a large-scale event with a brightly lit stage and a lively audience. True to their promise, Lin Yinsheng and Zhang Wangxin are present, cheering excitedly with glowing signs and supportive accessories. Before the performance, Lin Zixian helps Shen Qinghan prepare in an empty classroom. He carefully applies makeup while she sits still. When she opens her eyes, she notices his focused gaze and becomes shy. His quiet praise makes her blush even more, especially as she stands dressed in an elegant black gown. Their moment is interrupted when Chu Rui peeks in to remind them they will be on stage soon. She teases them lightly before leaving, noting that they are scheduled to perform after 2 more acts. Afterward, Lin Zixian suggests walking together to get ready, but Shen Qinghan remains seated, visibly trembling with nervousness. She hesitates before revealing that she has lost control again due to anxiety, leaving a noticeable stain on her dress. Overcome with embarrassment and fear, she breaks down, worried that the performance is ruined and that everyone will despise her if they find out. Lin Zixian calmly reassures her and helps her regain composure, reminding her to stop crying so her makeup is not ruined. As he looks around the room, his attention lands on the white curtains. Acting quickly, he cuts one down and spreads it out, skillfully reshaping the fabric. In a short time, he turns it into a layered white dress. Shen Qinghan watches in stunned silence as her panic fades. He urges her to change quickly. Embarrassed but trusting him, she changes on the spot while he respectfully turns away. Despite not looking, Lin Zixian remains visibly flustered throughout. When she finishes, he turns back to see her transformed, the improvised dress fitting her beautifully. Grateful and relieved, Shen Qinghan smiles brightly, her nervousness gone. Lin Zixian wishes her luck and gently pats her head before she leaves for the stage. Soon after, Shen Qinghan and her partner deliver an energetic and polished performance that captivates the audience. After a brief pause for suspense, they are announced as the winners. Cheers erupt as the two celebrate. In the crowd, Lin Zixian stands beside his father, applauding proudly. The following day, a teacher enters the classroom and is shocked to find the curtain missing. As punishment, Lin Zixian and Shen Qinghan are assigned to clean the classroom. While mopping, Lin Zixian reflects that it is a fair consequence. At that moment, a system notification appears, confirming he has completed an achievement for cooperating 1,000 times and has obtained the biological attribute Gregarious Animal, which increases combat power based on nearby allies. He accepts the unexpected reward with quiet satisfaction. Life improves noticeably for Shen Qinghan. Her victory brings newfound popularity, with classmates praising her singing and inviting her to social activities. Her confidence grows steadily, and her martial arts progress improves alongside it. Lin Zixian also continues to advance. He wins a major martial arts tournament, the first victory for Shanghai High in 5 years. He is celebrated by his parents, Shen Qinghan, and his teammates. His room soon fills with trophies, and his growing reputation leads to an endorsement deal with the He family's martial arts gym. Combined with his web novel income, his savings surpass 900,000 yuan, more than enough to unlock another codex. He later collects his next delivery in a secluded area. Inside the box are the remains of a hidden dragon, a stealth-oriented lizard-like beast. When he places his hand on it, a blue aura erupts as the absorption begins. A system notification confirms the life source is being devoured and that the codex unlock progress has reached 100%. Moments later, he unlocks the hidden dragon codex and gains the biological attribute Natural Camouflage, which allows him to suppress his presence and conceal his true biological level. Lin Zixian immediately recognizes its usefulness for both ambush and deception. On his way back, remembering he needs to buy a cake for his mother, Lin Zixian passes through the city when a commotion catches his attention. He sees a red-haired woman being escorted by armed personnel. A familiar voice calls out to him, and he recognizes Zhang Kai, a senior from his school, noting his powerful cybernetic legs. Zhang Kai explains his transformation into a cyborg through a mechanical modification experiment after a severe accident. A guard reveals that the arrested woman is a remaining member of the Rat God cult, the only female among the fugitives. Zhang Kai is called away shortly after and leaves with a casual farewell. Watching him go, Lin Zixian becomes wary. Despite extensive searches by public security, the cult had remained hidden, yet the mechanical god group captured one easily. He concludes they are not a simple organization. His thoughts are interrupted by a call from his mother, asking about the cake and reminding him to be careful on his way home. The scene shifts to a joint birthday celebration. Since Lin Zixian and Shen Qinghan were born a day apart, their families celebrate together every year. Surrounded by family, they blow out the candles on their cake and exchange gifts. Just as the celebration continues, the ground begins to shake violently. People stumble, shouting in confusion. Lin Zixian instinctively steadies Shen Qinghan, immediately realizing that this disturbance is not a normal earthquake. Something is seriously wrong. Deep beneath the city, the true cause is revealed. A vast underground cavern filled with countless rats. Their red eyes glow faintly as they move upward in waves. By the next morning, a television news report dismisses the incident. The anchor explains that Shanghai City is not located on a tectonic plate boundary, making a major earthquake unlikely, and urges citizens to remain calm. At home, Lin Zixian finishes breakfast and prepares to leave for school. His father reminds him to be careful. Outside, Shen Qinghan is already waiting, and the two head to school together. Along the way, they reflect on recently turning 18 and acknowledge that the college entrance exams are approaching. Shen Qinghan admits she feels nervous about them. After some time, Lin Zixian manages to save enough money to unlock his next codex. He begins the absorption process, focusing on the Void Crocodile. Energy gathers around him as the process completes, and the codex reaches full synchronization. He experiences a brief vision of a large crocodilian creature swimming through dark waters while fleeing from a giant eagle. When the process ends, he gains a new biological attribute, danger perception. This ability allows him to sense hostility within a certain range and better judge the biological level of other creatures. Lin Zixian recognizes its usefulness, especially for avoiding surprise attacks. To test the ability, he visits a crowded shopping mall. As he moves through the crowd, he senses the strength of those around him and realizes that most people fall into the lowest tiers, confirming they are ordinary civilians. While shopping, he considers his next codex target after noticing packaged life and death toad meat, which he believes may grant regenerative abilities. However, the high price makes it clear that his current income from writing web novels is insufficient. He decides that after the exams, he will need to find a better source of income. The scene then shifts to the Nanjing Provincial Education Department. Inside the minister's office, Mo Dongji, vice principal of Shanghai University and provincial minister of education, listens calmly to a report on the province's educational status. When asked about origin site number 36, her assistant confirms the situation has stabilized and that the risk has passed. Once the meeting concludes, Mo Dongji is left alone. She reflects on how long it has been since she last accepted a disciple while standing by the window overlooking the coastal scenery. The martial arts college entrance exam is a 9-day process. The first day includes a written exam and a physical fitness assessment. From the 2nd to the 8th day, students undergo a survival and combat test in a forest environment. The final day focuses on aptitude testing for gene fusion and mechanical modification. On June 7th, the first day of the exam, Lin Zixian and Shun Qinghan arrive together. Shun Qinghan is visibly tense. Lin Zixian reassures her and helps her calm down before the exam begins. During the written test, Lin Zixian completes the paper with ease and finishes early. Afterward, he notices Shun Qinghan appears unsettled, but she later reveals that her performance was strong despite an embarrassing mishap. During the physical fitness assessment, Lin Zixian demonstrates exceptional strength and speed, achieving results far beyond the average student. Shun Qinghan also performs well, producing solid scores that place her among the stronger female candidates. Lin Zixian acknowledges her effort and encourages her. Later, the written exam scores are released. Shun Qinghan is relieved to see she passed comfortably, while Lin Zixian achieves a perfect score. As they walk home, Shun Qinghan admits she is worried about the upcoming forest trial. Lin Zixian reassures her and promises to look out for her during the test. Elsewhere, two individuals discuss the upcoming examination in private. One provides the other with a box containing strange, seed-like objects intended for use during the trial, promising future advancement if the task is completed successfully. Soon after, buses transport the students to the practical exam site, deep within a fog-covered forest. Upon arrival, the rules are explained. Score tokens are scattered throughout the forest, some hidden and others carried by beasts. Safety officers are present, but requesting assistance results in immediate disqualification. With far more students than available tokens, competition is unavoidable, and both cooperation and conflict are permitted. During the preparation period, students attempt to form groups. Lin Zixian and Shun Qinghan remain together and avoid unnecessary alliances. After declining several offers, they head into the forest alone. Inside the outer region, Lin Zixian adopts a cautious approach, focusing on safer areas to help Shun Qinghan adapt. Using his enhanced vision, he locates hidden score tokens and guides her to retrieve them. Shun Qinghan steadily gathers several low-value tokens, growing more confident with each success. Their progress is interrupted by the appearance of another student who proposes cooperation. Lin Zixian rejects the offer outright, demanding full surrender of the other student's points instead. The situation quickly escalates into a brief confrontation. Lin Zixian ends it decisively with a single strike, rendering the opponent unconscious without causing lasting harm. Afterward, Lin Zixian and Shun Qinghan continue deeper into the forest. Over the following days, he trains her consistently, helping her improve her strength, awareness, and survival skills. They gather tokens efficiently, fend off ambushes from other students, and rest when needed. Through steady teamwork and careful pacing, they advance smoothly through the trial. As Shun Qinghan sleeps against his shoulder, Lin Zixian quietly watches her, appreciating the brief calm. Before long, they reach the central region of the forest. Shun Qinghan notices a wooden warning sign marking the area as an aberrant beast zone. However, as they move forward, the surroundings are unusually silent. There are no signs of living beasts, only large bloodstains scattered along the path, suggesting the area has already been cleared. Shun Qinghan realizes they likely arrived too late. With no aberrant beasts remaining, there is no opportunity to earn points through combat. She feels disappointed, believing that arriving earlier might have earned her the recognition of a genius-level student. Lin Zixian reassures her with a light pat on the head and signals that it is time to leave the area. From his perspective, the presence of surveillance equipment makes large-scale hunting impractical anyway. He decides it is more beneficial to focus on improving Shun Qinghan's survival skills rather than pursuing risky combat. After the combat assessment concludes, the students are transported to the final stage of the exam. the gene fusion compatibility test. They are taken by bus to a heavily secured island facility known as the Island Gene Research Institute. Upon arrival, they are instructed to line up for testing. Inside the laboratory, students wait as blood samples are collected. The test uses genetic reagents derived from flowing cloud jellyfish, a species known for its high compatibility with human biology. When human blood is introduced to the reagent, a chemical reaction occurs, allowing researchers to determine gene fusion suitability. As they wait, anxiety spreads among the students. Some hope to qualify for gene fusion in order to avoid mechanical modification, which is rumored to be physically painful due to the implantation of metal alloys into the body. After the samples are taken, the students wait roughly an hour for results. One by one, scores are released. A compatibility rate of 6% is considered a pass, 8% is excellent, and 10% is required for admission into top universities. A few students celebrate their results, while others are disappointed. It is also mentioned that a well-known prodigy from Kyoto once recorded a compatibility of 16%. Hearing this, Lin Zichen quietly reflects on his own expectations. Given his superior physical attributes, he wonders whether his score might reach even higher. Shun Qinghan, growing increasingly anxious, grips his arm for reassurance. He steadies her and remains calm, though he briefly considers the possibility that she might not advance alongside him if her compatibility is too low. Soon after, Chu Rue celebrates achieving a 10% score, qualifying her for top institutions. He receives an 11% result, but feels it falls short of his expectations. With results circulating, Lin Zichen checks his phone. Shun Qinghan, too nervous to look at her own score, asks him to check his first. His result comes back at 15%. Relieved and excited for him, Shun Qinghan reacts immediately. Internally, however, Lin Zichen feels mild dissatisfaction, recognizing that his score is still below the Kyoto prodigy's record. He concludes that physical strength alone does not determine gene fusion potential. When it comes time to check Shun Qinghan's result, her anxiety peaks. As Lin Zichen reads her score, his expression changes. The result shows a compatibility of 21%. Shun Qinghan and Chu Rue, seeing the screen, are equally stunned. The number far exceeds expectations. The scene shifts to the Nanjiang Provincial Ministry of Education, where Mo Dongji meets with senior officials, including the principal of Shanghai High School. The results are reviewed. Lin Zichen's 15% compatibility is acknowledged as the highest among ordinary candidates, earning him the title of provincial top scholar. The principal receives congratulations, maintaining composure while feeling privately pleased. However, when Shun Qinghan's 21% result appears, the atmosphere changes. The officials question the validity of such a high score. The principal is equally shocked, recalling Shun Qinghan as an otherwise unremarkable student. The result captures Mo Dongji's attention, prompting her to request further details. When doubts are raised about possible error, Mo Dongji decides to verify the situation personally. Back at the testing facility, news of the 21% compatibility spreads quickly, drawing widespread attention. Shun Qinghan herself struggles to believe the result. Lin Zichen calmly explains that it is likely accurate, reasoning that her natural affinity aligns well with water attribute genetic reagents, such as those derived from flowing cloud jellyfish. With this explanation, Shun Qinghan begins to understand her own potential. The situation escalates when a disturbance draws everyone's attention outside. Mo Dongji arrives at the institute, using controlled water manipulation to make her entrance. Institute staff immediately recognize her identity and status. Ignoring the surrounding reactions, Mo Dongji proceeds directly to Shun Qinghan and orders additional testing. Shun Qinghan undergoes 3 more blood tests. All results consistently confirm a 21% compatibility. Though physically fatigued from the repeated procedures, the conclusion is clear. Shun Qinghan is then escorted to a private office where Mo Dongji informs her of the verified results. Without delay, Mo Dongji expresses her intention to accept Shun Qinghan as her disciple. She demonstrates basic water manipulation to illustrate the path of cultivation available to her. Overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, Shun Qinghan asks for time to think and consult Lin Zichen. Mo Dongji dismisses the hesitation, asserting her authority as Provincial Minister of Education and Vice Principal of Shanghai University. She states that Shun Qinghan's future enrollment has already been decided. Pressured and uncertain, Shun Qinghan offers no objection and adds Mo Dongji's contact information. Before dismissing her, Mo Dongji mentions that Shun Qinghan already has a senior sister, someone of similar age who began training over a decade earlier. She sends Shun Qinghan a photo, stating that a formal introduction will come later. Shun Qinghan is startled when she sees the photo on her phone. The image shows a white-haired woman holding a spear, standing amid skeletal remains beside a massive carnivorous plant. Shun Qinghan immediately recognizes her as someone she once knew. She asks Mo Dongji for her senior sister's name. Mo Dongji replies that her name is Luo Qinshui and asks whether Shun Qinghan knows her. Shun Qinghan explains that she once had an elementary school friend named by Shui who looked exactly like the woman in the photo, but who transferred away suddenly. She wonders whether the two could be the same person. Mo Dongji dismisses the idea outright. Still unsettled by Shun Qinghan's abnormal compatibility score, Mo Dongji states that she has never seen such a result before. She decides to conduct a direct physical examination to check for anything unusual. When she places her glowing hand against Shun Qinghan's chest, her expression changes slightly, sensing something unexpected. Shun Qinghan becomes worried and asks whether something is wrong. Mo Dongji explains that the issue is not a defect, but rather the opposite. Shun Qinghan's body appears completely normal, which is highly unusual for someone with a 21% gene fusion compatibility. To avoid drawing attention and potential danger from hostile forces, Mo Dongji decides to officially report Shun Qinghan's compatibility as 16% instead. Shun Qinghan quietly accepts this arrangement. With the matter settled, Mo Dongji dismisses her, noting that it is late. Shun Qinghan respectfully takes her leave. Afterward, Mo Dongji contacts her father. He tells her that the new disciple is extraordinary and warns that her talent must remain hidden from the public. Mo Dongji agrees. Later that evening, Lin Zichen gives Shun Qinghan a ride home on his bicycle. He comments on how sudden everything feels regarding her new master. Shun Qinghan agrees. Lin Zichen suggests that they remain cautious and observe Mo Dongji's intentions over time. If she proves trustworthy, accepting her guidance is beneficial. If not, they can withdraw once Shun Qinghan is strong enough. Shun Qinghan agrees with this approach. When they arrive, their mothers greet them enthusiastically. They announce plans to celebrate at a restaurant, pleased that Shun Qinghan ranked at the top provincially and that both students can attend the same university. During dinner, both families celebrate their achievements together before parting ways for the night. Later that night, Shun Qinghan visits Lin Zichen's home. She explains that she needs to talk to him about something important related to her master. Inside his room, she tells him that Mo Dongji conducted a full examination but found nothing abnormal in her body. More importantly, Mo Dongji was unable to detect Shun Qinghan's unique trait related to water interaction. Lin Zichen is deeply surprised. He reflects that even someone with Mo Dongji's power could not uncover this secret, suggesting that Shun Qinghan's constitution is far more unusual than expected. He advises her to keep this ability hidden for now, as its exposure could lead to unpredictable consequences. Shun Qinghan agrees to follow his judgment. She then brings up her senior sister again and shows Lin Zichen the photo. He acknowledges the resemblance, but notes that the presence and background in the image feel very different. Curious about the location, Shun Qinghan messages Mo Dongji. The reply she receives is brief, stating only the name of the place. When she asks for clarification, Mo Dongji responds that she will understand once she becomes stronger. Shun Qinghan relays this to Lin Zichen. He decides they should set the matter aside until they are better prepared to investigate it. As the night grows late, Shun Qinghan stays over. Her mother sends toiletries ahead, assuming she will remain for the night. Though embarrassed by the situation, Shun Qinghan accepts it. The atmosphere becomes quiet and awkward as both of them prepare to rest, aware that many unanswered questions now lie ahead. Shun Qinghan panics and hurriedly says she needs to change, quickly getting off the bed. In her haste, she stumbles and falls to the floor. Lin Zichen remains seated, momentarily stunned and unsure how the situation escalated so quickly. Not long after, the results are finalized. Both Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan are accepted into the Evolution Academy of Shanghai University. On the day they head out, Shun Xinghan sits on the back of Lin Zichen's bicycle and holds on as they set off. They have also enrolled at the He family's martial arts gym and are heading to a promotional event. While riding through the city, Lin Zichen notices a group blocking the road ahead. A man dressed in black and gold robes stands at the center, accompanied by several men in white martial arts uniforms. He calls out Lin Zichen's name. Lin Zichen stops and asks who they are. The man introduces himself as Lu Chuanwu, the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. He clarifies that he is not acting in his official role, but as a representative of an organization called Tianrench. This group opposes gene fusion and mechanical modification, believing humanity should rely on traditional martial cultivation instead. Lin Zichen recalls hearing about them before and internally dismisses their ideology as outdated. Lu Chuanwu formally invites Lin Zichen to join Tianrench. Lin Zichen ignores the invitation and asks them to move aside. When he tries to leave, Lu Chuanwu stops him and insists on speaking further, even offering a gift to show sincerity. Uncomfortable with the situation, Lin Zichen agrees to talk briefly. Later, they sit together in a cafe. Lu Chuanwu explains that Tianrench studies methods for pure-blooded humans to unlock their latent potential without external modification. Their goal is to break biological limits through cultivation alone. To support his claim, Lu Chuanwu shows Lin Zichen a video. In the footage, Lu Chuanwu, who claims to be an ordinary Tier 9, fights a powerful gene fuser. Lin Zichen immediately recognizes the opponent as Wu Tiancheng, the well-known prodigy who previously eliminated remnants of the rat god cult. The video shows Wu Tiancheng attacking from the air, severely injuring Lu Chuanwu. Despite this, Lu Chuanwu counterattacks and defeats him. Lu Chuanwu states that the video is genuine and meant to prove that pure humans can rival gene fusers. Lin Zichen questions whether it could be edited or staged, but Lu Chuanwu firmly denies this. He adds that he plans to challenge more high-level gene fusers in the future. Lin Zichen asks why such evidence is not made public. Lu Chuanwu explains that authorities suppress it, believing any method that does not raise biological level has no long-term value. Without recognition, Tianrench struggles to attract talent, making progress slow. He emphasizes that breakthroughs require enough participants to accumulate results. Lu Chuanwu then tells Lin Zichen that someone with his talent would not remain stuck at ordinary Tier 9 for decades. He believes Lin Zichen could truly break through. This surprises Lin Zichen, who notes that Lu Chuanwu looks no older than middle-aged. Lu Chuanwu reveals he is nearly 100 years old and maintains his appearance through cultivation. Lin Zichen quickly verifies this online. Public records confirm Lu Chuanwu's age and background. He learns that Lu Chuanwu was once the young master of a major martial arts family that declined when they refused gene fusion. His family later fractured, with his wife and children choosing different paths. As Lin Zichen continues reading, he notices a familiar name listed as Lu Chuanwu's former spouse. It is Mo Dongji. The discovery makes him pause. He also notices that information about Lu Chuanwu's children is missing, suggesting an unknown fate. Putting away his phone, Lin Zichen reassesses Lu Chuanwu. This is not a simple fanatic, but someone with history, losses, and conviction. Sensing the shift, Lu Chuanwu speaks with confidence. He explains that Tianrench believes humanity must not entrust its future entirely to borrowed power. Gene fusion and mechanical modification may be useful, but relying on them alone risks stagnation and eventual collapse. Tianrench exists to ensure humanity retains a path of its own. He extends his hand and invites Lin Zichen to walk this path together. Lin Zichen raises his hand in refusal, making his position clear without confrontation. Even so, Lu Chuanwu remains convinced. He states calmly that Lin Zichen has the potential to become the first pure-blooded human to truly break past the ordinary biological limit. Lin Zichen remains practical and asks what the cultivation method actually involves. Lu Chuanwu explains that Tianrench practices a technique known as the blood-tempering art, which originates from ancient ruins. The method uses one's own qi and blood to gradually temper and strengthen the body, improving overall combatability. According to ancient records, those who reach the highest level can strengthen their physical bodies to an extreme degree. However, Lu Chuanwu also explains that the technique has a strict limitation. It can only be practiced by pure-blooded humans. Gene-fused individuals possess altered blood, while mechanically modified individuals lack a complete biological circulation system, making the method incompatible with them. Because of this, Lu Chuanwu believes that the future of humanity lies with pure-blooded cultivation and once again invites Lin Zichen to join Tianrench. Lin Zichen responds cautiously, stating that he does not yet understand this path well enough and prefers to observe for now. Lu Chuanwu continues to emphasize Lin Zichen's physical talent, explaining that from Tianrench perspective, physical test results are far more important than gene fusion compatibility. He asserts that Lin Zichen's physical data represents the highest potential among students in the province. This comparison unintentionally involves Shun Qinghan, leaving her uncomfortable. Lin Zichen interrupts and clarifies that Shun Qinghan is the top scholar with high gene fusion compatibility. Realizing his mistake, Lu Chuanwu becomes visibly embarrassed. Deciding to leave, Lin Zichen picks up the phone Lu Chuanwu had given him earlier, thanks him for the drinks, and prepares to go with Shun Qinghan. Lu Chuanwu urgently attempts to keep him, offering a trial period and increasingly generous benefits. After hearing that the offered benefits could be tripled, Lin Zichen reconsiders. The discussion resumes, and Lin Zichen expresses agreement with Tianrench philosophy and his willingness to cooperate with them. Afterward, Lin Zichen asks about the source site. Lu Chuanwu explains that it is believed to be the origin of all aberrant beasts and possibly the origin of life itself. He confirms that beast meat sold in markets comes from there, as Earth's resources alone cannot sustain a population. He also explains that electronic equipment cannot function inside the source site, so records are preserved only through detailed drawings. This causes Lin Zichen to realize that what he once thought was a photograph related to Luo Qiangxi was actually a highly detailed painting. Their conversation is interrupted by a phone call, reminding them about the martial arts gym event. Before parting, Lu Chuanwu gives Lin Zichen a blue manual titled Blood Tempering Art and explains the requirements for practicing it. Lin Zichen casually reveals that he has already reached Ordinary Tier 6 and intends to begin immediately. Later, inside a high-rise training facility, Lu Chuanwu speaks with a young woman from Tianrench. He admits that recruiting Lin Zichen required offering substantial benefits. The discussion shifts to cultivation speed, where they compare how long it took each of them to sense and control qi and blood. Lu Chuanwu estimates that Lin Zichen's talent should allow him to progress faster than most. That night, Lin Zichen begins practicing the blood tempering art in his room. He quickly senses his qi and blood and starts tempering his right arm. After one session, he confirms that his skin has strengthened significantly. Over several hours, he continues cultivating and estimates that he can complete full skin tempering within a week, though it consumes a large portion of his qi and blood. Late at night, Lin Zichen receives a message from Shun Qinghan asking him to come to her room. As he leaves, he encounters his mother, who teasingly encourages him to go quickly so Shun Qinghan does not have to wait. Lin Zichen knocks on Shun Qinghan's door and announces his arrival. She invites him inside. When he opens the door, he sees Shun Qinghan sitting on her bed, wrapped tightly in a thick duvet, her face noticeably flushed. She explains that this is the surprise she mentioned earlier and asks him to come closer and take a look. Although momentarily confused and flustered, Lin Zichen approaches the bed and sits down at the edge. At her request, he lifts the duvet and realizes she is wearing a white cheongsam she recently purchased. The sight leaves him visibly embarrassed, while she quietly asks for his opinion. He confirms that it suits her well. Encouraged, Shun Qinghan mentions that she also bought stockings and asks whether he would like to see them. After putting them on, she asks again for his thoughts, and he reassures her that they match well with the outfit. She invites him to feel the material, and he lightly touches her leg, agreeing that the fabric feels soft. She shifts closer and asks him to compare the feel of the stockings to her skin. He answers honestly, which seems to satisfy her. Their interaction is interrupted when Zhang Wangshin's voice is heard outside the door, explaining that Shun Qinghan's mother left some toiletries on the doorknob. Lin Zichen stands up and retrieves the bag. When he looks inside, he realizes that Shun Qinghan's mother has prepared items for safety, which leaves him embarrassed and unsure how to react. He puts the items back and returns to the room. As it is already late, Shun Qinghan suggests they rest. She asks Lin Zichen to turn around while she changes, and once she is finished, they turn off the light and lie down under the same quilt. Both remain tense and awake. Lin Zichen notices a pleasant scent and asks about it, which leads to a brief, awkward exchange. As Shen Qinghan moves closer, they share a kiss. Shortly after, she abruptly pulls away and leaves the bed, clearly distressed. She explains that she lost control again, leaving her deeply embarrassed. Lin Zichen asks her to describe how she felt just before it happened. Based on her explanation, he begins to piece together a theory. Recalling her innate water ability, he suspects that her condition is triggered by intense mental fluctuations rather than physical factors. He explains his reasoning, and Shen Qinghan realizes that if she can better control her mental strength, she may be able to manage her ability more effectively. To confirm his theory, Lin Zichen suggests repeating the earlier stimulus. Afterward, he asks how she felt, and her response matches his expectations. After several confirmations, Lin Zichen concludes that her ability is indeed linked directly to mental power activation. Feeling uncomfortable, Shen Qinghan decides to take a shower. She later realizes she forgot her pajamas and asks Lin Zichen to bring them. While looking through her wardrobe, he briefly notices a piece of clothing that surprises him, but he quickly looks away and selects a suitable pajama set. Afterward, they return to bed. Shen Qinghan quickly falls asleep, while Lin Zichen remains awake for a while, watching her quietly before eventually resting as well. The next morning, Lin Zichen leaves the room carefully so as not to wake her. In the kitchen, he encounters Shen Qinghan's mother, Su Ming, who invites him to stay for breakfast. He accepts. During the meal, Shen Qinghan's parents discuss letting her sleep in, given her recent achievements. After breakfast, Lin Zichen thanks Su Ming and leaves. Once he is gone, Su Ming speaks privately with her husband, mentioning that she noticed signs the previous night that suggest their relationship has progressed. Satisfied, she later shares the news with Zhang Wangxin. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen returns home and prepares to wash the clothes he wore the previous day. While he is changing, his mother, Zhang Wangxin, happens to see him and gives him a knowing smile along with a thumbs up, praising him without explanation. Lin Zichen is left confused by her reaction. Elsewhere, a group of people forcefully enter a dojo located within what appears to be a university complex. At their head is a muscular man wearing sunglasses, followed by several similarly built companions. He demands to see Lu Qianwu and asks for an explanation regarding Lin Zichen. Lu Qianwu responds calmly, pretending not to understand the issue. The man accuses him of poaching a student who had already enrolled in the Evolution Academy and claims Lu Qianwu used improper methods. Lu Qianwu argues back, questioning why only one academy should have recruitment rights and stating that his actions were part of fair competition. The confrontation escalates verbally, with both sides arguing over rules and prior agreements. Lu Qianwu openly dismisses those agreements and challenges the other party to recruit Lin Zichen back if they are capable. The Evolution Academy Dean becomes increasingly frustrated and proposes settling the matter through force. Lu Qianwu refuses, pointing out the disparity in their cultivation levels and ages, framing the proposal as unreasonable. Unable to gain the upper hand in the argument, the dean leaves with his group, expressing his belief that pure blood cultivation has no future. Later, the Evolution Academy Dean meets with Mo Dongji and explains what happened. She advises him not to worry, suggesting that once Lin Zichen sees others advancing through gene fusion and mechanical modification, he may reconsider on his own. The dean insists that the real issue is Lu Qianwu breaking recruitment rules. Mo Dongji calmly suggests responding in kind by recruiting Tianren's best student instead. After he leaves, Mo Dongji reflects privately, noting that although the dean is usually composed, he always loses his temper when dealing with Lu Qianwu. She also reflects on Lu Qianwu himself, believing that his stubborn choices in the past limited his career despite his talent. Later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are seen training together, running along a canal-side street. After some time, Shen Qinghan becomes exhausted and stops. Lin Zichen gives her water and suggests ending the session early. She rests on a nearby bench, and Lin Zichen helps relax her sore muscles. Grateful, she thanks him, and his casual reassurance makes her blush. After a brief hesitation, she asks what their relationship currently is. Lin Zichen tells her that he considers her family. After clarifying what that means, they agree to view each other as fiancés, with plans to marry after graduation. They confirm this with a simple promise. That night, Lin Zichen is at home with his parents when someone knocks on the door. Lin Yinxing opens it and finds Dean Ma Junhei, who explains that he came to discuss Lin Zichen's academic decision. He brings a small gift and is invited inside. In the living room, Ma Jinhei attempts to persuade Lin Zichen to return to the Evolution Academy, emphasizing his gene fusion potential and warning that Tianren's theories lack proven results. Zhang Wangxin is confused and asks for clarification, as she believed her son had already enrolled in the Evolution Academy. Lin Zichen explains that he recently transferred to the Budo Academy under Tianren for a 6-month trial period, citing Lu Chuanwu's sincerity and the opportunity to test the path firsthand. He assures his parents that if no progress is made, he will return to the gene fusion path. Ma Jinhei warns Lin Zichen that short-term benefits could cost him long-term growth and urges him not to waste valuable time. Lin Zichen thanks him for the concern, but explains that he believes he would regret not trying this path. Seeing his resolve, Ma Jinhei ends the discussion and leaves. The next morning, Lin Zichen discovers news articles criticizing his decision, claiming he was misled and citing past examples of failure. Online comments mock him, and his personal information appears to have been exposed. Realizing the danger, Lin Zichen reports the outlet for leaking student information. A few hours later, the article is removed, but discussions continue online. He becomes increasingly concerned about the attention this situation is drawing. That night, Shen Qinghan comes to stay with him. She notices the negative news and suggests asking her master, Mo Dongji, for help. Though Lin Zichen initially doubts it, she contacts her master anyway. Shortly after, all related information disappears from public platforms. Lin Zichen realizes Mo Dongji intervened and asks Shen Qinghan to pass along his thanks. Later, Lin Zichen resumes cultivation. As he meditates, his qi stabilizes and completes the tempering of his skin. A system update confirms his biological level has advanced to ordinary tier 7. Reviewing his status afterward, Lin Zichen notes his multiple biological attributes and feels confident in the path he has chosen. Lin Zichen feels confident that his current strength is sufficient to challenge even well-known prodigies. His thoughts are interrupted by a message from Shen Qinghan, asking him to accompany her and Chu Rue the following Monday to retrieve her preserved eggs. He understands that because she intends to pursue gene fusion, which often affect fertility, this step is meant to secure future options. He agrees without hesitation. On Monday, they arrive at a large, modern hospital. Shen Qinghan undergoes an ovulation induction procedure and is instructed to return the next day for the retrieval. Afterward, as they walk through the corridor, Lin Zichen remarks on how complicated the process is. Shen Qinghan admits she is nervous, and Chu Rue suggests going shopping to distract her. The two girls leave together, while Lin Zichen declines and returns home. Back in his room, Lin Zichen begins the next stage of cultivation by tempering his muscles. System feedback confirms improvements in strength and proficiency, though the pain is noticeably more intense than during skin tempering. After spending the entire afternoon focusing on his right arm, he rests and replenishes his consumed qi and blood with food. Testing his strength afterward, he finds that even partial muscle tempering has significantly increased his power. Later, Shen Qinghan visits him and explains that Chu Rue has arranged for the group to spend time together with He Yu before school starts. She hesitates, explaining that the plan involves going to the beach, which makes her uneasy due to her past experience of hearing a disturbing voice from the sea. Lin Zichen reassures her and promises to stay with her, suggesting they avoid the water if necessary. Feeling reassured, she agrees. Elsewhere, a secret meeting is taking place deep within a cavern above flowing lava. A large monster reports that all required underground tunnels have been completed. An enigmatic man wearing a plague doctor mask sets a biological coordinate using a ritual involving a staff and his own blood. He explains that once a corresponding coordinate is established at the source site, the two locations will resonate and complete their plan. Later, the group travels along a coastal road toward the beach. After arriving, Heiyu eagerly runs onto the sand, while Chu Rue pulls Shen Qinghan away to change. Lin Zichen and Heiyu remain behind. Nearby beachgoers recognize Lin Zichen and mock his decision to join Tianren. Heiyu reacts angrily, but Lin Zichen calmly stops him, stating that such opinions do not matter to him. When asked what does matter, Lin Zichen gives a quiet, meaningful look toward Shen Qinghan. When the girls return in beachwear, Chu Rue casually points out that Shen Qinghan is clearly the person Lin Zichen cares about most. Later, Lin Zichen helps Shen Qinghan apply sunscreen, while Heyu unsuccessfully attempts to imitate him with Chu Rui. During this time, Shen Qinghan suddenly hears the same mysterious voice again, referencing revival and the source of the sea. Frightened, she tells Lin Zichen. He listens carefully and concludes that the voice may be connected to the source site, though there is not enough information yet. He suggests that once university begins, she should try to discreetly ask her master, Emo Dongji, about it. She agrees. Sometime later, Lin Zichen resumes cultivation. Having completed muscle tempering, he begins bone tempering, which is far more painful. After enduring an intense session, he successfully tempers all the bones in his body. A system update confirms his evolution to ordinary rank 9, placing him just short of the advanced level. Reviewing the blood tempering art, he realizes that opening apertures is the next step, though the method is unclear. He decides to find his own solution. The scene ends with Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arriving at Shanghai University, officially beginning their college life. Walking through the campus with Lin Zichen's parents, Shen Qinghan, dressed in a stylish outfit, excitedly points out an old ice cream shop. Lin Zichen confirms that it's the same one they used to visit as children. Zhang Wangxin suggests stopping for a treat, and Shen Qinghan happily agrees. Inside, she enjoys a bowl of strawberry milk-flavored ice cream and offers a spoonful to Lin Zichen, who accepts, making his parents smile at the tender moment. Their outing is briefly interrupted by a commotion at a nearby bar. Lin Zichen notices a man named Brother Yang behaving inappropriately toward a woman, Jiaxin, while other men attempt to intervene. Nearby, two men comment on her involvement with students from the Evolution Academy, prompting Lin Zichen to reflect on the university structure. Shanghai University is divided into an outer campus for arts and culture students and a highly secured inner campus for gene fusion, mechanical modification, and martial arts, heavily guarded and constantly monitored. Back at their table, Lin Zichen's mother reminds him and Shen Qinghan to stay focused despite the freedoms of university life. Lin Yinxing tells them it's time to head to the inner campus and reminds Lin Zichen to take care of Shen Qinghan. At the guarded entrance, Lin Zichen presents his admission notice. Recognized as the provincial top student recently in the news for joining Tianrench, the guard lets them pass without further checks. Inside, they see many students engaged in gene fusion and mechanical modification. After completing registration, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan head to their respective dorms. Shen Qinghan waves goodbye, promising to meet him that evening. Lin Zichen arrives at the Budo Academy and is greeted by enthusiastic upper-class women offering help and compliments. A confident blonde senior volunteers to escort him to his dorm and shows him the school's combat power rankings, explaining the limited presence of Budo students on the list and noting a former top scorer, Song Yuin, who is now an instructor and key researcher at Tianrench. They arrive at his dorm, a spacious single apartment reflecting the perks of being the top scorer. The senior jokingly asks to use his shower, but Lin Zichen politely avoids the hint, offering to buy her a milk tea instead. Once she leaves, he reflects that he has repaid her guidance favorably. Soon after, he receives a message from Shen Qinghan asking for pictures of his dorm. Comparing his modest room to her luxurious Evolution Academy apartment, he feels a touch of envy. Shen Qinghan suggests he move in with her, and he immediately agrees, heading over. Arriving at her floor, Shen Qinghan greets him warmly and leads him into her spacious apartment. She declares it their shared space, though Lin Zichen cautions her not to get ahead of herself. She begins to shower, leaving her clothes on the floor, and Lin Zichen uses the time to explore the university campus app. He learns that school credits can be earned through ranking, completing tasks, or competitions, which can be spent on gene fusion and mechanical modification resources. Shen Qinghan calls for her clothes, and Lin Zichen brings them to her bathroom, finding her relaxing in the bathtub. He joins her, and they take turns washing each other. Later, after their bath and a meal, Lin Zichen meditates on his bed, while Shen Qinghan rests nearby. He begins the second stage of tempering his skin using the blood tempering art. The process is grueling, taking 2 full hours to temper his right hand. Curious, he tests his skin with a sewing needle. The needle cannot pierce his hand and shatters under pressure. A system notification confirms his skin's increasing toughness, impressing Shen Qinghan and inspiring her interest in the pure blood path. Lin Zichen announces his next test, heat resistance. Calmly, he holds his hand over a lit stove flame. A A system notification confirms his heat resistance is increasing. Reflecting on the fact that it took over a minute before he felt even a slight burn, he concludes that, with the blood-tempering art and his system attributes, he is steadily advancing toward a saintly body. His thoughts are interrupted by a message from Lu Chuan-Wu, Dean of the Budo Academy, asking if he has settled in and inviting him to visit the Tianringe headquarters to meet other members and familiarize himself with the environment. Lin Zichen agrees and provides Shun Qinghan's address, since he is currently at her dorm. After receiving confirmation, he informs Shun Qinghan that he needs to go out, and she encourages him to go. Outside, he leans against a tree and is soon noticed by a young man with spiky orange-brown hair. The man recognizes him as Lin Zichen, the top provincial exam scorer who chose the pure-blood path, and expresses admiration for his decision. He shares that he's also a freshman from near Kyoto, where a similar research institute for pure-blooded humans once existed, and hopes the Shanghai University research succeeds. Lin Zichen quietly notes the young man is quite talkative as he leaves with a final thumbs up. Moments later, a red motorcycle pulls up. The rider, removing her helmet, introduces herself as Song Yuyin, a Budo Academy instructor and Tianringe researcher. She is here to take him to the headquarters. Lin Zichen recalls her story as a former top student who also chose the pure-blood path. He climbs onto the back of her motorcycle, and she playfully reminds him to hold on tighter as they speed off. She asks why he was at the Evolution Academy dorms. He casually explains that he lives there with his girlfriend. Song Yuyin laments her own lack of similar experiences. They arrive at a modern building labeled Pure Human Research Institute. Song Yuyin guides him inside, showing a common area and offering drinks. Lin Zichen notices the hallways are mostly empty. She explains that Tianringe has limited funding, is not well regarded by the university, and consists only of Dean Lu Chuan-Wu, herself, Lin Zichen, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Lin Zichen realizes the large group of men in karate uniforms he saw earlier were just hired actors, but he is unconcerned as long as he receives the promised triple benefits. Song Yuyin calls for the dean. A disheveled Lu Chuan-Wu appears and invites them into his cluttered office. Lin Zichen notes his haggard appearance. The dean explains he has been struggling for half a month to make a breakthrough on the aperture opening chapter of the blood-tempering art. Despite this, he gives Lin Zichen an encouraging thumbs up, confident that Lin Zichen's involvement will advance the pure-blood path. He proudly recounts his own physical test achievements and mentions Song Yuyin's record as the former top scorer in Kyoto. Song Yuyin casually chides him for bragging. Turning serious, Lu Chuan-Wu explains that, with Song Yuyin's help, he finally broke through a decades-long plateau and completed his third body tempering, giving him the strength, as an ordinary tier 9 human, to defeat a high-level gene fuser. Placing his hands on their shoulders, he assures Lin Zichen that he has the potential to surpass even Song Yuyin. The dean asks about Lin Zichen's progress with the blood-tempering art, specifically whether he has achieved blood control and reached ordinary tier 4 to begin skin tempering. Lin Zichen calmly confirms he has. Pleased, the dean assigns Song Yuyin as his mentor, noting she completed her first skin tempering in 3 months. Song Yuyin accepts confidently. Lin Zichen interrupts, stating that a mentor is unnecessary. He already completed the first round of skin tempering over summer. Both Lu Chuan-Wu and Song Yuyin are stunned. Lin Zichen explains that the book had detailed instructions, which he studied for a few days, though internally he admits it took him only half an hour. The dean asks to inspect his hand to confirm. Lin Zichen discreetly activates his camouflage ability, masking his true power and showing only ordinary tier 5, consistent with having completed 1 round of skin tempering. When Lu Chuan-Wu examines his hand, he confirms that Lin Zichen has fully completed skin tempering. Shocked, the dean asks Lin Zichen's current biological level. Lin Zichen feigns nervousness, replying ordinary tier 5. Overjoyed, Lu Chuan-Wu declares him a peerless genius and embraces him, confident that with such talent, they can break through the limits of ordinary humans. Watching them, Song Yuyin smiles, recognizing the value of having someone more capable leading their cause. Excited, she suggests publicizing Lin Zichen's abilities to attract more talent and secure funding. Lu Chuan-Wu immediately rejects the idea, explaining that his abilities must remain secret to avoid danger. He emphasizes a strategy focused on quality over quantity, Now that they have a prodigy, all resources should be concentrated on helping Lin Zichen break through the ordinary biological barrier. When Song Yiyan raises concerns about finances, the dean reassures her. He promises to leverage all his connections to gather the necessary evolution resources. His plan is to wait until Lin Zichen's power is undeniable, then secure a powerful backer before promoting the ideals of Tianrench. Song Yiyan praises his foresight, and he accepts the compliment proudly. Lin Zichen listens quietly, thinking how shocked they would be if they knew his true power. He is already at ordinary tier 9, has completed tempering his flesh and bones, and is midway through his second tempering cycle. The dean then informs Lin Zichen that he no longer needs to attend basic classes at the Budo Academy. Instead, he will work directly at the Research Institute as Song Yiyan's assistant. Annoyed, Song Yiyan clenches her fist, protesting that being made an assistant to a junior is an insult. The dean dismisses her concerns, saying pride has no value in research. Changing the subject, he announces that the following afternoon, the university will hold a freshman trial to determine the new king, the strongest first-year student. Confidently, he tells Lin Zichen that with his abilities, the title is practically his and encourages him to participate, offering 10 Qi and blood pills as a reward. When Lin Zichen remains indifferent, the dean adds that the winner will also receive 10 school credits. The mention of credits immediately captures Lin Zichen's full attention. The day of the freshman assembly arrives. A large crowd gathers in the university auditorium. As Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan sit together, other students gossip about them, recognizing Lin Zichen as the top scorer who joined Tianrench and speculating about his relationship with their goddess, Shun Qinghan. Their conversation is interrupted by the familiar talkative, spiky-haired freshman who approaches and asks bluntly about their relationship. Holding a blushing Shun Qinghan's hand, Lin Zichen plainly states that they are engaged childhood sweethearts who plan to marry after graduation. The freshman forces a smile, clearly disappointed. As the assembly continues, a girl with dark hair tipped in purple and cat-like ears watches Lin Zichen intensely from the crowd. He senses a slight unease from her gaze. Meanwhile, the talkative freshman returns to his seat, chatting animatedly with nearby students. The ceremony begins, and the freshman representative is called to the stage. To everyone's surprise, it is the spiky-haired freshman. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, questioning why a chatty student was chosen for a role usually reserved for the strongest student, presumed to be a gene fuser. The freshman smirks, seeing it as the perfect opportunity to impress. Taking the microphone, he asks if anyone has heard of Li Yijin, the famous genius from Kyoto. Lin Zichen internally scoffs. Everyone knows him. The freshman continues, revealing that Li Yijin has an equally talented younger brother, the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, with 16% gene fusion compatibility and the highest national physical test scores, tying with Nanjing Province's top scorer. Dramatically, he reveals that he is that younger brother, Li Moyu, and declares that he and his older brother made a pact to dominate the record to Shanghai and Kyoto universities. To demonstrate his strength, Li Moyu releases the full force of his biological pressure, claiming it as the power of an ordinary tier 5 being. The entire auditorium is overwhelmed. Students gasp, realizing the gap between themselves and a true genius. Pleased, Li Moyu demands they remember his name. Shun Qinghan whispers to Lin Zichen, mocking Li Moyu's arrogance, and noting that he has no idea Lin Zichen could defeat him with a single finger. Lin Zichen simply tells her to keep a low profile, and she playfully agrees. Next, Zhou Hong, the student council president, steps to the podium. A young man with dark blue hair, he introduces himself and shares 3 key points. First, the student council manages student discipline and holds significant authority. Second, it will recruit 10 new members from the freshman class next semester, with strength as the only requirement. Third, he warns that Shanghai University's inner campus is ruthless, with upperclassmen commonly bullying lowerclassmen, and urges everyone to be mentally prepared. After his speech, Zhou Hong demonstrates his power. He releases an overwhelming wave of biological pressure that crushes the entire auditorium. Freshmen gasp and cry out under the oppressive force. Lin Zichen, sitting beside Shun Qinghan, notes that while the pressure is immense, it poses no threat to him at this distance. He has already reached ordinary tier 9. Meanwhile, the other freshmen slowly recover, breathing sighs of relief that Zhou Hong's display lasted only 5 seconds. They mutter among themselves about the terrifying strength of an advanced being. Once Jo Hong leaves the stage, Imo Dongji steps forward to address the students. She announces that the freshman trial will begin immediately after the assembly. The rules are simple. In the center of the gym is a large stage, and the first student to remain alone on it for over 1 minute will be crowned this year's new king. The reward? A staggering 100 school credits, 10 times more than last year. From the stands, a few upperclassmen arrogantly remark that the top 10 positions are always dominated by their genius class, and this year will be no different. The ordinary class students exchange glances, murmuring among themselves. A special rule is then revealed. If any student from outside the genius class places in the top 10, every ordinary freshman will receive 1 school credit. Excitement spreads. Each credit is worth 10,000 yuan, and if they work together, the entire class stands to gain. Seizing the moment, he rushes onto the stage and grabs the microphone. He introduces himself and reminds everyone that Lin Zichen, the province's top scorer, is also among them, the strongest of the ordinary students. He proposes that all ordinary students unite against the genius class, clearing the way for Lin Zichen to secure a top 10 position. The auditorium erupts as students rise with determination, shouting their support and vowing to pave the way for him. Meanwhile, faculty members, including Lu Qianwu, Imo Dongji, and Ma Junhei, watch from a distance. Lu Qianwu comments to Zhou Hong that his earlier display was a bit petty. Ma Junhei interjects, asking if it was necessary to target Li Moyu's younger brother simply because Wu Tiancheng defeated him. Sarcastically, he adds that no one can match Lu Qianwu in pettiness. Lu Qianwu calmly replies that his attention is always directed at the individual, never their family. He then taunts Ma Junhei, asking if he heard that Ma's daughter performed exceptionally well in the entrance exams. Ma Junhei replies that she ranked 3rd in Kyoto. Zhou Hong suggests she should join the student council, promising to personally cultivate her as a future leader. Ma Junhei agrees, and Zhou Hong assures him that he takes care of any student with genuine genius potential. Down in the arena, students debate who will become the new king. Most agree the top freshmen, Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei, are the main contenders. One student argues that Li Moyu is the clear favorite, being already at ordinary tier 5. Another counters that Ma Weiwei fused with Shadowcat genes over the summer, so her combat strength may rival Li Moyu's. A third dismisses the argument, believing her fusion only provided limited gains. Their discussion ends abruptly when Lu Qianwu's voice booms. Neither Li Moyu nor Ma Weiwei will be the new king. Shock ripples through the crowd as he confidently announces that the true new king will be his Tianrenj prodigy, Lin Zichen. Ma Junhei immediately erupts in anger, claiming it's impossible. Lin Zichen's physical test scores didn't even place him in the top 10. Lu Qianwu calmly challenges him to a bet, wagering 100 school credits, and Ma Junhei, furious, accepts immediately. The other faculty are invited to place their own bets. A powerful gene fuser wagers 1,000 credits with the school director, Qin, who agrees. Ma Junhei grows suspicious, wondering if Lu Qianwu is manipulating Li Moyu. He dismisses the thought, reminding himself his own daughter is competing, yet his fury only deepens. Could Lin Zichen actually become the new king? He immediately rejects the possibility as impossible. Meanwhile, the dean of the Mechanical Academy, a sleek figure in red and black cyborg armor, approaches Ma Junhei. She notes that Lin Zichen, the provincial top scorer, was originally a student at the Evolution Academy and asks if he's upset that Lu Qianwu poached him. Ma Junhei dismisses it. She smiles knowingly, hinting she has heard of Ma Junhei poaching Tianrenj's 3 senior students, implying his disinterest is a front for planned revenge. On the balcony, Lu Qianwu grins, calculating the potential profit from the bets. 9 at 100 credits, 1 at 1,000. Below, the freshman trial begins. A horde of ordinary students rushes the stage, shouting their intent to defeat the genius class. Chaos erupts as fists, kicks, and shouts fill the arena. Lin Zichen stands aside, calm and observant, noting how many genius class students rely on high gene fusion scores rather than real skill. Suddenly, Lin Zichen's danger perception activates, allowing him to see the students' power levels. He identifies the strongest 2, Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei, as ordinary tier 5, with the other top 10 genius class members at least ordinary tier 4. After the initial clash, ordinary students cheer, having taken down several genius class members who lie sprawled on the floor. Emboldened, the remaining ordinary students rush forward, calling for the others to join them in combat. A massive, white-haired, muscular student leaps onto the stage, landing with authority. He arrogantly declares that he will teach the mob how weak they are. The ordinary students charge, confident their numbers will overwhelm him, but the giant meets them with a single sweeping kick, sending dozens flying. Stunned, the students look to Lin Zichen, urging him to intervene. Calmly, Lin Zichen steps forward, hands in his pockets. Since things have come to this, he says, I will accept. He walks onto the stage, unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. Lin Zichen's opponent lands heavily in front of him, cracking the stage floor with the impact. Brimming with excitement, he introduces himself, Lu Chi-Chi, the top scorer from Yintian province. Proudly, he lists his physical stats, a 9-second 100-meter dash in 5.6 seconds, a 2-meter vertical jump, and a one-handed lift of 1,150 kilograms, before smugly asking Lin Zichen to announce his own data. Lin Zichen, calm and collected, responds simply that there's no need. Lu Chi-Chi will feel his strength soon enough. Before the muscular student can react, Lin Zichen delivers a single, precise kick that sends him flying across the stage. Lu Chi-Chi crashes to the ground, defeated instantly. The ordinary students erupt in cheers, their excitement echoing through the arena. On the viewing balcony, the faculty exchange stunned glances. They had expected a tactical match, not a display of overwhelming, raw power. They quietly remark on Lin Zichen's hidden ruthlessness behind his gentle demeanor. Before the applause dies down, another challenger leaps onto the stage. Introducing himself as Luo Yongjian, the top scorer from Dezhong province, he begins listing his accomplishments, but Lin Zichen cuts him off with a single, devastating knee to the face, ending the match instantly. Standing over his opponent, Lin Zichen scans the remaining genius class students. This shows, he declares, that the ordinary class has its own geniuses too. Panic erupts. A voice shouts for Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei to intervene before the new king title falls to an ordinary student. Moments later, a girl with cat-like ears gracefully lands on the stage. The genius class students cheer for Ma Weiwei, urging her to stop him. From the crowd, ordinary students shout their encouragement. Don't hold back just because she's pretty. Lin Zichen observes silently, thinking this is the perfect opportunity to study a gene fuser up close. Ma Weiwei charges with blinding speed, following with a high kick, but Lin Zichen effortlessly leans back, dodging the attack. He notes her agility is likely enhanced by her Shadow Cat gene fusion. Shocked, Ma Weiwei realizes the gap in their abilities is enormous. She gracefully leaps backward, requesting half a minute to fully activate her genes. Lin Zichen nods calmly, thinking this is a rare chance to witness gene activation firsthand. Ma Weiwei crouches on all fours. A long, furry tail sprouts from her back. Her fingernails elongate into sharp claws, and a powerful aura envelopes her. The faculty watches, impressed. One comments to Ma Junhei on his daughter's remarkable talent, and he proudly agrees, though his expression shifts to concern. The fusion is fresh, and pushing her body this far could cause a backlash, but as always, she is headstrong. With her transformation complete, Ma Weiwei lunges, shouting that Lin Zichen is too arrogant to wait. He narrowly dodges her powerful kick, analyzing her new power. Her level has jumped from mid-ordinary tier 5 to nearly ordinary tier 6. She unleashes a furious barrage of claws and kicks, but Lin Zichen avoids every attack with smooth, effortless movements. After gathering enough data on the Shadow Cat gene fusion, Lin Zichen's expression turns serious. A faint blue aura surrounds him as he prepares his counterattack. As Ma Weiwei lunges again, he meets her with a single, devastating punch to the face. The impact sends her flying into a pile of defeated students, unconscious. The crowd gasps. Students comment in disbelief at the sight of her now swollen face. Ma Weiwei sits up crying, clutching her face. Her father, Ma Junhei, rushes from the stands, furious. Are you a man? He shouts at Lin Zichen. Hitting a girl so hard. Lin Zichen remains calm. On the path of evolution, he says evenly, there is no distinction between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. From the crowd, Li Moyu steps forward, agreeing. Strength is all that matters. He leaps from his stands onto the stage, landing with a powerful impact. The genius class students erupt, declaring him their only hope to avenge Ma Weiwei. Li Moyu smirks, revealing his own hidden strength. Like Lin Zichen, he has been holding back. His body transforms, growing larger and more muscular, and a powerful aura radiates from him. Faculty members on the balcony are shocked. The Dean of Mechanical Engineering identifies the genes as those of a demonite giant ape, granting immense physical strength. His biological pressure surges to ordinary Tier 6. Lu Chuanwu freezes in horror, realizing he is about to lose his 1,900 school credit wager. Elsewhere, Wang Shijie and Lu Gang receive instruction from a superior. Retrieve a high-level demon seed from a nearby park and ensure Li Moyu consumes it. Lu Gang hesitates, concerned about targeting someone from the powerful Kyoto Li family. Their superior dismisses the worry, claiming their organization is far stronger. Wang Shuajie resigns himself, agreeing to follow orders. Back in the arena, Lin Zichen and Li Moyu clash. Li Moyu boasts about the demon-eyed giant ape, emphasizing its immense strength and defense despite its usual slowness. He taunts Lin Zichen, wondering if he can remain so calm against a true genius. Lin Zichen charges immediately with a punch. Li Moyu dodges, revealing his decent reaction speed. Lin Zichen notes that while Li Moyu can handle ordinary Tier 6 attacks, he decides to test Tier 7 speed. The increased speed overwhelms Li Moyu. Lin Zichen lands a heavy, precise punch to his face, sending him stumbling backward. Furious, Li Moyu accuses him of a sneak attack. Lin Zichen analyzes that while his opponent's defense is strong, cannot match his superior speed. Li Moyu regains his stance, determined that Lin Zichen's fists will not touch him again. The battle escalates as Lin Zichen dodges Li Moyu's heavy punches in rapid succession, testing his reaction and gathering data. He leaps backward, creating distance and preparing to test his final attribute, strength. Li Moyu smirks, admitting he underestimated Lin Zichen's speed but mocking his strength. He winds up a massive punch, determined to crush him. On the viewing balcony, deans place their hands on Lu Chuanwu's shoulders, pitying him and reminding him not to forget the 100 school credit wager. The massive fist descends, colliding with Lin Zichen's face. Shockingly, Li Moyu's bones shatter instantly. He collapses, screaming in agony as the crowd struggles to comprehend what just happened. Lin Zichen stands over him calmly, analyzing the outcome. While Li Moyu's fusion granted immense power, his body couldn't withstand the recoil. Essentially, he had struck Lin Zichen so hard that he shattered his own hand. Lin Zichen calls out to the medics. Li Moyu has a comminuted fracture and needs immediate attention. The medics rush forward, stunned. Suddenly, Mo Dongji descends from the balcony, commanding Lin Zichen aside. She examines Li Moyu's arm, confirming the diagnosis. The right hand is shattered, caused by the rebound force of striking Lin Zichen's face. She produces a glowing golden pill and feeds it to him, marveling at the strength required to cause such damage. Suspecting there is far more to Lin Zichen than meets the eye, she unleashes her mental power to probe his abilities. Sensing the intrusion, Lin Zichen prepares for response. Lin Zichen immediately activated his skill, Natural Camouflage, concealing his true level as Mo Dongji analyzed him closely. Thanks to the skill, she perceived him as being at ordinary Tier 6. She noticed his skin, bones, and muscles had a density far beyond that level, but detected nothing else unusual. She wondered if his extraordinary physical durability was his only secret. Other faculty gathered, eager for her assessment. Mo Dongji reported her findings. Lin Zichen appeared to be ordinary Tier 6 with exceptional durability, and no other abnormalities were detected. Lin Zichen maintained a stoic expression, secretly relieved that his camouflage had worked. Meanwhile, the pill Mo Dongji had given Li Moyu took immediate effect. The young man sat up, amazed, exclaiming that the medicine was miraculous. Flexing his hand, he confirmed his injury had completely healed. Lin Zichen calmly told him he could leave the stage, delivering a casual kick that sent the newly recovered Li Moyu flying out of the ring. Humiliated, Li Moyu shouted from the floor that once his gene fusion progressed, he would return to defeat Lin Zichen. In the stands, a heated argument broke out between the ordinary and genius students. The ordinary students mocked the elites for their self-righteousness, while the genius students protested that Li Mou's loss was his alone. The ordinary students drowned them out, claiming Lin Zichen's victory as a triumph for their entire class. On stage, the timer completed its countdown. A notification announced that 1 minute had passed, and the announcer officially proclaimed Lin Zichen of Martial Arts Class 1 as this year's new king. The ordinary students cheered wildly for Brother Chun, celebrating the glory he had brought them. But Lin Zichen was not finished. Since he had secured the top spot, he decided to go further. Leaping into the spectator stands, he scooped Shun Qinghan into a princess carry. The crowd murmured in confusion, while Shun Qinghan blushed fiercely as Lin Zichen returned to the stage. Standing gracefully with her behind him, Lin Zichen faced the stunned audience and faculty, boldly declaring that he wanted the remaining rankings from 2nd to 10th place for himself. The enraged genius class students refused to accept this. They shouted that Lin Zichen was bullying them and charged to crush him and the traitor Shun Qinghan. Chaos erupted on stage, but Lin Zichen moved fluidly through the attackers, dismantling their formation with punches and kicks, knocking students aside with ease. Seeing an opening, Ma Weiwei leaped from the air, aiming her attack at Shun Qinghan and shouting for revenge. Lin Zichen reacted instantly, intercepting her midair with a heavy kick, sending her flying off the stage. From the balcony, her father Ma Zhenhe screamed in fury as his daughter crashed violently to the floor. With the genius class cleared, Lin Zichen stood triumphant. A notification confirmed that Shun Qinghan had officially secured 2nd place. She looked pleasantly surprised. Turning to the ordinary students, Lin Zichen offered the remaining top 10 spots from 3rd to 10th on the condition that the credits for those spots belonged to him. The students erupted in cheers, calculating the total rewards. Su Rui determined the combined value of the top 10 spots as 550 credits, and he added the participation rewards, bringing the total to 559 credits. On the balcony, Ma Zhenhe fumed, accusing Lin Zichen of improper conduct and questioning how the new king could control the entire top 10. Lu Qianwu calmly interrupted, asking how this violated any rules, challenging Ma Zhenhe to point out any regulation forbidding it. Ma Zhenhe was left speechless, grudgingly admitting no rules had been broken, though he insisted Lin Zichen was exploiting a loophole. Meanwhile, hidden conspirators shifted their plans. Wang Shuajie grabbed Lu Gang urgently, declaring that Li Mou was no longer the target. Watching the students celebrate and toss Lin Zichen in the air, Wang Shuajie declared that Lin Zichen was now their primary target, aiming to make him consume the high-level demon seed and join their organization. After the trial, Lu Qianwu ran excitedly toward Lin Zichen, arms outstretched, but Lin Zichen coolly dodged. He asked if the dean had forgotten his promises. Lu Qianwu produced a bottle, explaining it contained 10 qi and blood pills, along with the triple semester benefits. He also confirmed he had transferred 300 credits to Lin Zichen, gleeful that the boy had helped him win 1,900 credits from other faculty. Leaning close, Lu Qianwu whispered, asking Lin Zichen his true strength. Lin Zichen whispered back a partial truth. He was ordinary tier 6, had completed 1 round of skin tempering, tempered some facial muscles, and was born with naturally hard facial bones. Lu Qianwu screamed in shock, overwhelmed by emotion, and grabbed Lin Zichen's hands. He declared that the boy would evolve into an advanced being with a pure human body before graduation and urged him to persist on the pure blood path. Lin Zichen calmly agreed. Later, in his room, Lin Zichen held a small red qi and blood pill. Curious, he tested it, only to find a meager increase of 108 points. Disappointed, he realized these pills were not very effective for him and decided to give them to Shun Qinghan. Just then, she walked in, sweaty from training. Lin Zichen handed her one of the pills, instructing her to take it. The effect was immediate. Steam erupted from her body, and she blushed as her qi and blood surged. Seeing its potency, he gave her the remaining pills, advising 1 per day. Shun Qinghan happily agreed. The next morning, at the Tianringe Research Institute, Lin Zichen greeted Song Yuyan, who was in the middle of a workout. Playfully, she called him the new king. Stretching, Yuyan asked him to confirm what she had heard from the dean. Was he truly ordinary tier 6, and had he mastered muscle tempering? Lin Zichen confirmed the story he had fabricated for the dean. Overcome with excitement, Yin rushed him, exclaiming that he was an absolute genius and that Tianren would shock the world. Lin Zichen agreed, and they committed to working hard together. Focused on his studies at the Research Institute, Lin Zichen realized that Lu Chuanwu and Yin had failed to decipher the aperture-opening chapter of the blood-tempering art. Using his celestial root of wisdom, he easily studied the original text himself. His session was interrupted by Yu Yin, who informed him that student council members were waiting to recruit him after his outstanding performance. Lin Zichen initially declined, but when Yin mentioned the monthly credit subsidies for council members, his demeanor changed instantly. Outside, he met Zhou Hong, president of the student council, who extended his hand in greeting. They shook hands as Zhou Hong explained the benefits: grooming as a future president, special meals, decision-making power, and monthly credit subsidies. Motivated by the rewards, Lin Zichen smiled and agreed, until Zhou Hong revealed the condition. Lin Zichen must give up the pure blood path and choose gene fusion. Lin Zichen asked why. Zhou Hong arrogantly explained that the student council only accepted future geniuses, declaring the pure blood path hopeless. Without gene fusion, even Lin Zichen's talent would fade. Calmly, Lin Zichen refused and turned away, surprising everyone. Student council members mocked his decision, predicting regret and insisting Tianren's influence would keep him on the pure blood path. Back at Tianren, an enraged Yu Yin slammed her fists on a desk, complaining about the student council's hopeless mindset. Lu Chuanwu arrived exhausted. Yu Yin sarcastically praised his sacrifice for the pure blood cause, to which he muttered in annoyance about her exaggeration. He warned Lin Zichen that women were a distraction on the path of evolution. Lu Chuanwu informed Lin Zichen that the university provided housing for the families of geniuses and offered to arrange jobs for his parents in the city. Lin Zichen said he would discuss it with them over the weekend. He was also granted early access to school missions, as his current strength allowed him to take on advanced tasks without waiting. Yin explained that she often took off-campus missions for school credits and suggested Lin Zichen join her for experience, offering to take him on an aberrant beast extermination mission. Lin Zichen politely declined, but decided to check the school's app for missions. The posted school tasks were minor, offering only 1 or 2 credits each. Student-published missions were more interesting, including a peculiar request for a female gene fuser partner with beast ears and long legs for 5 credits a month. Amused, Lin Zichen explored the off-campus missions, which offered higher rewards. One task to capture robbers for 30 credits, and another to hunt a powerful aberrant beast for 200 credits, though both were far away. As Lin Zichen scrolled through the mission list, one task immediately caught his eye. It was to capture a shadow cat girl, an out-of-control gene fuser at ordinary Tier 6 who had been killing men in the city's red light district. The reward was 50 credits, and he accepted it without hesitation. Yin leaned in close, startling him. She asked if he had accepted the Catgirl mission and offered to join him. Surprised, Lin Zichen asked how she knew. Yin explained that the mission details page displayed the list of participants. When Lin Zichen checked, he saw that 28 people had already accepted, including 26 seniors and 1 other freshman, Ma Weiwei. He found it odd that Ma Weiwei would take such a risky mission at only ordinary Tier 5, and assumed she must have a helper. Telling Yin it was getting late, Lin Zichen announced he was heading home for lunch and waved goodbye. As he walked through the campus, Lin Zichen sensed he was being followed. His danger perception activated, detecting a hostile presence at ordinary Tier 7. Suddenly, a muscular man in a blue tracksuit stepped out. Calling his name, the man confronted Lin Zichen angrily, accusing him of targeting Ma Weiwei. He listed all of Lin Zichen's offenses, from slapping her during the trial to now competing with her for the mission, and questioned whether Dean Lu Chuanwu had sent him. The man continued his tirade, challenging Lin Zichen to a fight and calling him a bully. Lin Zichen, annoyed, asked if Ma Weiwei or her father had sent him. The man insisted he came on his own. When he repeated his challenge, Lin Zichen simply asked, "So what?" Recognizing the man as a foolish simp, Lin Zichen turned to walk away. The man grabbed his sleeve, yelling for him to stay. Fed up, Lin Zichen spun around and delivered a swift punch to the man's face. The muscular attacker was knocked unconscious instantly. Standing over him, Lin Zichen thought to himself, "Satisfied now?" Returning to his apartment, Lin Zichen was greeted in the kitchen by Shun Qinghan, who said dinner was ready. She mentioned that the 10 pounds of life-and-death toad meat he had ordered were delivered. Taking the bag from the fridge, Lin Zichen recalled that he had initially wanted to buy more to unlock the codex, but decided against it to avoid attention. Placing his hands over the package, a surge of blue energy flowed from it, and a system notification confirmed he had absorbed a large amount of the toad's life essence, increasing his codex progress to 10%. Later, a confused Shen Qinghan watched as Lin Zichen placed the now-spoiled-looking meat in a garbage bag. He explained it had gone bad. He had already absorbed all its essence, causing it to spoil rapidly. Surprised, she asked if this was his superpower. Lin Zichen confirmed it. He could absorb the essence of aberrant beasts to gain some of their abilities. Shen Qinghan exclaimed in shock, finally understanding why he chose the pure blood path. He didn't need gene fusion with such a power. During dinner, Lin Zichen mentioned the dean's offer of housing and jobs for their parents. Shen Qinghan was thrilled, and they agreed to visit their families over the weekend. She also brought up an interesting duel between top-ranking students at the gym that afternoon and suggested they go watch it. Lin Zichen agreed. At the university gym, a large crowd had gathered. Lin Zichen noted that besides students and faculty, representatives from the Mechanical God Group were also present. Shen Qinghan excitedly pointed out a woman in a massive white cyborg suit in the VIP section, the famous mechanical genius girl they had seen online. In the center of the arena, two fighters faced each other, a muscular bull-like gene fuser and a sleek cyborg. Shen Qinghan asked Lin Zichen who was more powerful, the Kyoto genius or the mechanical genius girl. Lin Zichen explained they would get a clear idea from this duel. If the 8th-ranked Evolution Academy student won, the Kyoto genius was stronger. If the 9th-ranked cyborg won, the mechanical genius girl was more powerful. With the announcement, the duel began. The cyborg took to the air on mechanical wings and unleashed a barrage of missiles on the bull-like opponent below. Overwhelmed, the gene fuser tried to shield himself from the explosions, tearing apart the stage. Once the barrage ended, the cyborg landed. Seeing an opportunity for close combat, the bull-like fighter charged forward, but the cyborg blocked his punch effortlessly and delivered a devastating counter to his face. The blow sent the gene fuser crashing to the ground, defeated. The cyborg raised its fist in victory as the crowd erupted. Meanwhile, in a private office, Mo Dongji reviewed a video report from a subordinate. The subordinate explained that source site number 36 had been quiet for months, leaving them uncertain whether the enemy had abandoned it or was plotting something big. Mo Dongji asked for an update on Luo Changshu. The assistant reported that Qian Shui was adapting rapidly, growing fast, and close to evolving to advanced Tier 2. Curious, the assistant inquired about Luo Changshu's origins, noting her constitution didn't seem human. Mo Dongji cut her off sharply, warning her not to ask irrelevant questions. The assistant apologized and was dismissed, allowing Mo Dongji to watch the student duel. Observing the fight, Mo Dongji concluded that the Mechanical God Group was more powerful than she had imagined. Mechanical modification provided superior adaptability, though she noted a major limitation. No matter how powerful, cyborgs could not enter the source site, as all electronics and machinery would fail. She turned off her monitor, realizing even the strongest cyborg would become useless in such an environment. Sometime later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan returned from a weekend trip with their parents. Both families enjoyed a celebratory dinner, happily agreeing to the university's housing offer. With family matters settled, Lin Zichen focused on his next mission, capturing the Shadow Cat Girl in the neon-lit red light district. Disguised, he walked through the crowded streets and reviewed the mission details. The target was an ordinary Tier 6 gene fuser with incredible speed who lured and killed men. She was a master of disguise and skilled with drugs, explaining why the mission had remained uncompleted. To begin his search, Lin Zichen activated Eye of the Sky and Danger Perception, scanning the area. His eyes glowed golden behind his sunglasses, startling the crowd. Some were unnerved by his gaze. Others commented on his strange but handsome appearance. A large, muscular man confronted him, demanding to know who he was staring at. Unfazed, Lin Zichen unleashed his biological pressure, sending the man flying as the crowd parted in shock. Finding no targets in that area, he decided to move on. Suddenly, he spotted familiar faces, Ma Weiwei with two other students, likely ordinary Tier 7 seniors, assisting her. Ma Weiwei and her female companion noticed him. The companion pointed him out, and Ma Weiwei looked away, annoyed. The companion suggested they keep their distance, and Ma Weiwei agreed, leading the group away. Lin Zichen was bewildered by their sudden avoidance. Ma Weiwei explained that since he had accepted the mission, he was there for the cat girl, and they needed to find her first. Their male companion, fused with demon dog genes, confidently claimed he could track the cat girl before Lin Zichen. Focusing, a pink scent-like aura appeared, and he announced he had locked onto her scent. Pointing across the street, he indicated the target was inside a bar. Determined to beat Lin Zichen, Ma Weiwei and her companions rushed across the street. The female senior vowed to capture the cat girl and flaunt their victory. Inside the crowded bar, Ma Weiwei asked where the target was. The demon dog gene, Fuser, pointed to a woman with glasses on a couch. Ma Weiwei doubted it, noting she looked like an ordinary college student. The male companion insisted it matched the cat girl's scent on file. Ma Weiwei concluded that their target was a cunning master of disguise. Seeing no reason to hesitate, the female senior ordered them to capture her. The trio charged, but the woman looked up with a sinister grin. In an instant, she leapt, smashing through a glass table and breaking free. One of them shouted, "She's escaping!" Ma Weiwei and her companions burst out into the streets, chasing the fleeing cat girl. Ma Weiwei worried she was too fast, but the demon dog gene Fuser reassured her, confident that he could track her scent and she would eventually tire. They cornered her in a dead-end alley. The male companion confirmed her position and urged them to finish the fight quickly. Instead of panicking, the cat girl calmly turns around, revealing that she never intended to flee. She explains that experienced hunters often appear vulnerable to lure their prey in. As her aura expands, her true nature becomes clear. Her physical form changes as her hands lengthen into sharp claws, and a dense wave of biological pressure spreads through the alley. At that moment, the three pursuers realized the mission data was completely wrong. The cat girl is not ordinary Tier 6, but ordinary Tier 9. The gap in power leaves Ma Weiwei and her companions shaken, fully aware that they cannot win. They immediately turn and flee through the dark streets. The cat girl does not rush. Instead, she watches with confidence before effortlessly leaping ahead, landing in their path and cutting off their escape. Her focus settles on the demon dog gene Fuser, whom she had already noticed earlier in the bar. With no remaining options, Ma Weiwei deploys a smoke grenade. Thick purple smoke spreads through the alley, disrupting visibility and dulling sensory perception. Using the brief window, the three manage to escape into a crowded street. Exhausted and shaken, they regroup, realizing how close they came to death. They acknowledge that the mission intelligence was severely flawed and agree the situation must be reported immediately. As Ma Weiwei prepares to contact her father, she suddenly remembers that Lin Zichen also accepted the mission. The realization unsettles her. If he encounters the cat girl without knowing her true strength, the consequences could be fatal. Lacking his contact information, she decides the only way to warn him is through Xinqianghan. Back in the alley, the smoke slowly dissipates. The cat girl is irritated that her prey escaped. As she prepares to leave, she notices someone standing quietly at the opposite end of the alley. It is Lin Zichen. His calm presence immediately draws her attention. Seeing him as an easy target, she launches an attack. Lin Zichen does not retreat. He quickly assesses her strength as ordinary Tier 9 and moves to meet her head-on. Her speed advantage disappears the moment they clash. Before she can react, he lands a direct strike that sends her crashing into the wall. Injured and stunned, she struggles to understand how someone without gene fusion could possess such overwhelming power. Recognizing the danger, the cat girl attempts to escape. Lin Zichen follows effortlessly, matching her pace. He intercepts her again, delivering another decisive blow that embeds her into the stone wall. He continues his assault, steadily weakening her biological pressure. As he prepares to end the fight, a sudden surge of energy erupts from her body. In desperation, she forces further activation of her shadow cat genes, triggering partial evolution. Her strength increases, but the transformation destabilizes her body and accelerates genetic backlash. The risk becomes obvious. Instead of pressing forward immediately, Lin Zichen steps back and disengages. He turns away without hesitation. Left alone, the cat girl understands that continuing the fight will only lead to her death. Already suffering from backlash, she attempts to flee. Before she can escape, A metal pipe pierces her head, pinning her in place. Lin Zichen closes the distance and delivers the final blows. Her biological pressure fades completely, confirming her death. After ensuring the mission target is neutralized, Lin Zichen documents the result through the school system and notifies public security for recovery. With official procedures complete, he absorbs the remaining life essence from the body. The system confirms a significant increase in guidebook progress, rising to 36%. He notes the unusually high gain and concludes that the forced evolution concentrated the beast genes. Elsewhere, Ma Weiwei reports the mission error to her father, explaining that the target's real strength was ordinary Tier 9. The correction causes immediate concern within the administration. Later, her group discovers that the mission has already been completed by Lin Zichen. The realization leaves her deeply unsettled. Days later, Lin Zichen receives notification that 300 school credits have been deposited into his account. The mission reward was revised after reclassification, with additional compensation issued for incorrect intelligence. Back at the apartment, Lin Zichen proceeds with his planned purchases. This time, he no longer worries about attracting attention. He absorbs the remaining life and death toad essence, completing the guidebook. The system unlocks a new attribute related to rapid self-healing. Testing the ability confirms its effectiveness, allowing severe injuries to recover as long as sufficient energy remains. Later that evening, Ma Weiwei visits briefly, seeking information about the mission. Lin Zichen declines to explain further. After she leaves, Shen Qinghan mentions that Ma Weiwei had previously tried to warn him, reinforcing her sincere intentions. At the Tianringe Research Institute, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyin discuss the fallout from the mission system error. When Lin Zichen confirms he completed the mission alone using physical strength, both are visibly stunned. After observing their reactions, Lin Zichen decides to reveal the truth. He explains that his actual strength has already reached ordinary Tier 9, and that he has progressed through multiple body tempering stages, leaving his mentors momentarily speechless. As Lu Chuanwu processes the information, his emotional control briefly falters. Years of suppressed frustration surface at once. For decades, he had invested everything into researching the pure-blood human path, sacrificing wealth, reputation, and even his family, yet seeing no results. Now, standing before Lin Zichen, he feels that his efforts were not wasted after all. He reflects on how a talent like Lin Zichen could finally validate the direction he chose. In his mind, the future of the pure-blood path appears tangible for the first time. Regaining composure, Lu Chuanwu places a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder and praises his potential. He remarks that if Lin Zichen possessed something called source power, he would have suspected him of being a being from the source land. The unfamiliar term catches Lin Zichen's attention. Lu Chuanwu explains that in a world where aberrant beasts exist, it is logical that special counterparts also exist among humans. These beings are referred to as strangers, individuals who possess extraordinary traits that do not originate from standard genetic fusion. Song Yuyin is surprised, as she has never encountered such a theory before. Lin Zichen asks about source power. Lu Chuanwu explains that it is a unique form of energy belonging exclusively to beings from the source land, similar in concept to qi, blood energy, or spiritual force, but fundamentally different in nature. When asked how it is used, Lu Chuanwu admits that even he lacks a clear understanding, as he has only encountered 2 such beings in his lifetime. Song Yian expresses doubt, pointing out that Lu Chuanwu himself cannot enter the source land due to his biological level. Lu Chuanwu confirms that entry requires reaching the level of a high-level being, and anyone below that threshold would not survive exposure. He clarifies that the 2 strangers he encountered were both on Earth. One was a female disciple he took in many years ago, and the other was discovered during the exploration of ancient ruins connected to the blood-tempering art. As Lu Chuanwu speaks, Lin Zichen recalls an image of Luo Qinshu fighting powerful creatures, realizing that Shen Qinghan's mysterious senior sister fits the description of such a being. After sharing this information, Lu Chuanwu warns them never to disclose it. He also advises Lin Zichen to conceal his true strength, as heretical factions exist even within the university and actively hunt exceptional individuals. To prevent unnecessary attention, Lu Chuanwu suggests that Lin Zichen use Song Yuyin's mission account when taking on high-difficulty assignments. Since her registered level is ordinary Tier 9, Lin Zichen can act freely without exposing his rapid advancement. Lin Zichen agrees. When asked about the source land itself, Lu Chuanwu grows serious. He explains that almost all information related to it is classified, and even he knows very little. However, he shares one critical detail. Most beings from the source land are hostile toward humanity and are constantly attempting to invade Earth. Some researchers believe Earth possesses something they desire. The discussion ends abruptly when Lu Chuanwu receives a call and leaves in a hurry. After his departure, Song Yuyan asks how Lin Zichen is able to hide his biological level and tempering progress so completely. Lin Zichen declines to explain, knowing that his system's natural camouflage ability cannot be revealed. After briefly pressing the issue, Song Yuyan drops the topic. Her attention quickly shifts. Since they are both at ordinary Tier 9, she proposes a sparring session to test his strength. Lin Zichen agrees, seeing it as a chance to better understand his limits. Song Yuyan outlines her own progress, including her current tempering stages, then takes a defensive stance. Lin Zichen attacks first, delivering a powerful kick that forces Song Yuyan back. Internally, she is shocked by his strength, which exceeds what his tempering stage should allow. Despite her advantage and experience, she realizes he is already approaching her level. Determined not to lose face, she continues the exchange seriously. The sparring intensifies, with Lin Zichen pressing forward aggressively and Song Yuyan forced into constant defense. As the fight continues, she realizes she is nearly matching him only by exerting most of her strength. Sensing this, Lin Zichen deliberately ends the match by feigning defeat, allowing her to claim victory. Afterward, Song Yuyan suggests that Lin Zichen attempt aperture opening now that he has completed his first skin tempering. She explains the theoretical framework, stating that the human body has 366 apertures, with the 4 near the heart being the easiest to open. Lin Zichen follows her guidance, but fails to achieve any breakthrough. Song Yuyan reassures him, suggesting either insufficient physical strength or imperfections in the method. The scene shifts to the Lu family's ancestral residence. In a hidden underground chamber, Lu Chuanwu stands before an ancient bronze coffin. He reports his discovery of Lin Zichen to the being inside, believing this student may eventually open apertures through the pure blood path. He hopes Lin Zichen's growth will allow the occupant to sustain herself without remaining sealed inside the coffin. After a long delay, a faint response emerges from within. Lu Chuanwu realizes the being's condition is deteriorating and silently hopes Lin Zichen can advance quickly enough. Later, Lin Zichen returns home with groceries. Shen Xinghan stops him and explains that her master, Emote Dongji, wants her to undergo gene fusion earlier than planned. The chosen gene is the dark blue jellyfish, specifically the Jellyfish King variant. Lin Zichen recognizes its value and potential, particularly its exceptional mental strength at higher levels. Shen Xinghan expresses concern about the risks involved, as high-level genetic material could overwhelm her body and cause mutation. Lin Zichen reassures her, explaining that jellyfish-type genes have strong compatibility with humans and that her unusually high compatibility score makes the fusion viable. He also explains the known side effects of gene fusion, including loss of natural reproductive ability and possible physical traits. Since her eggs have already been preserved, future options remain open. He adds that most beast traits can be suppressed by forcing the genes into dormancy, minimizing visible changes. He tries to lift her spirits by explaining that many beast traits, such as cat ears or foxtails, are often considered attractive. His words have the intended effect, and her mood improves. She looks at him with a brighter expression, quietly wondering what kind of traits a jellyfish king might give her, and whether they would make her look even better. Curious and slightly excited, she takes out her phone and shows Lin Zichen a picture of the dark blue jellyfish, asking for his opinion. He leans in very close to look, which makes her feel flustered. After examining the image, he tells her that while the jellyfish itself is beautiful, it still cannot compare to her. The topic then shifts naturally. Shen Xinghan explains that the video was recorded by her master, who dove thousands of meters into the deep sea without any protective equipment. Lin Zichen estimates that to endure such pressure, her master's physical body must have reached at least the rare level. Shen Xinghan wonders whether she herself could ever evolve to such a level. Lin Zichen responds confidently, pointing out that with her 21% gene compatibility, reaching the rare level, or even the epic level, is entirely possible. She remains realistic and points out that compatibility alone is not enough, and that evolution requires an enormous amount of resources. In response, Lin Zichen reassures her firmly, telling her not to worry about resources because he will work hard to earn money and provide whatever she needs. Moved by his sincerity, her demeanor becomes playful. She kneels on the bed and teasingly treats him as a wealthy patron. Holding up 2 pairs of stockings, she asks which color he prefers. He answers that he likes both. She then puts on 1 black stocking and 1 white stocking. Watching her, Lin Zichen thinks that although the combination looks unusual, it is still something he can appreciate. With Shun Qinghan attending her afternoon classes, Lin Zichen decides not to go to the Pure Human Research Institute and instead stays home to train. While pouring water, he casually checks the news on his phone. One article immediately catches his attention. Reports state that mysterious, unidentified plants have appeared throughout Shanghai City. The images show a massive, flower-like plant emerging from a building as nearby citizens look on in shock. The public has been warned to keep their distance. Lin Zichen recognizes the plants at once, realizing they are identical to the flora he has seen from the source site, particularly in a painting created by Shun Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Qinxue. He questions how such plants could appear on Earth and suspects the involvement of a new plant god cult. Feeling irritated that another heretical group has surfaced so soon after the rat god cult was resolved, he becomes even more determined to grow stronger. He reflects on his recent training and realizes that after beginning his secondary tempering, his body consumes qi and blood at an extremely fast rate. He opens the school's online store and searches for pills that can help speed up recovery. He finds blood recovery pills priced at 1 school credit each. Seeing that they offer fast recovery for someone at his level, he purchases 100 of them. With recovery supplies secured, he considers his next evolutionary objective. Having already unlocked the Life and Death Toads Codex, he decides it is time to work toward another one. Browsing the beast meat section, he finds 10,000 poison chimera meat, priced at 20 credits per gene. The description explains that the creature itself is not poisonous, but instead feeds on poisons, granting it extremely high poison resistance. Lin Zichen reasons that unlocking this codex may grant him a valuable poison resistance attribute. Seeing that he has fewer than 200 credits left, he purchases just 1 gene to begin unlocking the guidebook. He then revisits his previous failure to open his apertures and concludes that his body is still not strong enough. With renewed focus, he decides to continue his secondary skin tempering. Sitting down to meditate, he resumes training as heat gradually spreads through his body. After 2 hours of continuous tempering, his entire body is covered in heat, and the session ends with him collapsing onto the floor, completely exhausted and soaked in sweat. He clearly senses how rapidly his qi and blood have been drained and understands that rest is unavoidable. Overwhelmed by hunger and weakness, he staggers to the refrigerator in search of food. At that moment, the doorbell rings. He opens the door to find a school delivery worker holding 2 packages. As he reaches out to take them, dizziness overwhelms him, and he loses his balance, bumping into her and causing the packages to slip from her hands. Even in his weakened state, he instinctively catches the heavy boxes with 1 hand before they hit the floor. The delivery worker checks on him with concern. After bringing the packages inside, Lin Zichen immediately opens the box containing the blood recovery pills. He takes one of the golden pills, and the effect is immediate. The dizziness fades, strength returns to his limbs, and his condition rapidly stabilizes. He is surprised by how effective the pills are. As his qi and blood recover, he flexes his arm and feels fully restored. He then turns to the second package containing the 10,000 poison chimera meat. Placing his hand on it, he absorbs its life essence, and blue energy briefly surrounds his body. A system notification confirms that he has absorbed a trace of the creature's life source, and that the corresponding guidebook progress has reached 1%. With the recovery problem resolved, he sits down to meditate again. He notes that the blood recovery pills have significantly reduced his downtime, and concludes that using school credits to accelerate his growth is a sensible choice. Later, as evening approaches, Lin Zichen is resting at home when he hears Shun Qinghan announcing her return. As he moves to greet her, she mentions that she has brought someone with her and asks him to guess who it is. When he opens the door, he sees Chu Rui standing beside her. Chu Rui greets him cheerfully. After entering the apartment, She looks around at the spacious interior with envy and complains that she still has to share a room. Lin Zichen offers her his single dorm room at the Budo Academy, but she politely declines, explaining that she prefers having a roommate so she does not feel lonely. Her expression then turns serious as she explains the real reason for her visit. Sitting down, she complains about the unreasonable behavior of other university students. She explains that while exceptionally talented, students are mostly left alone. Ordinary freshmen are often targeted. She gives examples of a senior borrowing her makeup and another classmate having valuable blood ginseng taken. When these incidents were reported to the student council, they were dismissed and told that the school follows the principle of survival of the fittest, with the suggestion that they fight back if dissatisfied. Chu Rue finds this unfair, pointing out that freshmen cannot realistically compete with seniors. Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan reassure her that if any seniors trouble her again, they will help her find a solution. Chu Rue thanks Lin Zichen sincerely. Suddenly, the apartment begins to shake violently. All three stand up immediately, briefly wondering if an earthquake has occurred. When the shaking stops, Lin Zichen's danger perception attribute activates, giving him a vague sense of unease, though the threat does not feel particularly strong. The scene shifts to an opulent room. A man wearing a red-horned mask speaks with another man dressed in a plague doctor mask, whom he addresses respectfully. The masked man requests evolution resources to help him break through to a higher biological level. Acknowledging his performance, the divine envoy rewards him with a strange, demonic-looking flower. He explains that the flower has a powerful aphrodisiac effect and advises that a woman be present when it is consumed. Grateful, the masked man reports that an exceptionally gifted freshman has appeared at Shanghai University and suggests making him consume a high-level demon seed to recruit him. The divine envoy dismisses the idea, stating that true geniuses reside in the source site. As the masked man grows frustrated, the divine envoy reveals that a message has arrived from the source site. A corresponding boundary point has been found, and biological coordinates have been established. Someone must now activate the connection. Declaring that he will handle it personally, the divine envoy is enveloped in purple light and disappears. Before leaving, he issues a final warning. If Lin Zichen is not made to consume the demon seed within 3 days, the masked man will be replaced. Left alone, the masked man checks the time with an expression filled with anger, determined to complete the task within the deadline. Later, as Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan walk across the university campus, she explains that her class is in another direction and prepares to leave. Just before they part ways, someone calls Lin Zichen's name. Both turn around to see 2 former high school classmates, Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie, hurrying toward them with anxious expressions. Wang Shuajie explains that a powerful third-year senior has been bullying them. Lu Gang adds that since Lin Zichen is now recognized as the freshman's new king, the senior would likely back off if Lin Zichen intervened. To persuade him, Lu Gang presents a bag containing valuable evolution resources and spirit fruits from his family. Wang Shuajie also appeals to their past as classmates. Lin Zichen asks about the senior's strength and learns that he is only at ordinary tier 6. Realizing this poses no threat to him, Lin Zichen agrees to help. He accepts the bag and tells them to meet him later that afternoon at the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30. Overjoyed, Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie express their gratitude and promise to help him in the future before leaving. After they depart, Shun Qinghan, curious about the contents of the bag, urges Lin Zichen to open it. She admits she has never tried a spirit fruit before. Lin Zichen offers the bag to her and suggests she take one. Shun Qinghan picks a small fruit and examines it closely, finding its appearance unpleasant and questioning whether it might be spoiled. Lin Zichen takes the fruit to inspect it himself. As he examines the seed-like object, his danger perception suddenly activates, alerting him to something being wrong. Realizing the risk, Lin Zichen immediately moves to intercept Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie, stopping them before they can leave. He then instructs Shun Qinghan to contact her master, Mo Dongji, and ask her to come immediately. Shun Qinghan quickly does so. Moments later, Mo Dongji arrives, descending calmly from above. Lin Zichen shows her the strange red seed and explains that it was found inside the bag of supposed spirit fruits, expressing his suspicion that it is connected to the plant god cult. The reaction causes Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie to visibly tremble. Mo Dongji immediately recognizes the object explaining that it is a seed from a special tree used by the plant god cult to control anyone who consumes it. She states this is one of the cult's common recruitment methods. Lin Zichen is disturbed by the possibility that Lu Gang and Wang Shuojia were already under the cult's influence. Mo Dongji uses her power to restrain them, and they admit they were forced into the act. She informs Lin Zichen that she will take them away for questioning and notify him of the outcome. As they are taken away, Lu Gang and Wang Shuojia realize they can no longer speak. Before leaving, Mo Dongji warns Lin Zichen that heretics are widespread and that he cannot blindly trust even teachers or school authorities, advising him to remain cautious at all times. Shen Qinghan watches in admiration as her master departs, commenting on the effectiveness of Mo Dongji's mental power. Lin Zichen agrees. Shen Qinghan then expresses anger toward Lu Gang and Wang Shuojia for attempting to harm Lin Zichen. He agrees that greater caution is necessary and disposes of the contaminated spirit fruits. The following day, the investigation confirms that Lu Gang and Wang Shuojia are members of the plant god cult. They were forcibly made to consume demon seeds during their high school entrance examination by a safety officer. Both are expelled from the university and face criminal charges, effectively ending their academic futures. Sometime later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan stay with their parents, who have moved into university housing. During this period, Lin Zichen continues training steadily. With the aid of blood recovery pills, he completes his second round of skin tempering and reaches 40% progress in secondary muscle tempering. The day of Shen Qinghan's gene fusion arrives. She and Lin Zichen go to Mo Dongji's office. Shen Qinghan admits she asked Lin Zichen to accompany her for emotional support. Mo Dongji explains that because the dark blue jellyfish king is a water attribute beast, increasing the water content in Shen Qinghan's body will help the fusion. She instructs her to drink large amounts of water. After drinking until she can no longer continue, Mo Dongji tells her to lie on the examination bed. Mo Dongji explains that the syringe contains the dark blue jellyfish king gene and that it must be injected directly into the heart. She assures Shen Qinghan that she will numb the pain using her mental power, though the fusion process itself will still be painful. Shen Qinghan confirms her understanding, and the injection proceeds. Lin Zichen observes that although gene fusion normally requires precise instruments, Mo Dongji's mental power makes them unnecessary. After the injection, Mo Dongji explains that the fusion process has begun and that intense pain should follow. However, after several minutes, Shen Qinghan feels nothing unusual. Mo Dongji is confused, and Shen Qinghan begins to worry that the fusion has failed. Mo Dongji explains that while there is no rejection, the fusion process itself never initiated. She further explains that Shen Qinghan's genes appear to possess a form of consciousness. They have surrounded the jellyfish king genes, restricting them, destroying any that attempt forced fusion, and absorbing them as nutrients. The remaining genes are fully imprisoned, a phenomenon Mo Dongji has never encountered before. At that moment, Shen Qinghan notices her hair changing color from purple to blue. This shocks both Lin Zichen and Mo Dongji. Mo Dongji recognizes this as a jellyfish king trait and is confused as to how it can manifest without fusion. Shen Qinghan reports sensing a new presence inside her that she feels capable of controlling. Mo Dongji re-examines her condition and instructs Shen Qinghan to suppress the gene. Shen Qinghan focuses, and her hair returns to its original color. When instructed to express the gene again, her hair turns blue once more, accompanied by a visible aura. Mo Dongji realizes that Shen Qinghan has mastered gene control instantly, something that typically takes elite geniuses weeks to achieve. She explains that although Shen Qinghan may never become a traditional gene fuser, she is something more advanced. Her genes can enslave beast genes, allowing her to use their abilities without fusing and without genetic backlash, while remaining a pure-blooded human. Mo Dongji believes Shen Qinghan has the potential to become the first pure-blooded human to break through the ordinary biological limit. She instructs Shen Qinghan to visit her office nightly for further research and emphasizes that this ability must remain secret. Over the next half-month, Shen Qinghan trains intensively. One evening, she demonstrates her ability to control water using mental power. She later reveals she can manipulate the qi and blood within other bodies, a skill that can incapacitate or kill depending on force. Lin Zichen suggests she attempt to control her own qi and blood for body tempering. Though initially doubtful, Shun Qinghan agrees to try under his guidance. With practice, she successfully completes blood tempering despite her low biological level. Through continued joint training, Shun Qinghan completes her first full skin tempering and advances from ordinary tier 2 to ordinary tier 3. Lin Zichen reflects that she achieved something normally requiring a much higher level. Recognizing their complementary paths, they acknowledge their shared potential. Later, Lin Zichen decides Shun Qinghan needs real combat experience. He selects an off-campus mission involving armed criminals.